The power of the Azure Dragon Sword Array was simply too strong, and it far exceeded everyone's expectations. Although Lin Yun was strong, especially after his performance in the first round, he was being pushed back after 3 moves. Heavenly Azure Dragon. The middle-aged man released a ferocious roar as the entire Azure Dragon Sword Array turned illusory. Then, the Azure Dragon soared into the sky and coiled around Lin Yun like a giant snake. With the middle-aged man charging over, Lin Yun calmly executed the fleeting Cloud 13 swords that were empowered by his quasi-divine firmament sword intent. As the swords clashed, Lin Yun found himself in an unfavorable position even though his attainment in the sword was a lot stronger than his opponent's. Furthermore, he was facing a combined force of over 300 people. Against this formation, it was natural that the attacks of the Azure Dragon Sword Array were unbelievably powerful. At the same time, the Azure Dragon that was coiled around Lin Yun was constantly suppressing Lin Yun's sword aura. So the 11 Azure birds that surrounded him were constantly under attack. The Azure Dragon Sword Array was a lot stronger than the 100 Ghost Sword Array. The 100 Ghost Sword Array was a vicious method of destroying a swordsman. However, the Azure Dragon Sword Array overwhelmed the challenger with sheer might. The situation became more dangerous for Lin Yun as time passed. The middle-aged man was constantly putting him under pressure while the other swordsmen were weakening his sword aura. If he didn't do anything soon, he could easily collapse from all the pressure. Lin Yun was focused on trying to find the flaw of the array, and after fighting for a long time he noticed several flaws. Unfortunately, none of them were critical flaws. A few of the flaws were purposely revealed by the middle-aged man as a trap. It gave Lin Yun a big headache because he wasn't sure what he should do. Suddenly, the Azure birds were giving off sharp cries in the sky. I can't find any real flaw, but I can't hold out any longer. Lin Yun knew that he couldn't let the fight drag on because he would die if even one of the Azure birds died. You think you can leave? The middle-aged man sneered. Stay behind. A gigantic dragon claw enveloped in lightning and wind tore suddenly headed towards Lin Yun. Pushing the Golden Crow 9 transformations to the limit, Lin Yun did his best to get out of the way. Although Lin Yun managed to avoid the attack at the very last moment, he suffered several heavy injuries to his body. The claw was formed by 49 swordsmen, and each swordsman unleashed 9 sword rays. It was the equivalent of hundreds of attacks. Kill! The middle-aged man said coldly as he poured his sword aura into his sword. Before Lin Yun could check his injuries, another claw flew towards him. Lin Yun continued to brandish his sword to avoid the attack, but he received more injuries when he did this. From a certain perspective, the Azure Dragon Sword Array was even more troublesome than facing a genuine Azure Dragon. Not giving Lin Yun the chance to catch his breath, the middle-aged man soared into the sky with his sword covered in lightning flames. When he swung his sword out, it looked like an Azure Dragon's dragon breath. Just like that, the lightning flames scorched the entire sky black, shocking everyone in the crowd. However, Lin Yun was prepared for the attack and managed to block the sword. Even so, the impact made his hand feel numb as blood dripped down from his palm. It was so bad that he nearly lost his sword in the exchange. Lin Yun is going to lose. Zhao Yan wore a grave expression. If this continued, Lin Yun was doomed to fail. Clearly, the Azure Dragon Sword Array was a little too terrifying. This fellow's physique isn't simple. Gong Haoran, who wasn't friendly toward Lin Yun, also spoke with a complicated expression. If he was in Lin Yun's position, he would have been torn into pieces after 4 rounds. The fact that Lin Yun only suffered some injuries was proof that his physique was strong. But even so, he didn't think that Lin Yun could change the outcome. A loud explosion filled the air as one of Lin Yun's Azure birds was destroyed. Suddenly, the rest of the Azure birds shattered and Lin Yun's sword aura hit rock bottom. The crowd held their breath because Lin Yun's quasi-divine firmament sword intent couldn't even get the job done. Although his extraordinary attainment in the sword allowed him to easily face monstrous geniuses on the Empyrean ranking, it wasn't enough to face the Azure Dragon Sword aura. When the Azure birds crumbled, Lin Yun was sent flying by the middle-aged man and spit up blood everywhere. Kill! After the middle-aged man sent Lin Yun flying away, he immediately collected himself and charged over. The Grand Elder of Feng Clan could feel his heart beating wildly as he witnessed this scene. After all, he felt greatly embarrassed by Lin Yun. However, he didn't dare to relax even though Lin Yun was stuck. Feng Xuanzi's eyes were also full of excitement as he couldn't help clenching his fist in victory. Hovering sun. Lin Yun, who was sent flying, didn't have any changes in his expression. He executed the Golden Crow 9 transformations to put some distance between himself and the middle-aged man. At the same time, he sighed because he still hadn't found the flaw of the array. The only method he had left was breaking through the array with force. "Are you done resisting?" The middle-aged man sneered. "It doesn't matter, you still have to die." As the array was about to kill Lin Yun, a dragon roar echoed out of his body. At the same time, a dragon-shaped sword aura flew out from his body with wind and lightning intent. At this moment, he had perfectly fused his quasi-divine firmament sword intent and azure dragon aura together to form a shocking azure dragon sword aura. As Lin Yun released a roar, he raised his sword and charged over. Everyone was completely dumbfounded by this scene as another azure dragon appeared out of nowhere. The middle-aged man was also shocked as he said, "Azure Dragon Sword Aura?" When the quasi-divine firmament sword intent and Azure Dragon Aura merged together, Lin Yun's sword aura returned to its peak power. Wiping the blood off his lips, Lin Yun smiled. "My turn." Although he was smiling, his expression was cold. His opponents bullied him and relied on the Azure Dragon Sword array. If it wasn't for his strong physique, he would have died. So it was time to make them pay. Humph. So what if you also possess the Azure Dragon Sword aura? The Azure Dragon Sword array isn't as simple as you think. The middle-aged man immediately calmed himself down and looked at Lin Yun coldly. "Is that so?" Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly and 49 demonic astral flowers began to blaze in his aura oceans. When the demonic astral flowers ignited, a terrifying pressure swept out of Lin Yun's body as he broke through the shackles of the heavenly soul realm. With the pressure of an Empyrean, Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Sword aura overwhelmed the array. This was Lin Yun's trump card to break the balance. As layers of flowers appeared behind him, his aura reached the level of the astral stage. It was so shocking that the crowd looked at Lin Yun with shock. Even Gong Haoran was silent because he didn't believe it when Gong Sun Yen said that Lin Yun had reached the limit of the heavenly soul realm. But now he had no choice but to believe it. As Lin Yun's Azure Dragon roared, it caused a fluctuation in the Azure Dragon Sword array. In that split second, the Azure Dragon formed by the array was riddled with damage and the array began to dissipate. Slowly, the swordsmen who were hiding in the array were revealed. The middle-aged man roared when he saw this and said, "Stabilize it!" Without any hesitation, all the swordsmen began to pour their origin energy into their swords to manifest the body of the dragon. Lin Yun squinted his eyes with a cold flash in his pupils as he charged forward. Once more, Lin Yun executed the fleeting Cloud 13 swords. But this time, the entire sky turned dark. What's going on? Gong Haoran and Gong Sun Yen were both surprised by this scene because this didn't happen when Lin Yun executed the fleeting Cloud 13 swords before. The power was completely different now. Despite their cultivation, they couldn't see anything happening anymore. At this moment, everyone aside from elders in the Elysium core realm had become blind. When a loud explosion sounded out in the darkness, the scene of two Azure Dragons clashing was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. But the Azure Dragon manifested by the Azure Dragon Sword array was sent flying a few hundred meters away. He won. The hearts of Zhao Yan and the others began to throb violently because they knew that one could only rely on brute strength or an even more powerful sword array to make it through the second round. No one in the past had succeeded despite knowing this. Logically, it was impossible for everyone since their cultivation level was sealed. But the fact that Lin Yun actually won in a head-on confrontation had left all the geniuses on the Empyrean ranking shocked because they couldn't imagine how strong Lin Yun would become after reaching the Empyrean realm. Storm clouds and wind. Firmament stirring clouds. Clouds manifesting dragon. Soaring azure sky. Lin Yun 1 unleashed the fleeting Cloud 13 swords, but they looked completely different from before. The empowerment of the 49 flowers really changed the might of his technique. As Lin Yun moved, his Azure Dragon's sword aura continued to rumble. After unleashing the ninth sword, the Azure Dragon's sword array began to crumble. The swordsmen in the formation started to fly out of the array with blood dripping from their lips. In the end, there was only one Azure Dragon left, and it was the one created by Lin Yun's Azure Dragon sword aura. Die! Lin Yun showed no intention of stopping as he charged at the middle-aged man without any hesitation. The middle-aged man was the core of the array, so Lin Yun could make it through as long as the middle-aged man was heavily injured. Is he really going to break through the array? This scene made everyone's eyes light up nervously. After all, no one had survived the second round in the last 18 years, and no one ever destroyed the array head-on like Lin Yun did. Azure Dragon into the ocean! The middle-aged man roared as Lin Yun charged at him. Upon receiving his order, the swordsmen who were on the ground quickly got into position and raised their swords. Water intent? Lin Yun was surprised that all the swordsmen had grasped water intent. When their sword intent spread out, a colossal Azure Dragon started to take form. Lin Yun, who was inside of the array, was being restricted. So the middle-aged man let out another roar before all the swordsmen formed the Azure Dragon constellation. However, this time they weren't in 7 different groups. All of the swordsmen were part of one group that made the array even stronger. When they were done, they charged at Lin Yun together. The game has just begun. The middle-aged man grinned and barked, "Azure Dragon's eyes!" The middle-aged man released 2 dazzling sword rays that looked like the eyes of an Azure Dragon that pierced through Lin Yun's sword aura. Then, the rest of the swordsmen followed to claim Lin Yun's life. Azure Dragon's claw. Azure Dragon's tail. Lin Yun saw this scene and had a feeling that he could reach the Divine Firmament Sword intent after this battle. However, the most important thing right now was to make it past the second round. Can he really afford to be distracted? Zhao Yan instantly knew what Lin Yun was thinking because he would occasionally wear the same facial expression. The discovery made Zhao Yan feel speechless because he had no idea what to say about Lin Yun. Let's end this game. Lin Yun took a deep breath because he didn't want to drag the battle out any longer. In a single breath, Lin Yun executed the 11th and 12th swords of his sword technique. As a boundless ocean of clouds opened up behind him, the Azure Dragon's sword aura formed a vortex of dragon-shaped clouds. The vortex at the tip of his sword instantly destroyed the 2 dragon claws and caused the formation of swordsmen to fall apart. At this moment, it seemed like Lin Yun was standing on top of a mountain and looking down on everyone. "RR retreat." The middle-aged man was terrified and gave orders to leave the array. "You can't leave." Lin Yun smiled and slowly raised the flower burial sword in his hand. When his gaze fell onto his sword, he wore a solemn expression and his blood boiled within his body. With an ancient bell sound rang out in everyone's ears, the audience was shocked. Dao note. The bell of Sword Dao. The elders from the various clans were also shocked to hear the bell ring. As a starry sky unfolded in the sky, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise constellations could be faintly seen. Lin Yun had relied on his sword aura to break through the first layer of heaven. Then, Lin Yun disappeared from his spot and appeared in front of the middle-aged man. With starlight shining on him, Lin Yun swung his sword. His sword sliced the ocean formed by water intent in half, which sent all of the swordsmen flying. The middle-aged man only lasted for a brief moment before he was sent flying away while glaring at Lin Yun with reluctance. Suddenly, he exploded into a bloody mist. At this moment, everyone's gazes were on the flower burial sword in Lin Yun's hand because the Azure Dragon sword array had been broken. At this moment, everyone could feel their throats tighten. Even Feng Xuanzi's face changed at this scene. He was fine throughout the battle, but now his body was trembling. It was so bad that he even threw up a mouthful of blood. The Azure Dragon sword array? There's nothing impressive about it. Lin Yun turned to glance at Feng Xuanzi, causing the latter to throw up another mouthful of blood. Many people had died from the Azure Dragon sword array over the last 18 years. So Lin Yun's words angered Feng Xuanzi to the point that he threw up another mouthful of blood. Now all Lin Yun had to do was face the 4-phase sword array. Many people got past this array in the other hidden sword pavilions, but it had never happened in the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion. 4 Elysium Core Realm experts from the Hidden Sword Manor would take control of the 4-phase sword array. The local managing clan wouldn't even get a chance to touch it. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun took a Nirvana pellet out. He didn't get a single chance to rest during the sword assembly, so he needed to recover. After suffering wounds to the 100 Ghost Sword Array and Azure Dragon Sword Array, there was no way Lin Yun could fight at full strength. Although his injuries technically didn't need a Nirvana pellet, Lin Yun took one anyway. The pellet would heal his hidden wounds as well as help his cultivation. After all, those who faced life and death would usually see drastic improvements. Lin Yun might not be able to make full use of the pellet, but it was best for him to be prepared for the final round. He had to digest a lot of insights, so this was the best time to do so. Meanwhile, the crowd silently waited for Lin Yun to start the third round. Bai Ting and Luo Hua were wearing grave expressions. They didn't expect Lin Yun to get this far. After all, the competition was too intense. Initially, they only planned for Lin Yun to go through the process so they could give the sect master an explanation. But now that Lin Yun was the champion and made it past 2 rounds, he was 1 round away from retrieving the Lightning Shadow Sword. Then again, they both knew that this round would be even more terrifying than the first 2 rounds. However, Lin Yun had a chance. Young Master Luo, will the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion really allow us to leave with the Lightning Shadow Sword? Bai Ting asked in an uneasy voice. It was good that Lin Yun passed the second round, but taking the Lightning Shadow Sword away could really make Feng Xuanzi angry. Plus, anything could happen outside the city. Luo Hua didn't reply and suddenly turned to look at Feng Xuanzi, whispering to the Grand Elder. As the Grand Elder nodded his head, his face became darker before he quietly left the plaza. At the same time, the elders from the other clans were also discussing among themselves to find out the truth of Lin Yun and Luo Hua's identity. After all, Lin Yun was after a priceless treasure made by the Mo clan. The Mo clan was even more famous than the Hidden Sword Manor. It was also a mysterious clan that existed since ancient times and no one knew where it was. If Lin Yun really managed to retrieve the Lightning Shadow Sword, he might get targeted by other clans. It'll probably be tough, said Luo Hua. Her reply made Bai Ting's face change as he whispered, I'll be back shortly. Luo Hua merely nodded her head when she heard that. She could guess that Bai Ting probably went to look for the Huang clan to discuss some sort of protection. After all, the Huang clan's patriarch was friends with the sect master, and the Huang clan was also capable of protecting them if they really retrieved the Lightning Shadow Sword. As Lin Yun rested, the people in attendance began to send messages to their clans. Yififan was also holding onto a jade plaque, but he ultimately put it down. Everyone around him was sending messages, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Even the Feng clan was busy because their guards were nowhere to be found. It appeared that the Feng clan was making preparations just in case the Lightning Shadow Sword was taken away from them. After all, it would cause a huge shock in the ancient barren domain. Then again, who could guarantee that Lin Yun would make it through the 4-phase sword array? There's a storm brewing. Yififan sighed and the cheeky smile disappeared from his face. At this moment, Feng Xingyang and Feng Xiaoyu were both chatting among themselves with unpleasant facial expressions. The matter now involved the foundation of the Feng clan. If the Lightning Shadow Sword was really taken from them, the Feng clan might not own the pavilion anymore. Losing the sword would strike a heavy blow to their reputation, and the Hidden Sword Manor would certainly question them. When Zhao Yan swept his gaze around, he could see Gong Haoran and Gong Sun Yen transmitting news as well. Clearly, the nature of the sword assembly was changing. Suddenly, he sensed the sword intent in his body begin to tremble. Lifting his head, he noticed several strangers outside of the Feng clan's manor. They had hidden their aura well and were probably waiting on the first floor of the manor. All sorts of people have come because they think the Lightning Shadow Sword might appear. They're really quick to make a move. Gong Sun Yan's eyes flickered because he could see many scenes that Zhao Yan couldn't. Zhao Yan glanced at him and asked, Aren't you tempted as well? Didn't you just transmit information to your clan? Me? Gong Sun Yen smiled. I know the meaning of being sinful with treasures. I don't have the guts to possess the Lightning Shadow Sword. I merely transmitted the information to a senior of mine who is fond of collecting Mo clan treasures. You know my awkward position well. I'm ultimately not a genuine disciple of the Sword Emperor's lineage. I would have had a chance if I was the winner of the Sword Assembly though. Zhao Yan snorted and didn't even bother to look at Gong Sun Yen. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Don't worry. If the seniors of the Sword Emperor's lineage are really tempted, it'll be beneficial to Lin Yun. They naturally won't stoop so low to harm Lin Yun. In fact, they might even give him something comparable to the sword. But if the Gong clan of the ancient Baron domain comes, Lin Yun won't even have any bones left. Tisk. Tisk. Gong Sun Yen smiled. What are you implying? Gong Haoran's face changed. The Gong clan was also a saint clan. They wouldn't care if they killed a disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. You know well in your heart, smiled Gong Sun Yen. Zhao Yan glanced at the two of them and was unhappy that they didn't place Lin Yun in their eyes. It was almost like the lightning shadow sword was destined to go to someone else. Feng Xiaoyu became unhappy and roared. Cut it out. The lightning shadow sword still belongs to my Feng clan, and he won't succeed. The other members of the Feng clan also glanced at the two of them unhappily when Feng Xiaoyu spoke out. An hour later, Luo Hua asked casually upon seeing the worried expression on Bai Ting's face. It didn't go well? Yeah. The Huang clan's patriarch only promised to protect us for a day in the city. If we leave the city, we're on our own. Bai Ting nodded his head helplessly. What did the sect master say? Luo Hua asked. The sect master merely acknowledged it. Bai Ting sighed before he continued to speak with an awkward expression. He said that Lin Yun still hasn't gotten the sword and told me not to make a big fuss about it. Plus, Lin Yun could die in the third round anyway. Well, he's not wrong, Luo Hua replied, but no one could see her expression under the hood. When Lin Yun opened his eyes under the tense atmosphere, his eyes shined bright. After recovering all of his strength, the sword cocoon in his forehead had grown bigger. Clearly, the sword assembly helped him grow a lot faster than the profound Azure Prefecture. Time for the third round, said Lin Yun while he looked at Feng Xuanzi. At this moment, the entire plaza burst into an uproar because they were finally going to see the third round. With a cold face, Feng Xuanzi waved his hand and 3 elders descended from the sky. They all looked to be at least a few hundred years old based on the wrinkles on their faces. All of them were in the Elysium core realm, ranging from lesser to heavenly. Geniuses in the top 1,000 could face experts in the lesser Elysium core realm, but the greater Elysium core realm was an entirely different story. Then there were the heavenly Elysium core realm, who were invincible beneath the Dragon Pulse realm. Who's the last person? Lin Yun asked. Me. I'll tear you apart today. A roar sounded out as the Grand Elder of the Feng clan suddenly appeared from the sky, which left everyone shocked. The Grand Elder of the Feng clan was in the Quasi-Dragon Pulse realm. When he descended from the sky, he was accompanied by a boundless sword aura. When he landed on the plaza, he caused the whole stage to shake. The Grand Elder's name was Feng Tianyuan, and he was the younger brother of Feng Xuanzi. His cultivation is in the Quasi-Dragon Pulse realm, right? Lin Yun asked while he looked at Feng Xuanzi. What's wrong with that? Feng Xuanzi replied indifferently. He hasn't reached the Dragon Pulse realm, and he'll seal his cultivation to the Heavenly Soul realm in his fight with you. This doesn't violate the rules of the Hidden Sword Manor in any way. You can give up if you're afraid. Lin Yun couldn't help cursing at Feng Xuanzi's shamelessness. The difference between the Quasi-Dragon Pulse realm and Elysium core realm was huge. In fact, an Elysium core realm couldn't even take a single attack from a Quasi-Dragon Pulse realm. Little bastard. The Feng clan has already given you face by following the restrictions. But do you really think that I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson? Feng Tianyuan barked as he took a step forward and spread out his aura. He wanted to teach Lin Yun a lesson before he sealed his cultivation. I advise you to behave yourself. Lin Yun glanced at Feng Tianyuan and secretly activated the seal of the firmament battle cloth. All Lin Yun needed to do was retrieve the lightning shadow sword. The old geezer didn't even tell him to follow the rules. So if the Feng clan took advantage of him in any way, He would sweep through them with the firmament battlecloth and snatch the lightning shadow sword forcibly. Lin Yun was annoyed with the Feng clan and didn't want to waste any more time, so he looked at Feng Tianyuan with killing intent. His gaze was so strong that Feng Tianyuan felt a chill run down his spine as if he had entered hell. When Feng Tianyuan recovered from his shock, he immediately withdrew his aura. He realized that Lin Yun had a terrifying trump card, which also meant that Lin Yun had a terrifying origin. I'm only joking with you. So, are you going to challenge the third round or not? Feng Tianyuan smiled. He was determined to kill Lin Yun in the third round, and there was nothing Lin Yun could do even if he had a trump card. But Lin Yun didn't bother with him and continued to look at Feng Xuanzi. I didn't say that there was anything wrong. Since you're going to follow the rules, I hope you can remember your words later. After all, I don't wish to massacre your Feng clan. Everyone was shocked by Lin Yun's tone. Who would have thought that a heavenly soul realm would dare speak to Feng Xuanzi in such a manner? After all, not even a saint dared to speak to Feng Xuanzi like that. Feng Xuanzi was naturally furious when he heard that, but suppressed his rage. With Feng Tianyuan around, he was confident that Lin Yun would die, so there was no need for him to get worked up over a dead person. Stroking his beard, Feng Xuanzi said coldly, "No one dares to break the rules set by the hidden sword manor, not even me. You can go ahead and leave with the lightning shadow sword if you can make it through. But if you die in the third round, you can't blame anyone." You're so sure that I won't be able to make it through the third round? Lin Yun smiled upon hearing Feng Xuanzi's words. You can give it a try if you're unconvinced, sneered Feng Xuanzi. Let's begin then. Lin Yun turned to look at Feng Tianyuan. Everyone felt nervous for Lin Yun. After all, the swordsmen in the first two rounds were only in the Empyrean realm. Now, Lin Yun was about to face Elysium Core realm experts. Although they had sealed their cultivation in the Heavenly Soul realm, they were still much stronger than the swordsmen from the previous rounds. Let's start. Feng Tianyuan spoke with a grave expression, while the three elders also began to seal their cultivation at the pinnacle of Heavenly Soul realm. After they were done, they drew their swords. As for Lin Yun, he backed off while a sword ray streaked past his face. Then, he raised his sword to block another sword ray that was assaulting him. When their swords clashed together, Lin Yun's face changed. He took 3 steps back as surprise flashed through his pupils. Each one of his new opponents were as strong as the Azure Dragon Sword array. He was basically facing the power of 4 Azure Dragon Sword arrays at the same time. No wonder Feng Xuanzi was so confident. But Lin Yun brought out the Azure Dragon Sword aura and raised his sword before him to block the third attack. The collision was so strong that sparks flew everywhere. Lin Yun's footsteps were heavy as he fought the attack head-on. When he was done, he pushed the flower burial sword and sent his opponent flying. But his opponent gently landed on the ground, dispersing Lin Yun's attack like it was nothing. Right at this moment, crimson flames swept over as Feng Tianyuan charged over with a sinister smile. His sword aura manifested a blazing meteor that displayed all of the flaws of Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Sword aura. Lin Yun took several steps back before he managed to stabilize himself, and each of his footsteps would cause the ground to tremble. But when he was done stabilizing himself, 3 sword rays charged at his vital points. He would die if any of the attacks landed, so he quickly reacted with the Golden Crow 9 transformations. Afterimages filled the air as he dodged hundreds of sword rays. When Lin Yun broke free from their attacks, his clothes were tattered and covered with blood. Although he managed to fend off the fatal attacks, he still suffered serious injuries. The audience sucked in a cold breath because it had only been a few seconds. The danger of the third round was on a completely new level as Lin Yun was facing elders that were several hundred years old. All of them were experienced in fighting and had deep attainments in the way of the sword. Finally, Feng Tianyuan's meteorite arrived in front of Lin Yun. Lin Yun supported his sword with 2 hands, but he was still sent flying away from the attack. Feng Tianyuan sneered as he watched the other elders unleash their sword aura to deal with Lin Yun. Lin Yun knew that he needed to do something or else he would die a terrible death. This round was completely different from the first 2 rounds. After all, he was facing Elysium Core realm experts. Although he had the advantage in the Heavenly Soul realm, He knew that he would lose his advantage if he faced more than 2 opponents. "Little bastard, do you know how strong I am now?" Feng Tianyuan looked at Lin Yun with a sinister expression. He was enjoying the fight. Sun concealing clouds. As the sword cocoon in Lin Yun's forehead bloomed, the boundless azure dragon's sword aura appeared once more. He quickly executed the fleeting cloud 13 swords to defend himself. Lin Yun faced the 3 elders head-on, but they were facing him with their holy spirits. Lin Yun fell into a disadvantageous position, but all he could do was rely on his high attainment in the sword. At least the 3 elders hadn't brought their holy spirit martial technique to the peak manifestation stage. When they summoned their holy spirits, Lin Yun barely managed to face the 3 of them head-on. But it was clear that Lin Yun would be exhausted to death. Countless phenomena appeared and disappeared from the stage as the holy spirits clashed with Lin Yun's sword rays. Lin Yun was putting on an impressive show that made everyone realize how talented he was. Gagn Sun Yan's eyes dimmed down because he finally understood the huge gap between him and Lin Yun. Right at this moment, a burst of laughter sounded out from the sky where starlight was shining down. "Ha ha ha! Brat! It's over!" As Feng Tianyuan laughed, his sword aura condensed into a scary attack. Meteorite sword. Then, Feng Tianyuan charged over as Lin Yun was busy dealing with the other elders. Cold light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes as he summoned the demonic astral flowers. Clearly, he had been waiting for Feng Tianyuan. After reaching the limit of the heavenly soul realm, the demonic astral flowers in Lin Yun's body had undergone a transformation, and he had 2 different uses for them. He could either let them bloom within his body or unleash the power contained in the flowers. When Lin Yun defeated the Azure Dragon Sword aura, he used this method to push his aura to the astral stage. If he used the second method, he would unleash the demonic astral flowers from his body to form a domain that could be used to attack or defend. However, doing so was dangerous because the flowers would take a long time to recover if damaged. Additionally, he would consume a huge amount of origin energy to maintain this state. There was also the option of combining all the demonic astral flowers to form a new energy within his body. But that was difficult for Lin Yun at the moment. According to Lil Purple, the demonic astral flowers could also be imprinted with divine runes. At that level, even a single petal could easily destroy the star. However, Lin Yun didn't even know how to approach this method. When Lin Yun summoned the 49 demonic astral flowers from his body, the golden flowers began to circulate around him. When Feng Tianyuan charged over, Lin Yun suddenly soared into the sky and charged toward the former. When the dragon collided with the falling meteorite, the collision created a huge explosion. Lin Yun pushed the demonic astral flowers in his body to the limit and brandished his sword. Feng Tianyuan was surprised because he never expected that Lin Yun would be able to launch a counterattack under this state. Remembering that Lin Yun had reached the limit of the heavenly soul realm, Feng Tianyuan calmed down and changed his attack. "You're still going to die." Countless starlight shined from his sword that instantly turned into blazing meteorites. The meteorites were so powerful that Lin Yun was easily trapped. When the other elders saw this, they watched indifferently and attacked from afar. Every single sword ray that targeted Lin Yun could render him powerless if he was hit. At the same time, Feng Tianyuan sneered, "Little bastard, you're too tender compared to me. So what if you've reached the limit of the heavenly soul realm? Let me see what trump card you have. Summon the genuine Holy Spirit of the fleeting cloud 13 swords if you can." Evidently, he knew that the fleeting cloud 13 swords had a genuine Holy Spirit, but he clearly didn't think that Lin Yun was capable of summoning it. So Feng Tianyuan stabbed his sword with the other hand towards Lin Yun's forehead. The speed of the sword was slow, but it was powerful. With the meteorites restricting Lin Yun's movements and the fatal attacks of the elders, there weren't many ways Lin Yun could dodge. Sensing the power of the sword, Lin Yun began to circulate his demonic astral flowers. Feng Tianyuan's sword might seem slow, but it would strike him swiftly if he wasn't careful. At the same time, he would die if he didn't do anything. "Since I've made my move, how can I let you go? You've been waiting for me for a long time, but I've also been waiting for you." Those who dare to offend the Feng clan will only end up dead. Feng Tianyuan laughed sinisterly. The audience was shocked by this scene, as Feng Tianyuan was ready for the surprise attack that Lin Yun had prepared. Killing intent also began to brew in Lin Yun's pupils because he was thoroughly disgusted by Feng Tianyuan and Feng clan. It finally made sense that Feng Xiaoyu's maid was so arrogant. Just when Lin Yun was about to be stabbed, he activated the Azure Dragon Mark. The Crimson Saint runes in the Azure Dragon Mark bloomed on his body, and hundreds of purple-golden runes began to blaze on the surface of his body. At this moment, his physique was comparable to a 100-rune saint artifact. Die! Seeing that Lin Yun was trying to struggle, Feng Tianyuan sped up and stabbed Lin Yun's chest with a cruel smile. He was full of joy that he could kill Lin Yun. But just when his sword was about to stab into Lin Yun, a huge sound echoed out. A massive dragon image began to gather towards Lin Yun's chest as a shockwave spread out into the surroundings. Feng Tianyuan was shocked when he realized that his sword couldn't stab Lin Yun. The Azure Dragon Saint physique. At this moment, he finally knew why his sword couldn't stab into Lin Yun's chest. So it turns out that Lin Yun had achieved the Azure Dragon Saint physique, and that his physique was comparable to a 100-rune saint artifact. How could someone in the Heavenly Soul realm inflict any damage on a 100-rune saint artifact? At the very least, he had to be in the Empyrean realm to do it. Get lost! Even if his physique was comparable to a 100-rune saint artifact, it was still difficult for Lin Yun to withstand. His face twisted in pain as he roared. With the demonic astral flowers blooming, Feng Tianyuan was sent flying away while Lin Yun finally unleashed his killing intent and charged over. Soaring azure sky. Lin Yun soared into the sky with a sword as large as a gigantic mountain. He unleashed a dazzling sword ray that destroyed the meteorites and sword rays of the elders. When his sword ray flew out, Feng Tianyuan was also sent flying. A ruthless light flashed in Lin Yun's pupils and glared at Feng Tianyuan, executing the Golden Crow 9 transformation before he chased up to Feng Tianyuan. This scene made the three elders exclaim before they quickly chased after Lin Yun. They threw multiple attacks at him to stop him from chasing after Feng Tianyuan. Not good! You're courting death. Feng Tianyuan's eyes flashed with a ferocious light because he knew what Lin Yun was planning to do. When he swung his sword out, 9 stars bloomed behind him. 9 stars connection. Borrowing the power of the Holy Spirit marital technique, Feng Tianyuan's sword collided with Lin Yun's sword. Everyone who saw this couldn't believe that Lin Yun was chasing after Lin Yun while disregarding the attacks of the elders behind him. Feng Tianyuan was a quasi-dragon pulse realm expert, and an ordinary Empyrean would be left powerless with a glare from him. No one would have the courage to make a move against him, let alone the thought of killing him. As the 2 sword rays collided, golden light flew through the sky. The 3 elders locked their brows together and stopped short of the flying sword rays. There was no way that Lin Yun was unscathed from the elders' attacks. Since they were so certain, they didn't need to keep attacking because they might accidentally harm Feng Tianyuan. It was a clear and blatant scheme of Lin Yun. Lin Yun would die if he faced all 4 enemies at the same time. So he had to focus on killing one person in order to break the 4-phase sword array. Wait! The 3 elders sat down and closed their eyes while they accumulated their sword aura. They could afford to wait because they didn't think that Lin Yun could defeat Feng Tianyuan while he was injured. Secondly, they would be heavily injured if they didn't take care of themselves right now. So they took the time to recover while Lin Yun was preoccupied. The crowd was amazed by the elders' experience. Even the likes of Zhao Yan and Gongsun Yan could feel their scalps going numb because they were like infants in front of the elders. Suddenly, everyone turned their heads as the sky started to crack. Then, a bell rang out as starlight shined down on Lin Yun. Under the starlight, all the phenomena in the plaza crumbled. The 3 elders opened their eyes and stared at a bloodied Lin Yun. It's that sword again. Move out! The 3 elders soared into the sky and charged at Lin Yun. They were determined to kill Lin Yun before he could swing his sword. Damn it! Zhao Yan clenched his fists together because it wasn't a fair fight. But even so, Lin Yun had no intention of stopping. Without hesitation, Lin Yun swung his sword out as the demonic astral flowers shined brightly. At this moment he looked like the sun. Everyone could sense the power and sorrow of this sword as Lin Yun roared. Even though he was injured, he wasn't going to give up. Even though many people had seen this before, it was still shocking. But it was different this time. When Lin Yun used this move in the Azure Dragon Sword array, the outcome of the battle was pretty much determined. But this time, Lin Yun was attacking out of desperation. Even if Lin Yun managed to defeat Feng Tianyuan, he still had to face the second wave of attacks from the elders. Clearly, he was out of options. Feng Tianyuan's hair was scattered and blood dripped down from his body. In the eyes of others, he seemed to be evenly matched with Lin Yun in the previous clash. But only Feng Tianyuan himself knew that he wasn't. After Lin Yun summoned his demonic astral flowers, the power of Lin Yun's sword reached a whole new level that crushed Feng Tianyuan. Even if he was a quasi-dragon pulse realm expert, there was no way he could compare to Lin Yun after he sealed his cultivation in the heavenly soul realm. Furthermore, he wasn't even Lin Yun's opponent when it came to attainments in the way of the sword. The only reason he managed to last until now was by relying on his foundation. So when he saw Lin Yun charging over, Feng Tianyuan couldn't help laughing out of anger. "Little bastard, it's time for you to die." As long as he blocked Lin Yun's sword, the other elders could kill Lin Yun. If Lin Yun was smart, he would choose to give up and admit defeat. "Kneel and beg me to spare you." Feng Tianyuan laughed while he pushed his sword technique to the limit. In the next second, 9 stars like flaming meteorites shined brightly. The sword rays placed a restriction on the surrounding space and formed an unbreakable barrier. At the same time, the 3 elders approached with their swords ready to attack. They had been charging up their attacks for a long time, and now their swords emitted a dazzling radiance. Lin Yun felt miserable from the 3 sword auras even though they weren't attacking him yet. It felt like an invincible wind was scraping the surface of his body. If it was someone else in Lin Yun's position, they would be covered in blood and turned into a corpse by now. "Lin Yun, I can still spare you if you admit defeat right now." Feng Tianyuan squinted his eyes with a grin while he hid behind the barrier formed by his sword rays. Truth be told, he was lacking confidence. After all, Lin Yun's sword was terrifying and he was already forced to the point that he couldn't retaliate. He could only choose to defend with his sword aura that was greatly restricted by Lin Yun's boundless sword aura. Lin Yun wasn't fazed by Feng Tianyuan. After all, Lin Yun would never beg. He had come this far with great difficulty, so how could he possibly give up? Everyone stared at Lin Yun in anticipation of what he would do. After all, this path was chosen by Lin Yun himself. When he forced Feng Tianyuan into a desperate strait, he should have known that the 3 elders wouldn't sit idly by. "Just die," Lin Yun said. As the sound of heaven cracking became more intense, the starlight shining on Lin Yun grew more brilliant. So he easily destroyed Feng Tianyuan's barrier with the swing of his sword. Shortly after, Lin Yun's sword ray destroyed the 9 sword rays, causing huge explosions. The sound alone was enough to make everyone's hearts tremble. As the flower burial sword buzzed, Lin Yun's sword continued to head towards Feng Tianyuan's throat. "What arrogance!" Feng Tianyuan raged. "You want to kill me? It won't be that easy." Feng Tianyuan was ultimately an expert in the quasi-dragon pulse realm. Even if he had sealed his cultivation to the heavenly soul realm, his foundation in the martial path wasn't a joke. He remained composed despite being in such a dangerous position and charged toward Lin Yun. The sword in his hand radiated with a cold light like a star in the sky. Countless sword rays descended from the sky like fireflies as he aimed for Lin Yun's throat. He just needed Lin Yun to retreat. After all, he would win as long as Lin Yun's sword didn't fatally wound him. But as Lin Yun's sword continued to expand in Feng Tianyuan's eyes, fear began to rise within Feng Tianyuan's heart that was throbbing uncontrollably. His heart was practically on the verge of jumping out from his chest. Now, he wasn't even sure if Lin Yun was afraid of death. Instantly, all of Feng Tianyuan's courage disappeared. If Lin Yun didn't change his attack, Feng Tianyuan would die. The power of Lin Yun's fleeting Cloud 13 swords was too much this time around. Feng Tianyuan didn't want to die, nor could he afford to die. After all, he was a quasi-dragon pulse realm, so why would he have to die together with Lin Yun? Why did he have to care about the rules? As a decisive light flashed through Lin Yun's eyes, Feng Tianyuan immediately broke through the restriction of the heavenly soul realm and reached the Empyrean realm. But he had no idea that the cowardice in his heart was the greatest flaw in this confrontation. After all, not being decisive enough was a taboo when facing life and death. As Lin Yun and Feng Tianyuan passed by each other, blood splashed out of Feng Tianyuan's throat. Lin Yun's sword had stabbed Feng Tianyuan's throat. Feng Tianyuan immediately dropped his sword and held his throat as he fell to the ground. Under everyone's gaze, Feng Tianyuan's cultivation continued to surge until it reached the pinnacle of the Empyrean realm. Then, his cultivation broke through the boundary of the Empyrean realm once more and reached the Elysium core realm. When his cultivation reached the quasi-dragon pulse realm, the sword ray in his throat bloomed and his head blew up. Just like that, the Grand Elder of the Feng clan had lost his life. No! Feng Xuanzi yelled as his entire body began to tremble. After all, he had already violated the rules by allowing Feng Tianyuan to join the four-phase sword array to kill Lin Yun. Who would have thought that his brother would fail and die? Everyone in the plaza was a genius, so they could tell that Feng Tianyuan had lifted the restriction on his cultivation when facing death. Strictly speaking, Lin Yun had already won the moment Feng Tianyuan lifted the restriction on his cultivation. But Feng Tianyuan had died too quickly, causing this fact to be overlooked. This bastard! Feng Xuanzi's body trembled while gritting his teeth. His eyes were fixed on Lin Yun as he couldn't wait for the elders to kill Lin Yun. Once Feng Tianyuan lost his life, the swords from the three elders also stabbed Lin Yun's chest. All three swords pierced through Lin Yun's chest straight to his back. The three elders had lived for centuries, so they were experienced when it came to fighting. They had long discovered that Lin Yun's heart was comparable to a saint artifact, so they chose to stab Lin Yun's chest instead. Lin Yun's crimson runes were mostly destroyed, which shocked the crowd. Although they knew that Lin Yun was willing to put his life in danger to kill Feng Tianyuan, they still couldn't believe that he did it. It was mind-boggling that one would leave themselves vulnerable to the attacks of three elders. Lin Yun threw up a mouthful of blood as his face turned terrifyingly pale. At the same time, the demonic astral flowers in the surroundings disappeared and the sky became bright. Lin Yun opened his eyes and faced the bright sky. Under the sunlight, the purple mark on his forehead looked even more bewitching than normal. With a slight bow, he threw up more blood and dropped his sword. He looked like a sun that had lost all of its luster. The three elders continued their vicious attacks as they plunged their swords into Lin Yun's chest until their hilts couldn't move any further. Then, they retreated and hovered in the air. Lin Yun was blasted away like a fallen leaf that was tottering on the verge of collapse. Everyone could clearly see the vitality in Lin Yun's body disappearing swiftly. But even though Lin Yun's vitality was disappearing, everyone could clearly sense that Lin Yun was full of fighting spirit. His sword aura that should have collapsed managed to persevere because of his spirit. But the sword aura was scattered and couldn't come together because the three swords were sealing him. If I'm like a dying sun, I'll ignite my life and join the darkness. A violent gale blew across the stage as his sword hum echoed out. Lin Yun's hair slowly fluttered in the wind as his sword aura violently rose. Then, his vitality swiftly disappeared. Under everyone's shock, Lin Yun was exhausting his own life to ignite his sword aura. He's insane. No one could believe that Lin Yun was still trying to win. This fellow still wants to turn the tables around? He must be dreaming. Feng Xuanzi roared. Kill him! The three elders were waiting for this moment. The reason why they retreated previously was because they didn't want to risk dying with Lin Yun. After all, his sword aura was rising once more. Now that they had seen Lin Yun's trump card, there was no need for them to drag things out. The three of them charged toward Lin Yun like a bolt of lightning. Lin Yun still had three swords in his body, so he couldn't turn the tables. The elders formed seals with their hands and made their swords vibrate in Lin Yun's body. However, Lin Yun wasn't fazed. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He already accepted that this situation would be dangerous. He had had no other options, so he had to go to these lengths. Lin Yun placed his hands on his knees and circulated the fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra to the best of his ability despite being suppressed by the swords in his chest. Azure birds flew into the sky as Lin Yun focused. It didn't take long before the three elders appeared in front of him. They reached for their swords to slice Lin Yun in half. Condense! Lin Yun spread his arms apart as he began to form seals swiftly with his fingers, causing the sky to suddenly turn dark with lightning rumbling in the sky. What's going on? The audience was all shocked as they raised their heads. Quick! Quick! The faces of the three elders changed because they could sense danger looming over them. However, they were too slow. Fleeting cloud 13 swords. Myriad sword condensation. A complete sword seal formed in Lin Yun's hands as the azure birds perfectly fused into the genuine holy spirit of the fleeting cloud 13 swords. It was an ancient sword enveloped in purple lightning that looked down on the world. When the three elders raised their heads, the sword ray instantly dissolved their eyeballs and blood flowed down out of their eye sockets. All three of them howled in pain as they clutched their faces. That azure sword was like the king of all swords, causing countless swords in the hidden sword pavilion to fly over. As a myriad of swords flew over to Lin Yun, they lost their luster and turned rusty. Lin Yun's holy spirit was devouring the luster of all the incoming sword. From far away, the audience raised their heads and looked at the stage with deep shock in their eyes. My eyes! Damn it! What the hell is this? Everyone was trembling in fear because the hidden sword pavilion couldn't stand up to the azure sword. Everyone from the Feng clan was filled with despair because the swords that Lin Yun devoured were Dao artifacts and saint swords. Unimaginable fear gripped the hearts of everyone from the Feng clan. With so many of their swords getting destroyed, they suffered an incomparable loss. When Feng Xuanzi saw this, he spit up blood once again. When Lin Yun's seal changed, the swords in his chest flew towards the elders. They were hit by their own swords and threw up blood. At the same time, Lin Yun's vitality also stopped flowing away. The swords of the elders were extremely dangerous and Lin Yun would have died if it weren't for his physique. But even so, it was still dangerous for him. The three elders were terrifyingly cautious, but that's why Lin Yun was able to beat them. They became overly cautious when Lin Yun killed Feng Tianyuan. So they chose the safest method to deal with Lin Yun. There was nothing wrong with this because even a swordsman would have to respect death. But true victory would only go to genuine swordsmen who took risks. When Lin Yun's vitality stopped slipping away, he shook his arms and executed the Golden Crow 9 transformations. After 9 steps in the air, he caught up to the three elders that he sent flying. As golden light radiated off him, the flower burial sword flew into his hand. Before the three elders could even react, they were devoured by the sword ray and their heads went flying. Standing on the stage, Lin Yun shined brightly as he glanced at his sword. Lin Yun had successfully broken the 4-phase sword array that was under the control of 4 Elysium Core Realm experts. At the same time, the brutality that he displayed exceeded everyone's expectations. At the same time, everyone was shocked by the sword holy spirit that Lin Yun displayed. Combined with his talent in the sword, Lin Yun was more monstrous than any of the geniuses present. With a single thought, the azure sword slowly disappeared into Lin Yun's body. Then, the terrifying pressure that had permeated the surroundings was slowly disappearing. As Lin Yun stared at the decapitated corpses on the ground, he began to wonder if he had underestimated the power of the azure sword Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit was too terrifying and he had a feeling that not even experts in the Dragon Pulse realm could face it after restricting their cultivation in the Heavenly Soul realm. He didn't even pair the Holy Spirit with the fleeting cloud 13 swords, but it was still strong enough to blind the elders. The aura was so sharp that it was hard for people to look at it. Initially, Lin Yun thought that he would die, but the Holy Spirit proved him wrong. In fact, if he summoned the true Holy Spirit of the fleeting cloud 13 swords at the beginning of the battle, he wouldn't have been in such dire straits. Then again, it was understandable since this was the first time he had used the Holy Spirit to fight. He also didn't have a chance to bring out the Holy Spirit before killing Feng Tianyuan. After all, that old geezer was vicious and harassed him right from the start of the fight. Collecting himself, Lin Yun took another Nirvana pellet and tended to his wounds. The wounds he received from the elders' swords were still bleeding, and the sword intent of the elders were running rampant in those spots. It was so bad that his ribs were turning to dust. After Lin Yun sealed his wounds, he circulated his origin energy to expel the sword intent left in his body. When the sword aura stained in blood exited through his pores, his complexion started to turn rosy. Then, the Nirvana pellet revealed its might and started to heal his injuries rapidly. What the hell was that earlier? It was too dazzling. I couldn't see it clearly. You had the courage to look? All sorts of exclamations came from the crowd as they looked at the stage where countless swords were lying. Gong Sun Yen was also briefly shocked before he exclaimed, "That's the genuine holy spirit of the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords." The Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords was famous in the Eastern Desolation because someone had once used it to sweep through those in the same generation. Many people were attracted to the Sword Saint Mountain because of that, but it was a pity that not many people had success. Gong Sun Yen was experienced, so he swiftly recalled the origin of the Azure Sword. As for the members of the Feng clan, their eyes were dull. They couldn't say a single word because what happened today was a huge blow to their ego. At this moment, countless gazes were on Lin Yun, including the hidden experts from far away. 3 rounds have passed. I should be able to leave with the Lightning Shadow Sword now, right? Lin Yun took a deep breath as he turned to look at Feng Xuanzi. After coming this far, he had completely fallen out with the Feng clan and was prepared for the worst. We can't give it to him. The Feng clan will be doomed if we do. The Lightning Shadow Sword has stayed in our Feng clan for 18 years. It's our signature, and we'll lose our foundation without it. Pavilion Master, please reconsider. The Feng clan's elders spoke among themselves. They didn't dare to speak loudly, but their words were still heard by everyone. Although it was shameless, everyone understood why they were unwilling to hand over the Lightning Shadow Sword. However, they were disputing a rule of the Hidden Sword Manor. It wasn't something the Feng clan could disobey. If the Feng clan didn't hand over the Lightning Shadow Sword, it would be a huge blow to the Hidden Sword Manor's reputation. At that time, not even Feng Xuanzi could bear the rage of the Hidden Sword Manor. Young Master Luo, what if Feng Xuanzi doesn't hand it over? Bai Ting asked in a worried tone. He doesn't have a choice, said Luo Hua with a fluctuation in her emotions for once. The fluctuation in her emotions made Bai Ting feel a chill down his spine because he could sense her killing intent. Just when everyone was waiting for Feng Xuanzi to make the decision, Feng Xuanzi finally spoke. I have no right to change the rules set by the Hidden Sword Pavilion. But this is an important matter because my Feng clan has lost a lot of people and swords. Even my younger brother has died and my Feng clan needs some time to adjust. What do you think of taking the sword in 3 days? His words instantly disappointed many people. After all, who knew if Lin Yun would still be alive in 3 days? Then again, they couldn't fault him because the Feng clan really did lose a lot of people. Although Feng Xuanzi didn't show any fluctuation in his emotions after Feng Tinyuan's death, everyone knew that a dog who doesn't bite was the most terrifying. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before his face was full of disdain. He was completely stunned by Feng Xuanzi's shamelessness. The Feng clan didn't want to hand over the Lightning Shadow Sword, and they also didn't want to be questioned by the Hidden Sword Pavilion. Did Feng Xuanzi think he was a fool? Feng Xuanzi, are you done messing around? Luo Hua's cold voice sounded out. Immediately hand over the sword. I don't wish to repeat myself twice. No more tricks. Everyone held their breaths when they heard the tone of Luo Hua's voice. They were also shocked by her temperament. Feng Xuanzi's lips twitched because he was furious. But when he thought about Luo Hua's origin, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. At the same time, he began to wonder what kind of relationship Luo Hua had with Lin Yun. So he probed. This is between the Feng clan and Lin Yun. Young Master Luo, do you have to be involved? Are you really trying to figure out what kind of relationship we have? His business is my business. Anyway, he passed all 3 rounds, so hand over the sword. He might be willing to talk about the rules with you, but I'm not. If we did things according to my temper, you would be dead right now. Keep in mind that the only reason why you're still alive is because of him. Luo Hua's words made Feng Xuanzi feel a chill down his spine. The other elders of the Feng clan looked at Luo Hua with annoyance and fury. They didn't think that Feng Xuanzi had to be afraid of her, not to mention that the business of the Feng clan had nothing to do with an outsider. Lin Yun also looked at Luo Hua and fell into deep thoughts when he heard that. Retrieve the sword. Feng Xuanzi gritted his teeth. Pavilion Master. The Feng clan's elders all tried to stop Feng Xuanzi. Enough. It's just a sword. As long as I'm still alive, the Feng clan won't fall. Feng Xuanzi said coldly. Technically speaking, he was correct. As a heavenly spiritualist, the Feng clan wouldn't fall as long as he was still around. Then again, it was certain that the Feng clan would decline after he died in the future because they would no longer have the lightning shadow sword. Under Feng Xuanzi's insistence, the 8 ominous soul-locking array that had disappeared into the ground had appeared once more. All of this happened so quickly that no one could react to Feng Xuanzi's decision. Feng Xuanzi's decisiveness made many people wonder about Luo Hua's origin. It's impossible for a saint clan to subdue the Feng Xuanzi. At the very least, it has to be an ancient saint clan. Gong Sun Yen looked at Luo Hua with fire blazing in the depth of his eyes. Any clan with a saint would be a saint clan. But only those with a deep foundation that had existed since the Chaos era could be called an ancient saint clan. However, there weren't many sects or clans that lasted through the Golden Era. Even though a few of them made occasional appearances, they were all practically legends now. No one really ever saw them, and they only existed by rumor like the Mo clan. Gong Sun Yen looked at Zhao Yen and asked, "Is there an ancient saint clan that goes by the surname Luo?" "There is. But there's no one in that clan with her name. There's also no one in the powerful sects that goes by her name." Zhao Yen shook his head. Gong Sun Yan's origin was related to the Sword Emperor's lineage. So if Gong Sun Yen had no idea who Luo Hua was, he definitely wouldn't know either. Gong Haoran beside the two of them sighed. Looks like no one will dare to touch Lin Yun with her around. After all, not even the elders from the Sword Emperor's lineage can change Feng Xuanzi's mind with just a threat. Gong Sun Yen was briefly stunned because Gong Haoran was very logical. But for some reason, Gong Haoran's words were full of jealousy. Right at this moment, the shackles on the 8 ominous soul-locking array began to snap like an avalanche. When the statues broke apart, the gigantic sword crumbled. An ancient sword hovered in the air that emitted immense pressure despite being sheathed. There was no question that this was the famous lightning shadow sword. At this moment, Feng Xuanzi's face became much older as he powerlessly spoke. "Test the sword. Test the sword again?" Lin Yun smiled because he could sense a playful gaze from the surroundings. After all, he had snapped the incineration sword, which left a deep impression on everyone. He had broken a saint artifact that was comparable to a 1,000-rune saint artifact and was only left with the sword hilt. This made Lin Yun wonder if the lightning shadow sword would also snap. Truth be told, everyone was wondering if Lin Yun would also snap the lightning shadow sword. The incineration sword broke too quickly and no one was able to catch what happened. Now that the lightning shadow sword had appeared, they would pay close attention. "Don't tell me that the lightning shadow sword will also snap," smiled Gong Haoran. "Shut your mouth." Zhao Yen glared at him. There was no way the incineration sword could compare to the lightning shadow sword. No matter how strong a 100-rune saint artifact was, it was ultimately a 100-rune saint artifact. The value of a 1,000-rune saint artifact was entirely different, not to mention that it was one forged by the Mo clan. Even a Dragon Pulse Realm expert would be tempted by it. "Don't worry. There's no way the lightning shadow sword will snap. I was just joking," smiled Gong Haoran. He didn't think that the lightning shadow sword would snap, not to mention that there was no reason for Lin Yun to do that. When Lin Yun stood on the stage, he could hear the discussion from the surroundings. It seemed like the crowd was certain that he destroyed the incineration sword on purpose to embarrass the Feng clan. "Haha, these country bumpkins are so naive. Lin Yun, snap the lightning shadow sword and let them know how powerful your physique is." Lil Purple's voice sounded out from the sword box. But Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with her. Furthermore, there were no rules that he had to draw the sword publicly since it was a different situation from the incineration sword. Back then, Feng Xuanzi wanted to show off and requested Lin Yun to show everyone the sword that he forged. Lin Yun was trying to be considerate since he had a vague understanding of his broken sword physique. The better the sword, the longer it would take for that sword to snap. This also meant that the lower the grade, the faster the sword would snap. The incineration sword managed to last long enough that Lin Yun wondered if his broken sword physique failed. The lightning shadow sword would take even longer to snap. So Lin Yun decided to give it a try. After all, this sword didn't even belong to him. It didn't seem wrong for him to bring back the sword hilt to the old man. Thinking about it, Lin Yun no longer felt any burden in his heart. In a split second, he dashed towards the lightning shadow sword and grabbed the hilt. He could sense an ancient aura blowing at him even before he brandished the sword. Lin Yun could imagine that this sword was on a whole new level compared to the incineration sword. After making his decision, Lin Yun examined the sword hilt briefly before he started to unsheath it. But the outcome was embarrassing because the sword wouldn't budge no matter how he tried. What's going on? Is the sword not recognizing Lin Yun? Looks like Lin Yun didn't receive the recognition of that sword. Is it because his cultivation is too low? An uproar sounded out from the surroundings when the crowd saw what was happening. After a sword reached a certain grade, it would have a temper of its own, which was called spirituality. It was normal if one couldn't draw the sword without receiving the sword's recognition. But it was weird for this to happen to Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun was a genius who made it through the third stage, not to mention that his attainment in the sword was unrivaled. Not even an expert in the Elysium Core Realm expert could compete with him. Lil Purple, what's going on? Lin Yun transmitted his voice to Lil Purple. Interesting. This sword seems to have a huge origin and won't submit to you, smiled Lil Purple. It truly is the old geezer's sword. Its temper is just as foul as the old geezer's temper. But I don't believe that I can't do this. Lin Yun immediately thought of the old geezer's foul temper, which made Lil Purple scoff. Lin Yun's temper didn't seem any better in her eyes. As Lin Yun circulated the Azure Dragon Saint art, the Azure Dragon mark appeared on his chest as 100 dragon runes began to appear on the surface of his body. At the same time, Lin Yun's vitality began to surge within his body as each dragon rune poured into his hand and manifested a dragon claw. As lightning rumbled in the sky, the phenomenon belonging to the Azure Dragon Saint art began to appear. This made Lin Yun lock his brows together and grit his teeth as sweat appeared on his forehead. A long time later, Lin Yun finally managed to pull the sword out by an inch. In that split second, a dazzling sword ray shined brightly that forced many people to close their eyes. As immense pressure swept out, fear began to appear in the hearts of all the swordsmen in the plaza. My sword intent is going out of control. Zhao Yan's face changed as he was horrified to discover that his sword intent was bowing towards the lightning shadow sword. His body stiffened before he fell onto his knees. But he wasn't the only one, as the sword intent of swordsmen in the Dragon Pulse realm was doing the same thing. As Lin Yun let out a ferocious roar, he finally pulled the sword out of the sheath. Lightning tore through the sky as the sword brightly radiated. A terrifying pressure spread out into the surroundings that would occasionally manifest a profound rune. It was a complete divine rune that instantly made all the swordsmen under the Dragon Pulse realm fall to their knees with pale faces. It was like their hearts were being clenched by someone. A divine rune. The audience was shocked to see the rune shining behind Lin Yun. At the same time, they also knew why the Feng clan wasn't willing to hand over the sword. It seemed like Feng Xuanzi wanted to play tricks even after Lin Yun had passed 3 rounds. After all, the core rune of the sword wasn't a saint rune but a complete divine rune. They couldn't imagine how someone managed to engrave a divine rune on a sword and what material could bear the power of a divine rune. There weren't many thousand rune saint artifacts that could compare to this sword. This sword has the potential to become a divine artifact. Lil Purple's shocked voice sounded out from the sword box. Even in ancient times, it was hard to engrave a divine rune on a saint artifact. After the Golden Era, divine runes were practically lost and there weren't many who could still grasp the power of the divine runes. The old geezer is really fortunate, sighed Lin Yun while he looked at the lightning shadow sword. This was truly a good sword and the dream of all swordsmen. Furthermore, this sword was extremely pure and it was perfect for a swordsman who grasped the lightning intent. Speaking of which, he had also grasped the lightning intent and also comprehended the Azure Dragon Sword aura. This meant that the power of his Azure Dragon Sword aura would rise with the help of this sword. When Lin Yun held onto the lightning shadow sword, he could feel the flower burial sword buzzing in the sword box as if it was complaining. This made Lin Yun smile because he knew that the flower burial sword was jealous. The lightning shadow sword was good, but the flower burial sword was perfect for him. As Lin Yun thought about this, the flower burial sword calmed down. Clearly could sense his thoughts. Just when Lin Yun was focused on the lightning shadow sword, cracks began to appear on the divine rune behind him, which made Lil Purple exclaim, "Quick! Drop the sword. The sword is going to break." Lin Yun was startled awake and quickly tried to sheath the sword. But the sword seemed to be angry as it started to battle Lin Yun's broken sword physique. The broken sword, that had been silent in Lin Yun's body for a long time, instantly released a cold flash. Along with the cold flash, more cracks began to appear on the divine rune behind Lin Yun. However, the radiance from the lightning shadow sword grew brighter with all sorts of terrifying phenomena taking form. It was like the face-off between two ferocious beasts that made the Dragon Pulse Realm seniors on the platform feel terrible. All of them were facing immense pressure and their knees were bending beyond their control. When those experts looked around, they were full of disbelief. Everyone in the surroundings were bending their knees. Only Luo Hua retained her position as she looked at Lin Yun with doubt. When Luo Hua placed her hand on Bai Ting's shoulder, the pressure was immediately alleviated. Getting back up on his feet, Bai Ting wiped the sweat on his forehead and gasped for his breath. "Why, young Master Luo? What's going on?" "That sword seems to be on the verge of breaking," said Luo Hua in an uncertain tone. Her words immediately made Bai Ting's face turn pale as he fell onto the ground once more. After all, it was the lightning shadow sword with a divine rune. He couldn't even begin to imagine how the sect master would react if he knew that the sword broke. Aside from Luo Hua, everyone faced the immense pressure of the lightning shadow sword. The incineration sword was tempting to a Dragon Pulse Realm expert, especially since it couldn't be bought with money. A fine sword forged by Feng Xuanzi was a priceless saint artifact. But even that sword was nothing in comparison to the lightning shadow sword. The lightning shadow sword was engraved with a divine rune. Naturally, Bai Ting would fall to his knees when he heard that the lightning shadow sword was about to break. Even Luo Hua couldn't help feeling heartache for Lin Yun. After all, if the lightning shadow sword broke, Lin Yun would have gone through the 3 rounds in vain. The scene of Lin Yun being stabbed by 3 swords was still deeply imprinted in her mind. "Wait here. I'll go and take a look." Luo Hua spread her arms apart and soared into the sky, heading toward Lin Yun. "Young Master Luo," Bai Ting called out anxiously because no one knew Lin Yun's current state was. If the lightning shadow sword really broke, the power created in the explosion could even kill an expert in the Dragon Pulse realm. Back on the stage, Lin Yun was holding on with great difficulty because he couldn't control the current situation. The lightning shadow sword was competing with the broken sword in his body, and he could sense that the lightning shadow sword had unleashed its full prowess despite the fact that the broken sword didn't unleash much of its power. This gave Lin Yun a headache. He now understood why this sword could be subdued by the old geezer. After all, the old geezer and the sword practically had the same temper. He wanted to put the sword back in its sheath, but the sword resisted him and fought with the broken sword in his body. As more cracks appeared on the sword, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling anxious. The cracks on the divine rune wouldn't matter much because it would recover with enough time. But if the divine rune completely broke, the lightning shadow sword would also break. He would only be able to fix it if he found the Mo clan. Letting out a ferocious roar, Lin Yun immediately executed all of his trump cards, including the remaining demonic astral flowers within his body. As the Azure Dragon mark ignited on his chest, it made his body comparable to a 100-rune saint artifact. At the same time, the quasi-divine firmament sword intent continued to hum in his forehead. But it was a pity that Lin Yun had lost the majority of his demonic astral flowers and sword intent through the battle. There was no way he could return to top form in such a short amount of time even though his injuries were healed. Lin Yun was sheathing the lightning shadow sword, but the speed was slower than the divine rune shattering. Sensing this, Lin Yun took a deep breath and a sword ray flickered in his eyes. Fleeting cloud 13 swords. Myriad sword condensation. As Lin Yun circulated the fleeting cloud sword art, the real holy spirit of the fleeting cloud 13 swords appeared once more. When the gigantic sword appeared, the pressure Lin Yun was feeling immediately lightened. But even so, the lightning shadow sword didn't submit to him. In fact, it retaliated with an even more terrifying sword ray. Behave yourself. This was a rare opportunity and Lin Yun couldn't let it go. But before he unleashed his full power, the lightning shadow sword returned to its sheath right before the divine rune was about to shatter. Lin Yun threw up a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. At the same time, the azure sword became illusory. Even if he had reached the limit of the heavenly soul realm, he still couldn't bear summoning the Holy Spirit twice. Without enough vitality, he couldn't summon the Holy Spirit for long. Holy shit, that nearly scared the shit out of me. If the lightning shadow sword broke, even I would have felt heartache for it. Lil Purple spoke with lingering fear in her voice. Lin Yun, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Lin Yun was like a broken kite as he fell from the sky. From the height that he was falling, he would be crippled once he hit the ground. Perhaps he would become the first genius who died after falling from the sky. But a breeze suddenly blew past and Luo Hua grabbed him. What are you doing here? Lin Yun's face was pale as he looked at Luo Hua who was embracing him. I was feeling heartache for you, Luo Hua said. Her face couldn't be seen due to the veil, but Lin Yun could sense the gentleness in her voice. It's fine. I'll be okay after a little rest, smiled Lin Yun while taking a deep breath to allow the Nirvana pellet to finish the healing process. Lin Yun, I don't want to stay here any longer, said Luo Hua. He could tell from her tone that she was disgusted with this plaza, disgusted with the Feng clan, and disgusted with the environment of the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion. Then let's go. Lin Yun stood up with the lightning shadow sword in his left hand. Then he offered his right hand to Luo Hua. Okay, I'll listen. Luo Hua naturally reached out and grabbed onto Lin Yun's hand as well. Let's go. Although Lin Yun looked exhausted, he looked extraordinary, especially with the purple mark on his forehead that made him look devilish. His appearance complemented Luo Hua so well that they looked like the perfect couple as they flew away. Once the sword aura disappeared, everyone was able to stand up. Everyone watched Lin Yun fly away with Luo Hua next to him in disbelief. It was a scene they would never forget. After Bai Ting recovered from his shock, his lips twitched. He couldn't believe that they were leaving without him. They're going to leave just like that? He quickly got to his feet and ran after them. After all, he didn't dare to stick around. At the same time, Zhao Yan and Yi Fifan chased after Bai Ting. Since the sword assembly was done and the Feng clan was a mess, there was no reason to stick around. Although Lin Yun left holding hands with a beauty, everyone knew that his problems were just beginning. There was no way that Lin Yun could just leave with the lightning shadow sword. After leaving Feng clan, Lin Yun and Luo Hua both descended from the sky. When they turned to look back, they were both filled with emotions. After all, neither of them could have anticipated all of the tribulations that Lin Yun faced. You should rest for the night. Luo Hua then let go of Lin Yun's hands and examined the wounds on his body. Lin Yun nodded his head because he knew that subduing the lightning shadow sword was even more tiring than the battles he faced. Although he managed to stabilize his injuries with the Nirvana pellet, he could clearly sense that the effects of the Nirvana pellet had declined. Let's wait for Elder Bai Ting. Lin Yun turned back to look at the gate because he still had to discuss the next steps with Elder Bai Ting. Soon enough, Elder Bai Ting rushed through the gate with a smile of relief. It's good that the two of you are here. Bai Ting smiled before his gaze fell onto the lightning shadow sword and whispered, that sword didn't break, right? Nope. Lin Yun smiled. But the divine rune is damaged, and it needs time to repair itself. A divine rune and saint rune weren't the same. Saint runes required spiritualists to repair them while divine runes could repair themselves. This was also the reason why divine runes could be preserved through the ancient era. Feeling relieved, Bai Ting smiled. Good, good. I haven't sent a report to the sect master yet. We can stay with the Huang clan for the night while we wait for the sect master's instructions. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because he knew that the Feng clan wouldn't let the lightning shadow sword go. Furthermore, there would also be many people planning to go after the sword. What about the ranking battle of the profound Azure Prefecture? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. Bai Ting's face changed and said, It's disadvantageous for you because you're still not an Empyrean. You'll have a hard time competing with astral stage experts. Bai Ting was right. The only reason why Lin Yun had success in the sword assembly was because everyone restricted their cultivation to the heavenly soul realm. Although he defeated many people in the top 3,000, all of them had restricted their cultivation. Truthfully, he might not be able to defeat Feng Xingyan or Zhao Yan without the restriction, let alone Gong Sun Yan. After all, there was a huge gap in their cultivation, and Lin Yun's trump cards wouldn't do anything. I just need one night, said Lin Yun. Lin Yun had stayed in the heavenly soul realm for a long time, and he could also make use of this opportunity to digest his harvest in the sword assembly. Isn't that a little too rushed? Bai Ting asked. Brother Lin. Big Brother Lin. Two people quickly came over and Lin Yun turned to face them. It was the carefree Yi Fifan and the serious Zhao Yan. Lin Yun understood why Zhao Yan was here. After all, they had forged a friendship through a fight and even promised to fight again in the future when his cultivation caught up. However, Lin Yun had no clue why Yi Fifan followed. Lin Yun, when are you planning on leaving? Zhao Yan asked while he looked at Luo Hua because he was also curious about her identity. Most likely tomorrow morning, said Lin Yun. It won't be easy because many people are eyeing the lightning shadow sword. Zhao Yan then looked at Luo Hua and hesitated. Lin Yun already knew about the people targeting the sword. It made him feel like the old geezer was too unreasonable. How could he ask Lin Yun to retrieve the sword with no intention of escorting Lin Yun back safely? Sorry for being rude, but may I ask about your identity? After all, ancient saint clans are still rare in the Eastern Desolation. In the end, Zhao Yan couldn't help trying to probe Luo Hua's identity. I can't tell you that, said Luo Hua. What Zhao Yan was trying to imply was obvious. If Luo Hua was willing to disclose her identity, then no one would dare to come after Lin Yun for the lightning shadow sword. But not disclosing her identity would give others hope to try and snatch the sword. Seeing that he was declined, Zhao Yan didn't say anything else. He realized that Luo Hua was arrogant and wouldn't show any expression to anyone aside from Lin Yun. Well then, take care of yourself, Brother Lin. There's nothing my Zhao clan can do to help in the Azure Rock County City. Zhao Yan said before he retrieved a jade token and exchanged his seal with Lin Yun as a form of contact. In Kunlun Realm, only those with light-attributed Saint Rune engraved on a token could transmit news regardless of how far away they were. Hehe. Big Brother Lin, I'm Lil Fan. Let's exchange contacts as well. Who knows, we might meet again in the future, said Yi Fifan while retrieving his jade token. Lin Yun raised his head to look at Yi Fifan. He could tell that Yi Fifan wasn't an ordinary person based on his temperament, but he had no idea of Yi Fifan's motive for coming to the sword assembly. Zhao Yan even seemed to know of Yi Fifan, but he didn't seem to care. Thinking about the information he received from Yi Fifan about the 3 challenges, Lin Yun took out his token and exchanged contact with Yi Fifan. I'll get going now then, smiled Yi Fifan as if he wasn't worried about Lin Yun's situation. After the two of them left, Lin Yun continued his discussion with Elder Bai Ting. Tomorrow should be the ranking battle of the profound Azure Prefecture, right? Will the profound astral bird be able to make it in time? Bai Ting had a difficult expression on his face as he scratched his head. It'll take at least 2 days and 2 nights. If there's an accident, it might even take 3 or 4 days. It was natural to encounter accidents when traveling beyond the first layer of heaven. There were countless demonic cultivators and demonic beasts that could cause harm. Not from the 3rd layer, but you can make it in time through the 4th layer. said Luohua. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he heard that. After all, traveling through the fourth layer meant shrinking the distance by 4 times. Even if there were mishaps, one day should be enough for him to reach the profound azure manor. The fourth layer? Bai Ting widened his eyes in disbelief because it was incredibly dangerous. After all, demonic beasts capable of living in the fourth layer were hard to tame, and not even the Azure Rock Hidden Sword Pavilion would have won. Let me find a solution. Lin Yun, you go and rest for now. Then, make your breakthrough. Luo Hua spoke calmly as if everything was in her grasp. This scene made Lin Yun feel relieved because this meant that he would only have to focus on reaching the Empyrean realm. It didn't take long for the 3 to return to the Huang clan's manor. Lin Yun had a courtyard of his own where he continued to refine the Nirvana pellet. He was planning to make a full recovery before attempting his breakthrough. After all, the effects of any pellet would decline after multiple consumptions, and the Nirvana pellet wasn't an exception. In the past, he could instantly recover to his top state after taking the Nirvana pellet, but this was the 3rd time Lin Yun had consumed it. It took much longer for the effect to kick in. Luckily, it could still bring him back from the brink of death and grant him great comprehension. An hour later, Lin Yun opened his eyes and let out a breath. When he recovered from his injuries, the wounds on his chest had practically recovered. The Nirvana pellet was a divine elixir, and his vitality was strong because he possessed the Azure Dragon Saint physique. Right at this moment, cracks began to appear on the sword cocoon in his forehead. When the sword cocoon broke, a golden aura flowed out like liquid that contained an unimaginable sword aura. But it quickly stopped because it was just a small crack. Lin Yun slowly became excited because the sword cocoon finally broke. He initially thought it would take half a year for the sword cocoon to break, but it came much sooner than that. Now, he only needed 2 or 3 months to grasp the complete divine firmament sword intent. Looks like it was a good idea to come to the sword assembly, muttered Lin Yun. He vaguely understood why the old geezer wanted him to retrieve the lightning shadow sword. He had gone through life and death from the 3 challengers, and it would have taken 6 months for him to possess the complete divine firmament sword intent if he didn't have this experience. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because he knew that the old geezer definitely grasped the complete divine firmament sword intent. Lin Yun could only rely on himself for the comprehension portion, but he needed experience to help him make the breakthrough. Was retrieving the sword just an excuse to get me out here? Lin Yun took out the lightning shadow sword and fell into deep thoughts. If he really wanted to retrieve the lightning shadow sword, that old geezer could have taken it by force based on his strength. Although he was in the Dragon Pulse realm, he was a lot stronger than others. Paired with his divine firmament sword intent, who could compete with him? So did that mean that he had misunderstood the old geezer? Lin Yun's heart throbbed before he let out a sigh. Yi Xiling had a similar experience as him, and he realized at this moment that he was too biased. Right at this moment, the door opened with Lil Purple and Lil Red waltzing in. Lil Purple laid on the chair and was clearly here to give Lin Yun some guidance. I guess that you recovered from your injuries and were making preparations to reach the Empyrean realm. Good guess. Lin Yun smiled because Lil Purple had guessed his thoughts. Lil Purple pondered briefly before she said, Your guess is right. The old geezer purposely made you experience life and death. Perhaps he misplaced the sword, or maybe you're more important than that sword. Lin Yun couldn't help feeling bad when he heard what Lil Purple said, because it seemed like he had wronged the old geezer this time. But at least you took the burden all on yourself and didn't tell Yi Xiling about it. Otherwise, who knows what will happen to their relationship. Lil Purple's face changed when she realized that the lightning shadow sword was in Lin Yun's hand. Hey, what are you doing? Don't scare me. It's fine. Lin Yun took a deep breath and unsheathed the lightning shadow sword. He could hear the resonation of countless swords as the sword emitted a cold light. The sword hilt had lightning shadow engraved on it, along with an ancient and profound MO engraved on the other side. The sword had a total of 1,000 lightning-attributed saint runes, and the core was a divine artifact. It was a pure lightning sword, and he couldn't imagine how powerful it would be in the hands of a swordsman who cultivated lightning intent. Lin Yun circulated his origin energy and poured it into the sword, activating 10 Saint runes. As his origin energy boiled, his physique showed signs of collapsing. He could only activate 10 Saint runes with his current cultivation. If he pushed himself to the limit, he might be able to activate 13 or 14 Saint runes, but that amount was nothing for the lightning shadow sword. But even so, Lin Yun could sense that it had greatly boosted the power of his Azure Dragon sword aura. Now, the gigantic dragon that circled around Lin Yun looked like lightning crystals. Sheathing his sword, the lightning and Azure Dragon both disappeared. Lil Purple was shocked and asked, Did your broken sword physique fail? I can sense that stronger swords take longer to break, but this sword will ultimately break. In the past, I couldn't understand why the flower burial sword didn't break. It must have received the acknowledgement of the broken sword, said Lin Yun as he shook his head. Lil Purple held onto her chin and replied, That makes sense. What about the lightning shadow sword? Did it receive its acknowledgement? I don't think so, said Lin Yun in an uncertain voice. I can feel that it's still competing with the broken sword, but the broken sword ignored it. However, it also seems like the lightning shadow sword changed its mind about me. So I can barely use it now. Then you can use this sword. Lil Purple smiled. I guess, but not for long because the sword will still break, said Lin Yun in an uncertain voice. Hehe. Then don't give it back to the old geezer. Let me see if I can find a solution. Lil Purple immediately began to ponder things. Lin Yun could tell that she loved this sword. After all, she didn't care when he destroyed the incineration sword. Lil Purple's words stunned Lin Yun because he never thought about keeping the sword. Truth be told, he was tempted by her suggestion. Looking down at the sword, Lin Yun muttered, It's such a pity to seal this sword for 18 years. Perhaps it was even longer than 18 years. After all, the old geezer lost this sword to Feng Xuanzi when he was young. He could imagine how the old geezer swept through the Eastern Desolation and built a name for himself with this sword. At the same time, the old geezer's surname was actually Jian, like the founder of the Firmament Sword sect, Jian Wuming. Furthermore, the person to create the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra also had the surname Jian. Lin Yun knew that there was a story behind the surname Jian, and it must have a lot of significance in Kunlun realm. After all, not everyone could have Jian as their surname. The old geezer having such a powerful sword at a young age was enough to imply that he definitely had a mysterious background. The fact that the old geezer could use the lightning shadow sword without being seized by anyone was enough to prove that he definitely had a powerful clan or a master. Otherwise, the old geezer would have been targeted like Lin Yun was being targeted right now. No one was deterred by his identity as a fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's disciple. Instead, they were worried about Luo Hua's background. Furthermore, the fact that Yi Xiling had the surname Yi and not Jian was enough to prove that there was a story Lin Yun didn't know about. What are you dozing off for? Didn't you hear what I said? Lil Purple pouted unhappily. I definitely have to return the lightning shadow sword. I have my flower burial sword, which is enough for me. Speaking of which, do you have any ways to upgrade the flower burial sword to a saint artifact? Lin Yun asked. It's just a stupid sword. How can it be compared to the lightning shadow sword? Hand your sword over. Let this empress look at it for you, said Lil Purple unhappily as she took the flower burial sword and gently held onto the sword hilt. Something awkward happened because Lil Purple failed to unsheath the sword. Her face even turned red from how hard she was straining herself. This makes no sense, Lil Purple muttered. This sword received the acknowledgement of the broken sword on the first go, which the lightning shadow sword failed to do. It might have been a divine artifact in the past. Plus, the Southern Emperor used this sword when he was alive, smiled Lin Yun before he unsheathed the sword. At the same time, Lin Yun shared with Lil Purple how he upgraded the flower burial sword so far. But the saint artifact involved saint runes or divine runes. The runes on the flower burial sword were natural and they weren't divine runes or saint runes. So he had no idea how to upgrade it now. This empress said that you'll have to imprint saint runes on the demonic astral flowers in the future, right? There are actually some flowers that will give birth to saint runes when they mature. As for divine runes, anyway, You only need to find those flowers to let your sword devour their runes to upgrade, said Lil Purple with her eyes flickering while looking at the sword. It's hard to find those flowers, right? At least we have a direction now. Lin Yun felt relieved upon hearing Lil Purple's words. I'm going to make a breakthrough. So guard me with Lil Red. There's no way this Empress will guard you. Get your Luo Hua to guard you. Lil Purple rolled her eyes and left. But Lin Yun could feel that she had stopped after she left the courtyard and began to set up arrays around the courtyard. This made Lin Yun smile because Lil Purple was still as cute as before. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Yun tapped his interspatial pouch and took out the 9-leaf saint fruit. When he looked at the fruit, his expression gradually became grave. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye, and he could recall the life and death he had gone through to obtain this fruit. He initially thought that he could use it after reaching Kunlun realm, but half a year had passed and he still wasn't in the Empyrean realm. Currently, he had reached the limit of the Heavenly Soul realm, obtained the Divine Firmament Sword intent, achieved the Azure Dragon Saint physique, and comprehended the manifestation stage of the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords. He had already excavated all of his potential, and it was just a matter of time before he reached the Empyrean realm. The Empyrean realm was divided into 3 stages: the star, galaxy, and astral stages. Since he was going to make a breakthrough, he naturally had to reach the galaxy stage. After all, it would be a waste if he only reached the star stage with his foundation. If possible, he even wanted to reach the astral stage. And with the 9-leaf saint fruit, it was possible. At this moment, thousands of divine astral pellets littered the room, filling the surroundings with origin energy. With all of these preparations, Lin Yun swallowed the 9-leaf saint fruit. When he devoured the fruit, he could sense immense energy filling his body. After all, the 9-leaf saint fruit only matured after 9,000 years. It contained unimaginable power that others could only dream of. Then, Lin Yun slowly closed his eyes and suppressed his emotions. As Lin Yun circulated his sword sutra, origin energy fluctuated within his body, and an iris flower appeared beneath him containing a powerful sword aura and origin energy to refine the 9-leaf saint fruit in his body. While Lin Yun refined the 9-leaf saint fruit, his cultivation slowly reached the bottleneck of the Heavenly Soul realm. For hours later, the origin energy within Lin Yun's body began to grow insanely. When his origin energy reached its limit, Lin Yun could clearly sense his physique and sword intent strengthening. The breakthrough was smooth because his foundation was shocking. Plus, the sword assembly allowed him to undergo a transformation, boosting his comprehension of the sword. Now that Lin Yun had consumed the 9-leaf saint fruit, he was undergoing a transformation every single second. An hour later, Lin Yun could sense that his origin energy was about to transform. Am I going to reach the Empyrean realm now? Lin Yun knew that his origin energy was about to be upgraded to astral energy. At the same time, he would have to say goodbye to the Heavenly Soul realm. As starlight began to shine out of Lin Yun's body, it looked like Lin Yun was enveloped in starlight. This was a sign that Lin Yun was reaching the Empyrean realm and that his origin energy was transforming into astral energy. As Lin Yun activated the Azure Dragon mark in his heart, hundreds of purple-golden runes covered the surface of his body and ignited, bringing the strength of his physique to the height of a 100-rune saint artifact. When he was done, Lin Yun calmly refined the rest of the 9-leaf saint fruit. When he fully refined the energy contained in the 9-leaf saint fruit, the origin energy in Lin Yun's body erupted like a volcano. But Lin Yun was prepared for it as his physique comparable to a saint artifact stabilized the energy. Lin Yun let out a ferocious roar, and the origin energy in his body began to ignite, breaking the bottleneck of the Heavenly Soul realm easily. At the same time, starlight came down from the sky and fused with Lin Yun's body, slowly transforming his origin energy. The density of his astral energy was a lot stronger than others now. If Lin Yun wasn't careful, this conversion might take his life. But Lin Yun was careful and prepared. After reaching the Empyrean realm, he converted his origin energy to astral energy. After an hour, he was done. Starlight shined out of his pores that made him look like a star. With a shout, he retracted all of the starlight into his body. The bottleneck of the origin energy easily broke as rivers of light flowed into his violet palace. Soon after, the boundless astral energy in his body formed 9 rivers of stars, signifying the pinnacle galaxy stage. It wasn't normal to jump into the galaxy stage from the heavenly soul realm, but it was normal for Lin Yun. When the 9 rivers were formed, Lin Yun tried to reach the astral stage, but he had pain all over his face. It looks like he was a little too rash and his cultivation wasn't stable enough. Lin Yun stopped his attempt and opened his eyes. He stood up to test the power of the galaxy stage. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended upon the courtyard of the Huang clan. Dragon Pulse Realm? Lin Yun locked his brows together. Not only the Dragon Pulse Realm, but he could even sense that many Elysium Core Realm experts had descended onto the Huang clan. Zhao Yan's words came true. It wouldn't be easy for him to leave with the Lightning Shadow Sword, but this was the Huang clan and no one dared to provoke the Huang clan's patriarch. When Lin Yun came out, Lil Purple and Lil Red landed beside him and said, "Lin Yun, someone's here." I know. He could see many people flying around in the sky of the Huang clan. The Dragon Pulse Realm experts had started a fight with the Huang clan's patriarch, and all of the Huang clan's Elysium Core Realm experts had also moved out. The Huang clan was a complete mess as battles broke out everywhere. When Lin Yun turned to look at Luohua's courtyard, his face became cold because he could sense 3 powerful Elysium Core Realm experts over there. At the same time, a lesser Elysium Core Realm expert landed on Lin Yun's courtyard. This made Lin Yun feel like he was underestimated. Perhaps these people only wanted to probe Luohua's strength. "Empress, go with Lil Red to save people," said Lin Yun calmly. What about you?" Lil Purple naturally knew who Lin Yun was talking about, but she wasn't too willing to go. "I'll have some fun with him," said Lin Yun while he looked at the black-clothed person before him. It was really exciting for him to face an Elysium Core Realm expert after reaching the Empyrean Realm. The lesser Elysium Core Realm expert was donned in black and had completely merged with the darkness. He allowed Lil Purple and Lil Red to leave as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yun. At the same time, the entire Huang clan's manor was enveloped in an intense fight. But for some reason, Lin Yun's courtyard only had this lesser Elysium Core Realm expert. This couldn't help making him feel weird. After all, didn't these people come for the Lightning Shadow Sword? But it didn't take long for Lin Yun to figure it all out. All of these people showed up to test Lin Yun and Luohua's strength. They were eyeing the Lightning Shadow Sword, and the leaders were practically all in the Dragon Pulse realm. They could easily make arrangements to kill Lin Yun and only wanted to figure out Luohua's background. They wanted to know Luohua's identity or else they wouldn't make such a reckless move. But the feeling of being looked down on didn't feel great. Lin Yun sighed because he was treated like a nobody even after reaching the Empyrean realm. "You're alone?" Lin Yun asked. "What do you think?" The black-clothed person said coldly. "Not many people are interested in you. After all, it's impossible for us to leave with the Lightning Shadow Sword even if we manage to kill you. But I don't care about that. I'm just after your life." The Lightning Shadow Sword was now a hot potato and no one was foolish enough to kill Lin Yun for it. Without enough strength, it would bring death to whoever owned it. "You're from the Feng clan." Lin Yun instantly recognized the identity of this person. After all, there was no need for anyone to target him if they were only probing his strength. Since he offended the Feng clan, they would naturally come after him. "You talk too much." The black-clothed person's eyes flashed coldly, and he unleashed his aura in the Elysium Core realm while charging toward Lin Yun. Facing this person, Lin Yun pushed out his palm. As they collided, the courtyard behind him was instantly turned into rubble. The clash sent Lin Yun flying as he took several steps back and stabilized the astral energy in his body. There was a huge gap between the Empyrean realm and Elysium Core realm, but those in the top 3,000 on the Empyrean ranking could kill experts in the lesser Elysium Core realm. However, all of those people were in the Quasi-Elysium Core realm, so it was impossible for a galaxy stage to defeat an Elysium Core realm expert. Lin Yun had cracks on his palm with blood flowing out. He now had a rough understanding of the gap between them. This was no ordinary Elysium Core realm expert. However, if it was someone on the ranking, he would have died a long time ago. You've really surprised me. I can't believe you reached the galaxy stage in one night. I initially thought that I could easily crush you like an ant. The black-clothed person was shocked by the aura that Lin Yun was exuding. The reason why the Feng clan sent him over was that they had determined that Lin Yun was only in the heavenly soul realm. If they sent too many people, it would blow their cover and become a huge hit to the Feng clan's reputation. Looks like I came at the right time. With your talent, you'll easily make it into the top 3,000 on the Empyrean ranking, said the black-clothed person calmly, while he took out a saint sword. It was a 100-rune saint artifact. At the same time, Lin Yun also waved his hand to retrieve the lightning shadow sword. But the black-clothed person snickered when he saw this scene because a 1,000-rune saint artifact was something that not even someone in the Elysium core realm could utilize. How naive. Lin Yun was doomed to die even faster if he tried to use the lightning shadow sword. As a cold light flashed, Lin Yun circulated the Golden Crow 9 transformations and charged forward. The black-clothed person shifted his body and swung his sword out at Lin Yun's face. But Lin Yun gently pushed the lightning shadow sword in the hilt to dodge this attack with great agility. This annoyed the black-clothed person because Lin Yun's talent in the sword was too strong. He didn't even have the chance to suppress Lin Yun. He tried to attack several times and failed to claim Lin Yun's life even though he held the advantage. With that, the black-clothed person no longer held back and summoned his constellation. As a painting opened up behind him, the black-clothed person's aura immediately surged and suppressed Lin Yun's sword intent. So what if you're a genius in the sword? It's nothing before absolute strength. With no hesitation, the black-clothed person swung his sword at Lin Yun's neck. In the path of his sword, everything seemed as if it would be cut into two, leaving a huge gash on Lin Yun's chest. Die! A cold light flashed in the black-clothed person's eyes as he pushed his strength to the limit to slice Lin Yun's throat. But his sword was actually stopped and Lin Yun stood firmly like a colossal mountain. At the same time, the 49 demonic astral flowers began to blaze within his body. Lin Yun's aura had instantly broken through the restriction of the galaxy stage, reaching the pinnacle astral stage. It was even heading towards the lesser Elysium core realm. The black-clothed person was shocked that his attack was so easily stopped by Lin Yun. Is this the best you can do? What a disappointment. Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind and his words made the black-clothed person's heart sink. For some reason, he could sense death looming over him and quickly retreated. Right at this moment, the sword cocoon in Lin Yun's forehead bloomed and a golden aura began to blaze around it. The black-clothed person was instantly placed under great pressure as if he was bearing the weight of the entire sky. Under the immense pressure, the black-clothed person froze. He felt relieved since Lin Yun hadn't truly grasped the fourth-grade sword intent. But just when he thought about that, a sword ray flashed from the lightning shadow sword. The 100-rune saint's sword in his hand snapped instantly and the sword ray pierced his throat. When Lin Yun sheathed his sword, the lightning azure dragon around him dissipated. How is this possible? The black-clothed person held onto his throat with disbelief because Lin Yun actually managed to wield the lightning shadow sword. But his head dropped to the ground before he received an answer from Lin Yun. Killing a lesser Elysium core realm? I should now be comparable to those in the top 3,000 of the Empyrean ranking, muttered Lin Yun. Even in the entire Eastern Desolation, it was impressive if one could reach the top 3,000 before the age of 20. For those that were in the K's Elysium core realm, they didn't need to rely on a saint artifact like Lin Yun had to. Then again, he was only in the galaxy stage. Even without using the lightning shadow sword, he should be able to fight with those people. Right at this moment, the ferocious roar of the Dracope sounded out and Lin Yun saw Lil Red wielding a staff to face a greater Elysium core realm expert head-on. There was also a white figure holding back two greater Elysium core realm experts. It was Luo Hua who was fighting against two Elysium core realm experts. At the same time, there was zither music sounding out as she was using noble tunes to face two greater Elysium core realm experts. As the music began to change, various phenomena began to appear around her like ink on a painting. When a majestic painting opened up behind her, it was an ancient city. The ancient city looked vivid, and the two greater Elysium Core Realm experts couldn't do anything to her. But it was just a matter of time before Luohua's music broke down. These people must be trying to see if there's anyone around Luohua, Lin Yun analyzed. If there wasn't, then the Dragon Pulse Realm experts wouldn't hesitate to make a move for the Lightning Shadow Sword. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun took out the divine indigo bamboo jade flute. It didn't take long for the noble tune and quasi-divine firmament sword intent to flow from his music. As zither and flute combined together, the ancient city behind Luohua grew to 100 feet in size, emitting a terrifying light. When the music sounded out, boundless sword rays instantly sent the two greater Elysium Core Realm experts flying with traces of blood on their lips. When they saw Lin Yun coming over, they quickly yelled, "Leave!" Just like that, the two black-clothed people left and disappeared when Lin Yun landed on the ground. They didn't need to stay any longer because they got their answer. Luohua had an extraordinary origin, but she didn't have anyone around to protect her. Instantly, everyone that was attacking the Huang clan left like they were never here. When Luohua stopped her zither, she turned to look at the wounds on Lin Yun's chest. Although he had already recovered from most of his injuries, he still had a bloody stain over his chest. "Are you all right?" Luohua came over with the zither as if it wasn't a big deal fighting the two greater Elysium Core Realm experts. "You're their objective," said Lin Yun. "I know," Luohua replied. "I don't have any experts around me, but they'll be disappointed to think that they can act against me because of it. So what's your identity? Why bother hiding it? Just reveal it." Lil Purple descended from the sky and looked at Luohua unhappily. When Luohua turned to look at Lil Purple, Lin Yun's face changed because he could sense that Luohua's aura had changed. She now possessed the aura of a monarch, looking down on all lives indifferently. Only when she looked at Lin Yun would her gaze have a hint of gentleness. Lin Yun suddenly realized this was the first time he had sensed such a cold aura from her. Then, a killing aura began to appear in Luohua's gaze that made Lil Purple's face turn pale. Fear flashed in her eyes as she hid behind Lin Yun. He could sense that Lil Purple's hands were trembling. He had never seen her so afraid before. "Lin Yun, move out of the way. She's drowning with sins," said Luohua. Luohua's intent was blatant. She wanted to kill Lil Purple. This killing intent was something that she hadn't shown even when facing the greater Elysium Core Realm experts, but it appeared when she looked at Lil Purple. "Lin Yun, Titi, this Empress doesn't want to die, save me." Lil Purple began to sob with a trembling voice. Lil Purple was drowning with sins? Luohua wanted to kill Lil Purple? There was naturally no way he would allow that, not to mention that Luohua didn't have a reason to do so. But the current atmosphere was terrible. But this was the first time he sensed such a domineering aura from Luohua, not to mention Luohua's demand wasn't too much. After all, she only asked him not to stand in front of Lil Purple. Lin Yun understood Luohua well. She wouldn't make a demand casually, but the moment she did, it would be hard for anyone to change her mind. After a brief pondering, Lin Yun looked at Lil Purple and said, "She's only a child." "She's not," replied Luohua. Hearing that made Lin Yun briefly stunned. Truth be told, Lin Yun always wondered why Lil Purple was sealed by the Iris Sword Saint for 100,000 years. If Lil Purple didn't do anything wrong, no one would imprison her for 100,000 years without reason. After all, being imprisoned for so long was a worse punishment than death for many people. So perhaps Luohua was right, and maybe only she could see the sins of Lil Purple. Lil Purple hid behind Lin Yun nervously, which made him sigh. "She's really only a child." Luohua fell silent for a long time before she smiled. "Indeed, but she's a little too unreasonably pretty. Don't have any thoughts about her or I won't let you go." Seeing Luohua choose to take a step back, Lin Yun felt relieved and smiled. "You're not injured anywhere, right?" "They can't hurt me," said Luohua with confidence filled in his tone. But she pondered briefly before she looked at Lil Purple. "The Ice Phoenix bracelet must be made by you, right?" "I like it." "It's good that you like it. It's just one bracelet," said Lil Purple unhappily. Clearly, She was still holding a grudge against Luo Hua, but she didn't reveal it openly either because she was afraid of Luo Hua. Someone's coming. Lil Purple raised her head to look at the sky because she disappeared into the sword box. Seeing this scene, Luo Hua finally knew why she failed to discover Lil Purple's existence. So it turns out that Lil Purple had been hiding in the sword box. Right at this moment, two figures descended from the sky, Bai Ting and the Huang clan's patriarch. Huang clan's patriarch was calm, as though he had already expected the disaster tonight. He glanced at Lin Yun and Luo Hua before he said, "You better leave now. I can no longer protect you. We've been trouble to you." Lin Yun pondered briefly before he took out a nirvana pellet. "Please accept this as a gift of gratitude from me." He only had 2 nirvana pellets left, and now he only had 1 more. The Huang clan's patriarch was surprised because he didn't expect that the arrogant Lin Yun from the sword assembly would have such a meticulous side to him. Accepting the nirvana pellet, he smiled. "Take care of yourself well. If you don't really have a choice, then give the lightning shadow sword away. According to what I know, Jian Jingtian has already given up on this sword a long time ago. I have no idea why he's asking you to retrieve it after so many years." The Huang clan's patriarch basically confirmed Lin Yun's speculations. Clearly, the old geezer wanted to use the 3 arrays to temper him. Nodding his head, Lin Yun turned to look at Bai Ting. "Elder, is there any news from the sect master? He should be coming to pick us up." Bai Ting's lips twitched when he heard that and said, "The sect master said that we're on our own. As for the lightning shadow sword, you can give it to whoever you want. You can even keep it if you're not afraid of death. He has to stay in the fleeting cloud sword sect and he can't come for us." If it was in the past, Lin Yun would have been speechless. But now that it was just a matter of time for him to grasp the divine firmament sword intent, he knew what the old geezer was planning. Then again, he wasn't happy. "Looks like you guys don't know about Jian Jingtian's story." The Huang clan's patriarch suddenly smiled. "There's no way he can leave the fleeting cloud sword sect. Then again, not many people know about this even though 18 years have passed." "What is it?" Lin Yun and Bai Ting were both curious when they heard that. With lament on his face, the Huang clan's patriarch sighed. Back then, he was the most outstanding disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, and also a monstrous genius of the Sword Sect. He was ranked number 1 on the Empyrean, Elysian, and Dragon Pulse ranking. He swept through all geniuses in his generation and became known as the hope for the Sword Sect to return back to being a sacred ground. But he committed a grave mistake and was expelled from the sect by the Radiant Sword Saint. When the Sword Sect expelled him, the Sword Sect also took back his surname and he was punished to never leave the profound Azure Prefecture in his lifetime. Lin Yun was greatly shocked when he heard that the old geezer was ranked first on the 3 rankings. It was simply unfathomable. He didn't think that the old geezer was so strong in the past. The sect master is a disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint? Why haven't I heard of it before? How is this possible? Bai Ting was even more shocked as his attention was on the Radiant Sword Saint rather than ranked first on the 3 rankings. "Is this Radiant Sword Saint strong?" Lin Yun muttered while he held onto his chin. "He is one of the 3 sword saints in the Eastern Desolation," explained Bai Ting. "After Jian Jingtian, the sword saint never accepted another disciple. Anyway, you better leave now because my place can't handle more of this trouble. Young lad, remember that your life is more important than a sword, and Jian Jingtian has already given up on this sword," sighed the Huang clan's patriarch. Lin Yun wore a complicated expression when he heard that. Jian Jingtian might have let go of this sword a long time ago, but he didn't. After all, this was a 1,000-rune saint sword forged by the Mo clan, and he could easily kill a lesser Elysium Core Realm expert with just 10 saint runes. When the 3 of them left the Huang clan's manor, they sensed several auras on them belonging to Dragon Pulse Realm experts. "Lin Yun is out. He's alive. I thought he already died based on the commotion in the Huang clan. This fellow is really fortunate." Their appearance immediately caused an uproar among the geniuses. Evidently, the chaos in the Huang clan had attracted everyone's expectation and they had predicted that Lin Yun wouldn't be able to leave the Azure Rock County. Gong Sun Yen, Gong Haoren, Zhao Yen, and the rest from the sword assembly were among them. They were also curious if Lin Yun could return to the fleeting cloud sword sect alive. After all, the lightning shadow sword had attracted all the experts from the older generation, who knew how many old monsters were hidden in the city. The temptation of the lightning shadow sword is really huge, said Luo Hua as she swept her gaze around calmly. Young Master Luo, don't you have any arrangements? Bai Ting said uneasily while he comforted the profound astral bird. Let's leave the city first, said Luo Hua while she got on the profound astral bird with Lin Yun behind her. Just like that, the group of 3 flew out of the city on the profound astral bird. Follow them. Countless figures in the city also flew into the sky and chased behind the profound astral bird. The profound astral bird's speed was fast, and it left the city very quickly. Seeing that none of the Dragon Pulse Realm experts made a move, Bai Ting felt relieved. It seemed like the Dragon Pulse Realm experts didn't want to act against a junior and become a joke. But in the next second, several powerful auras swept out, causing the profound astral bird who wanted to break through the first layer of heaven to panic. This also made Bai Ting's face change because the pursuers ultimately came. Following this was an immense pressure that forced the profound astral bird to the ground. When they looked around, they could see several figures enveloped in black mist to cover their appearances. Hand the lightning shadow sword over, a hoarse voice sounded out. Clearly, it was masked so no one could recognize the individual. There are so many people here, so who should I hand it to? Why don't you come and take it yourself? Lin Yun's eyes flashed with ridicule. He had the firmament battlecloth, so he wasn't afraid of those in the Dragon Pulse realm. Leave the sword behind and then you can go, said another person. When Lin Yun turned his head over, he could see that this person was also enveloped in black mist. When he looked again, he saw a total of 9 people surrounding them. There was no doubt that they were Dragon Pulse Realm experts who showed up after confirming that Luo Hua didn't have any Dragon Pulse Realm experts protecting her. So this was why they didn't bother to conceal their strength. Get lost. You have no authority to speak here. You're only an ant in our eyes. Don't bother trying to make us fight among ourselves. Leave the sword behind and we'll deal with it ourselves. You should be thankful that we spared your life. Otherwise, even that young lass beside you will die to our rage. Don't think of fighting against us. An expert in the Dragon Pulse realm isn't someone you can offend. You wouldn't even know how you died if we wanted you dead. The 9 figures stood proudly in the sky, completely disregarding Lin Yun's existence. This made Lin Yun's eyes flashed with killing intent. Just when he wanted to summon the firmament battlecloth to smack these people to death, Luo Hua suddenly held onto his wrist and said, "He's here. Don't bother hiding. If you were really from an ancient saint clan, how could you not have any Dragon Pulse Realm experts around you? Feng Xuanzi might be afraid of you, but we aren't. There's nothing you can do." The 9 figures sneered, thinking that Luo Hua was just trying to put up a strong front. But right at this moment, heaven broke as a crimson figure descended from the sky enveloped with a demonic aura. A demonic cultivator. Lin Yun was surprised. Could this person really be the backup Luo Hua talked about? The sound of the heaven shattering instantly drew everyone's attention as they saw a crimson blade suspended in the heavens like the fang of an ancient ominous beast. Based on the demonic aura that the blade released, it was clear that this was a demonic saint artifact. The blade made Lin Yun squint his eyes because the blade was awfully familiar. But Lin Yun soon widened his mouth because he finally recalled where he saw this blade. If it was really as he had speculated, then it might be even more troublesome for them. Hee, I'm here. A burst of laughter sounded out as a figure appeared from the broken heaven and grabbed onto the demonic blade. When he landed on the ground, a powerful wave of demonic aura swept out that made the ground tremble. Yen Tai, 7th Guardian of the Skybale Pavilion, greets young Master Luo under the Pavilion Master's orders. Yen Tai smiled and bowed toward Luo Hua. This made both Lin Yun and Bai Ting look at Luo Hua with surprise. After all, the newcomer was the same demonic cultivator that stood in their path back in the 3rd layer of heaven when he was tempering his saint artifact with lightning. Fortunately, Luo Hua recognized this person and threatened him with the sword sect's name, causing him to retreat. But now, he appeared before them as their backup, so it was unavoidable for the two of them to be shocked. Nodding her head, Luo Hua said, "Get up." Looking at Luo Hua, Yantai rejoiced that he didn't take it too far back then because even the pavilion master had to listen to this woman. He then swept his gaze around and smiled. "You people need to have some shame as experts of the righteous path. My Bloodfang blade is also a 1,000-rune saint artifact, although it's not comparable to the lightning shadow sword. I wonder if you guys are interested." The 9 figures were dumbfounded with great shock. They couldn't believe that an expert of the demonic path actually listened to Luo Hua. Not to mention that the Skybale Pavilion was a powerful sect with a terrifying foundation. Aren't you the old geezer of the Feng clan?" Yentai's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw a person among the 9 and slashed out with his blade. When the 1,000-rune saint artifact was activated, it dyed the entire sky red. When everything returned to normal, one of the people masked by the black mist revealed his appearance with a sword that was snapped in half. The old man was emitting a terrifying aura and was sent flying with a huge gash on his chest. When Lin Yun saw this person had an uncanny resemblance to Feng Xuanzi. He instantly knew that this person was from the Feng clan. When the old man's identity was revealed, he immediately turned around and left. The 8 other experts also took several steps back as they looked at Yentai's blade with lingering fear in their pupils. Shortly after, they didn't hesitate to leave knowing that there was nothing they could do to Yantai. Otherwise, it would be awkward if their identity was revealed because it would put a huge stain on their reputation. Is it really that embarrassing to snatch things? Why are they running so fast? Yantai grinned when everyone left. To someone of the demonic path, stealing was simply the norm. At the same time, the geniuses who rushed over from the city were completely shocked by Yentai's strength because they didn't expect that a demonic expert would be here wielding a 1,000-rune saint artifact to aid Lin Yun. "The biggest trouble is here," said Yantai with his brows locked while he tightened his grip on his blade. His words made Lin Yun's heart tremble, while he began to wonder who could make someone like Yantai be wary. It looked like the lightning shadow sword was endlessly troublesome. It was difficult to intimidate everyone without killing a few people. Right at this moment, boundless sword intent surged forward from the horizon, and the strong gale forced Lin Yun to close his eyes. When he managed to open his eyes, he could see a white-clothed elder standing before them. "I'm Lu Tianyi of the Skysolid City," smiled an old man at Lin Yun. The old man's introduction immediately caused an uproar because the Skysolid City was a haven that the Sword Emperor created. Gong Sun Yen also quickly came out from the crowd, cupping his hands together while he suppressed his excitement. Junior Gong Sun Yen greets Elder Lu, an outer disciple of the Sword Emperor's lineage. "You're a decent talent and I've heard about you." Lu Tianyi nodded his head. His words immediately made Gong Sun Yen excited, because he knew about his position despite others calling him a disciple of the Sword Emperor's lineage. After all, a subsidiary force would always be a subsidiary force, and it could never be compared to disciples cultivating in the Skysolid City. But there was no doubt that this was a huge opportunity for him. As long as this senior was happy, it would be easy for him to join the Skysolid City. But Lu Tianyi merely praised Gong Sun Yen, and his gaze was fixed on Lin Yun. When he looked at Lin Yun's forehead, even he couldn't help wearing shock on his face. Looking at Lin Yun, he finally spoke out, "You're Lin Yun, right? Are you interested in joining the Sword Emperor's lineage?" His words made the chuckling Gong Sun Yen go stiff. He was the one who called the elder of the Skysolid City here, but he didn't expect that the elder would invite Lin Yun to the Sword Emperor's lineage instead. "There are geniuses in the sword like you in the Skysolid City, and there are also those who are stronger than you. You're talented in the sword, and I believe you can fully excavate your potential under our guidance," said Lu Tianyi with interest blazing in his pupils. His words immediately made the crowd explode because they didn't think that Lin Yun could leave the city, let alone get a recruitment offer. "This fellow is really lucky." Gong Haoran's eyes were blazing with jealousy. Gong Sun Yen probably even wants to throw out blood. After all, he was so confident that he would have the opportunity to join the Skysolid City. Instead, Lin Yun is getting that opportunity. Smiled Zhao Yen. "Not interested." Lin Yun declined without any hesitation, which made everyone's heart ache. Hey, don't tell me you don't even know who the 9 emperors are. Even Yen Tai had locked his brows together, looking at Lin Yun in confusion. After all, everyone in Kunlun realm knew of the 9 emperors' fame, not to mention that the Sword Emperor was the only emperor in the sword. So the haven created by him was naturally the holy land of all swordsmen. How could Lin Yun refuse the offer? He's a disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, so I'm sorry about that, Bai Ting said while he gritted his teeth. The Fleeting Cloud Sword sect? Lu Tianyi frowned upon hearing that because he had never heard of this sect before. Elder, it's a subsidiary force of the sword sect. Gong Sun Yen whispered in Lu Tianyi's ears. Looks like I was being rude. Lu Tianyi's tone became less friendly and a lot more polite, which surprised Lin Yun. Could it be that the sword sect and sword emperor's lineage had a grudge or something? Lin Yun didn't know this yet, but his guess was right on the money. However, he wouldn't learn more about it until he arrived at the sword sect. The grudge between the sword sect and sword emperor's lineage wasn't simple. I heard that you retrieved the lightning shadow sword, and I have a strong obsession with the Mo clan's treasures, especially their swords. I'm willing to trade it for other treasures and I won't make you suffer a loss, said Lu Tianyi. This sword belongs to the sect master and Lin Yun can't make that decision. If Senior is interested, you can make a trip with us to the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, smiled Bai Ting. After all, it would be great for them to have a bodyguard back in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. That troublesome? Lu Tianyi frowned and asked, Young lad, do you mind letting me take a look at the sword? This is fine. Lin Yun retrieved the lightning shadow sword and handed it over to Lu Tianyi. He didn't fear that he would be robbed. This also made Gong Sun Yan's heart throb seeing it. When Lin Yun saw that Lu Tianyi wanted to draw the sword out, he warned, just seeing it is good enough. You might not be able to draw it out. His words made the corner of Gong Sun Yan's lips twitch as he glared at Lin Yun coldly. Lin Yun, you better be polite. How can an elder of the Sword Emperor's lineage not be able to draw a saint artifact? But Lu Tianyi smiled instead. It's fine. To an ordinary expert in the Dragon Pulse realm, they might really not be able to draw out this sword. But it's nothing to me. The smile disappeared from Lu Tianyi as he tried pulling out the sword. He was in an awkward position now and Gong Sun Yan's face became ugly as he immediately regretted his words to Lin Yun. Some space please, said Lu Tianyi before he wore a grave expression. In the blink of an eye, he summoned 9 dragon pulses that caused a violent gale to sweep in the surroundings. This old geezer is pretty strong, muttered Yen Tai with deep fear flashing across his pupils. Then, a dazzling sword ray shined out of Lu Tianyi's body that formed a beam that shot into the sky. The beam alone had broken through 2 layers of heaven, and the sword aura he was emitting made many people close their eyes. But even so, the lightning shadow sword still didn't budge. This scene made Gong Sun Yan's jaw drop. But Lin Yun was calm because he already knew that this sword had a foul temper. After all, it would rather snap than submit to him. So how could it possibly submit to a Dragon Pulse realm expert? Let me help you, said Lin Yun. You can draw it out? Lu Tianyi looked at Lin Yun with doubt in his pupils. But before he could finish, Lin Yun smiled and drew the sword out easily. This scene made Lu Tianyi feel dazed briefly before he sighed. It's true. The younger generation surpasses the older generation. I'll be taking my leave then. Without any hesitation, Lu Tianyi left. Lu Tianyi's departure was abrupt as he didn't bother staying a second longer. When he arrived, his sword ray lit up half the horizon, and everyone in the Azure Rock County city knew that a great figure had arrived. Then, he introduced himself as an elder from the Sword Emperor's lineage, which caused an uproar in the surroundings. It was no wonder why Lu Tianyi's sword aura was so strong. 3,000 years ago, the Sword Emperor had become a legendary figure, and everyone who came out of Skysalit City gained fame because of him. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be hard for Lu Tianyi to retrieve the lightning shadow sword, and Lin Yun would at least give him some face. But who knew that Lu Tianyi was greatly embarrassed instead when he failed to draw the lightning shadow sword that Lin Yun was casually able to draw it out. Now that they thought about it again, There was no reason for Lu Tianyi to stay for a sword that didn't want him. Lin Yun, you? Gong Sun Yen gritted his teeth when he looked at Lin Yun. He was practically on the verge of throwing up blood because he had completely offended Lu Tianyi. This meant that it would be impossible for him to enter the Skysolid city in the future. Don't misunderstand. I told him the truth that he couldn't draw the sword, said Lin Yun helplessly. After all, he did remind Lu Tianyi out of goodwill, and there was nothing he could do if the latter didn't want to heed his words. You! Gong Sun Yen was flustered, but there was nothing he could do to refute Lin Yun's words. Fine. We'll definitely have a fight in the future. At that time, there will be no restriction and I'll see what you can do before me, Gong Sun Yen said before he swung his arm and left. Ha ha ha. Great job, lad. You even slapped the face of an elder from the Skysolid city. I'm fully convinced. Yen Tai laughed while giving Lin Yun a thumbs up. Is the Skysolid city strong? Yen Tai could only behave himself before Lu Tianyi, so Lin Yun wasn't sure how strong they were. After all, experts of the demonic cult would hesitate to submit when needed before experts. Elder Bai Ting, you can return to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect first. I'll be going to the profound Azure Prefecture with Lin Yun, and we should be able to arrive in time, said Luo Hua. Hearing that, Bai Ting, who was looking after the injured profound astral bird, nodded his head, because he didn't think that there was an issue with this arrangement. Lin Yun, I will definitely report your performance to the sect master. Bai Ting looked at Lin Yun with joy flashing in the depth of his pupils. Listening to what Bai Ting said, Lin Yun had a feeling that it should be about the matter involving Lu Tianyi. Now that he looked at it again, there seems to be a deep grudge between the Sword Sect and the Sword Emperor's lineage. How are we going to travel through the fourth layer of heaven? Lin Yun asked curiously. Yen Tai didn't have any astral beast around him, and it would be a problem for him to travel to the fourth layer of heaven. That's simple, grinned Yen Tai as he formed seals with his hands and the Blood Fong blade hovered in the sky with Saint runes being activated. When he was done forming seals, the blade expanded in size and he stood on it. Get up here. Lin Yun was surprised, but the blade was pretty stable when he stood on it. He poured his astral energy into his feet according to Yen Tai's instruction and immediately sensed that he had become one with the blade. But when he cut off the astral energy towards his feet, the connection immediately broke off. Let's go. Yen Tai laughed before he formed seals and disappeared with Lin Yun and Luo Hua. After they left, everyone looked at the black disappearing into the horizon. With that, the sword assembly was finished. With a demonic cult expert's help, it was impossible for anyone to catch Lin Yun. Plus, Yen Tai had 1,000 rune saint artifact. They all knew that Lin Yun's journey would be smooth and there wouldn't be any more troubles. But this made them even more curious about Luo Hua's identity to call an expert on the demonic cult so easily. When heaven shattered, the Blood Fong blade entered the fourth layer of heaven. The environment in the fourth layer of heaven was a lot more complicated with floating islands all around. The islands were comparable in size to continents with many beasts living on them. There were also various phenomena in the clouds where residences of experts could be seen. The fourth layer of heaven is already so beautiful. I wonder what the scenery beyond the fourth layer will look like, Lin Yun exclaimed. The fifth and sixth layers are okay. Beyond that, there are the existences of astral realms. The astral realms are equivalent to a world, and they're all ruins from the previous eras. The laws there are different from the Divine Dragon era, and you can also find all sorts of treasures there. I heard that in some astral realms, there are even existences comparable to the 9 emperors, Yen Tai explained. What about beyond the 36th layer of heaven? Lin Yun asked. Hearing that, Yen Tai's face became grave. Beyond the 36th layer of heaven is dangerous, and I heard that not even saints can survive there. With my strength, I can only travel up to the 9th layer. Beyond that is certain death for me. The starry sky is indeed beautiful, but it's a pity that I can't see it with my strength. Although it was far away from him, Lin Yun was pretty curious about the astral realm. The Blood Fong blade traveled swiftly in the 4th layer of heaven, and there were too many scenes for Lin Yun to examine. Suddenly, Lin Yun thought of something and asked Lil Purple, Who was in the sword box? A question. Lil Purple. I should be able to enter the sword box now that I'm in the Empyrean realm. Right? You can, but I can't bring you in with Luo Hua around. Her identity is too mysterious, and I can't guarantee your safety if she's tempted by the secret of the sword box, said Lil Purple with a tone filled with fear for Luo Hua. I roughly know her identity, replied Lin Yun. Who is she? Asked Lil Purple. If she's not willing to say it, then neither am I, said Lin Yun. He had an idea about Luo Hua's identity, and the events today practically confirmed it. But since Luo Hua wasn't willing to disclose her identity, he naturally wouldn't reveal her identity. Humph, you scumbag. Lil Purple snorted unhappily. Roughly half a day later, Yen Tai controlled the Blood Fang blade to tear apart the heaven and descended down. We're already here? Lin Yun asked, seeing that they were exiting the fourth layer of heaven. It's just down below. We're already at the profound Azure Manor. Yen Tai didn't enter the profound Azure City directly and landed 100 miles away. Seeing that they were finally here, Lin Yun jumped off the Blood Fang blade and turned to look at the profound Azure City. But Luo Hua didn't leave the Blood Fang blade and said, "This is the path everyone will have to pass if they want to enter the city. Yi Xiling and the rest should still be on the way, so you can just wait here." You're not coming along? Lin Yun asked. It's all right. I still have some matters to attend to, and Yen Tai will be coming with me. Let us meet again in the fleeting cloud sword sect, said Luo Hua while she nodded her head. Since she didn't want to talk about it, Lin Yun also didn't ask about it. Instead, he promised to meet again in the fleeting cloud sword sect. When the Blood Fang blade rose into the sky, Yen Tai looked at the woman beside him with doubt flashing in his pupils. He couldn't tell her identity from the veil that covered her face. Generally speaking, his mission should be done after coming to the profound Azure City, but the Pavilion Master also told him to listen to all the orders of this woman, so Yen Tai could only suppress the suspicion in his heart. Do you know the identity of the 9 experts who blocked our way outside the city? Luo Hua asked. I naturally do. Do you have any instructions? Yen Tai asked. Something you're good at, replied Luo Hua. Her words made Yen Tai briefly stunned before he wore a sinister smile. After all, the only thing he was good at was killing. With the ranking battle approaching, the path towards the profound Azure City was bustling. Whenever someone walked past, they would look at Lin Yun because they could tell from his temperament that he wasn't simple. But they couldn't recognize Lin Yun, nor did they know someone like him in the profound Azure Manor. Lin Yun sat on a huge rock and recalled his experience with the 3 arrays. He slowly and meticulously digested his insights. Regardless of the 100 Ghost Sword Array, Azure Dragon Sword Array, or the 4-Phase Sword Array, the 3 arrays left a deep impression on him. They helped him realize that even if he was at the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm, he wasn't invincible in the Heavenly Soul Realm. I've reached the manifestation stage in the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords, but after summoning the Azure Sword and executing the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords again, there's more power that the sword can have. The manifestation stage reached a high stage in the sword technique. But does that mean that there's another stage above the manifestation stage? When he summoned the Azure Sword back then, it instantly made the 3 elders blind and allowed him to turn the tables around. But he also didn't have the opportunity to execute the Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords again. It was clear that the power of the sword technique would further increase after being empowered by the Azure Sword. Sword techniques were separated into initial, lesser, greater, and complete mastery. The manifestation stage meant that he had successfully turned the sword technique into something that belonged to him. But this also meant that he was still drawing in the painting and hadn't gone out of it. Since there was the manifestation stage, there should be an even higher stage, and the Azure Sword could allow him to reach that level forcibly. This was also the logic behind the Divine Firmament Sword intent. However, Lin Yun didn't think about this before because his attainment in the sword wasn't high enough. Back then, he was just someone standing beneath the clouds, and no matter how he tried, he stayed within the boundaries that everyone else was in. The Divine Firmament Sword intent meant breaking through the clouds, and this also meant breaking through the painting. When Lin Yun realized this, the sword cocoon in his forehead radiated, and more cracks began to spread out with strands of golden aura. With that, His quasi-divine firmament sword intent got even stronger. Opening his eyes, Lin Yun hopped off the rock and his eyes radiated brightly because he would benefit from his experience in the sword assembly for a long time. He would definitely obtain more insights in the coming days. Right at this moment, Lin Yun raised his head and saw a group of people appearing within his sight. The one leading was a woman donned in a purple dress, and she was naturally Yi Xiling. When they looked at each other, their hearts trembled and a smile appeared on their faces. Right at this moment, a petite figure dove into Lin Yun's embrace and began to bawl. Senior brother Yun, where have you been the past few days? Yuruo really missed you. They said that you were going to the Luo clan as a son-in-law and that you didn't want us anymore. From how Wang Yuruo was crying, Lin Yun could tell how sad she must have been when he left the other day. She still hadn't experienced many things in life. Looking at her, Lin Yun's gaze became gentle. All right, stop crying. You're already so big, so you shouldn't be crying. No, senior brother Yun has to promise that he won't leave. Wang Yuruo still didn't give up as she hugged Lin Yun. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. Only after Lin Yun gave his promise did Wang Yuruo smile. Where have you been the last few days? Whoa, that's some dense killing intent you have. Yi Xiling came forward with Feng Zhang, Lu Qingyan, and the others along with the elder of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. When they got close, Yi Xiling immediately locked her brows as she examined Lin Yun. I'll tell you all about that later. But I'm curious who said I was going to be the son-in-law of the Luo clan. Lin Yun squinted his eyes and looked at the few people standing behind Yi Xiling. Not me. Feng Zhang shook his head while Lu Qingyan also smiled. Not me. Zhang Liken wore an awkward expression and didn't dare to look Lin Yun in the eyes. Senior brother said that. He said he saw Luo Hua entering your residence, and even said that someone like you wouldn't place your attention on the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Moreover, he even said that you didn't think we were friends this whole time. Zhang Liken wanted to hide, but Wang Yuruo directly exposed him. Hearing that made Zhang Liken's face red, because he also didn't expect that Lin Yun would show up, caught him by surprise. I didn't. I was just joking, whispered Zhang Liken softly. You're really childish. Lin Yun glared at him. When Zhang Liken saw that Lin Yun didn't cause a scene, he felt relieved. As the group continued towards the profound Azure City, Lin Yun's arrival made the surrounding atmosphere move lively and everyone wore a faint smile on their faces. But Lin Yun still sensed that the likes of Yi Xiling and a few others weren't feeling optimistic. After all, concern was written all over their faces. Did anything happen along the way? Why are you guys late? Lin Yun asked because he didn't think that he would really be able to wait for them. He was still planning to enter the city and group up with them. We ran into some troubles along the way and met the Suspend King Palace's men. Chu Tianhao's Suspend King art has reached the highest level, said Yi Xiling. The Suspend King art was strong and Lin Yun had also fought with people from the Suspend King Palace with his identity as Flower Burial. If one managed to reach the highest level in the Suspend King art, they could reach the top 8,000 of the Empyrean ranking. But he's not the biggest obstacle. Our strongest opponent is Xiahou Ju. I've heard about him and he's ranked in the top 3,000 on the Empyrean ranking. But I never expected that he was from the Crimson Moon Elysium. Yi Xiling sighed as the news weighed heavily on her. So it doesn't really matter if you came because it won't change the results of the ranking battle. We'll be lucky if we can get into the top 3, said Zhang Liken. He paused briefly and continued. Not to mention that you're only in the galaxy stage. Your cultivation is too low and you'll suffer a huge loss even if you've reached the limit of the heavenly soul realm. Who knows if we don't give it a try? Lin Yun smiled. Those in the top 3,000 on the Empyrean ranking are in the Quasi-Elysium core realm. They can easily kill lesser Elysium core realm experts. You've never experienced it, so you have no idea what the ranking means. Zhang Liken sneered. Everyone else also maintained their silence and didn't refute Zhang Liken's words. But Yi Xiling glared at him and said coldly, let's just do our best so we don't have any regrets. There was a huge plaza located at the center of the profound Azure City that was filled with people. When Lin Yun's group arrived, they saw many cultivators from the profound Azure Prefecture. After all, the ranking battle was considered a huge event. But Lin Yun had just participated in the sword assembly, so he wasn't affected by the number of people in the plaza. All the forces in the profound Azure Prefecture will participate in the ranking battle. After all, if they could perform well in the ranking battle, they would be able to attract the attention of the 6 forces in the profound Azure Prefecture. Aside from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, Suspend King Palace, Azure Thunder Monastery, and the Thousand Pavilion Crane, the Heavenly Astral Pavilion and Crimson Moon Elysium have also come. They're all here for the Sword Saint Mountain. The group walked towards the seats meant for the fleeting Cloud Sword sect while Yi Xiling explained the rules of the ranking battle. Truth be told, the effects weren't huge even if they managed to obtain the rights to the Sword Saint Mountain through the battle. When 1 year was up, Lin Yun would leave the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra and Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. So even without the Sword Saint Mountain, it was just a matter of time for them to rise again. Right at this moment, the other groups also arrived with Chu Tianhao taking the lead. He led his group, the Azure Thunder Monastery, and the Thousand Crane Pavilion. Lin Yun had seen Chu Tianhao before, but Chu Tianhao didn't leave much of an impression on him. Now that he looked at Chu Tianhao again, he saw an ethereal temperament that was a lot stronger than when they met in the Heavenly Astra Pavilion. Is it because of the Suspend King art? That's Chu Tianhao, ranked first in the profound Azure Prefecture among the younger generation. The other 2 are the Azure Thunder Monasteries Xian Feng and Thousand Crane Pavilions Xin Donglu. None of them are pushovers, and they've prepared for this ranking battle for a long time, whispered Yi Xiling. Although Lin Yun was calm, he didn't look down on them even if he had defeated geniuses like Gongsun Yen back in the Sword Assembly. After all, they had restricted their cultivation in the Heavenly Soul Realm. If they didn't have any restrictions on their cultivation, he wouldn't even be able to take an attack from Gongsun Yen. But now that he had reached the galaxy stage, he had a better chance. Lin Yun quickly retracted his gaze because Chu Tianhao was a formidable opponent. Perhaps this ranking battle might be able to bring him some surprises. Chu Tianhao also swept his gaze at Lin Yun and frowned. Who is he? Lin Yun, the newly emerged genius of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Xian Feng instantly recognized Lin Yun. So it's him. No wonder he looks so extraordinary. Chu Tianhao squinted his eyes with a smile. After all, he has been hearing a lot about Lin Yun recently, and there were rumors that Lin Yun had reached the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm. But regardless if it was true or not, it wouldn't matter to him. After all, Lin Yun's foundation was too shallow. No matter how heaven-defying the limit of the Heavenly Soul Realm was, it wouldn't be able to make up for the difference in their cultivation, not to mention that he also had trump cards. His potential is scary, but we don't have to worry about him during the ranking battle. Our opponent is that person, said Xin Donglu. Chu Tianhao wore a grave expression looking at the participant from the Crimson Moon Elysium. There were rumors in the past that the Crimson Moon Elysium was hiding a genius. But that person was shrouded in mystery and no one had personally seen him before. So even someone like Chu Tianhao didn't act brazenly. It wasn't easy to meet such a formidable opponent when he was about to leave the profound Azure Prefecture. Who's that? Lin Yun saw a familiar person, the plump, middle-aged man from the Heavenly Astral Pavilion, and a youth sitting beside him. The youth looked ordinary, but Lin Yun could sense that this person was even stronger than Chu Tianhao. That's someone the Heavenly Astral Pavilion invited. His name is Zhang He. I heard that he's here for flower burial, and he's certain that flower burial is with us. Yi Xiling said before she wore a mocking smile. If flower burial was really with us, we wouldn't even have to worry about this ranking battle. Lin Yun looked at Yi Xiling and could sense the desolation in her eyes when she mentioned flower burial. Ever since they returned from the profound Wither Sea, flower burial had never shown up. It made her feel terrible. She even began to wonder if flower burial was avoiding her on purpose. Speaking of which, do you still have the jade flute with you? Yi Xiling suddenly asked. Looking at the expectation in her eyes, Lin Yun hesitated briefly before he replied. I've already returned it to him. He wasn't exactly lying to her because the jade flute was, indeed, in the hands of flower burial. I see. The light in Yi Xiling's eyes dimmed down. Looking at her, Lin Yun had no idea what he said wrong. But as the two of them chatted, they didn't realize that the youth beside the plump, middle-aged man's gaze was on Lin Yun. After listening to Yi Xiling's introduction, Lin Yun's gaze began to flicker. He was looking forward to the ranking battle. The sword assembly might be huge, dangerous, and a great improvement to his sword intent, but he didn't face his opponents at full strength. So even if he had defeated the likes of Zhao Yan and Gong Sun Yan, they must be unconvinced by his victory. Lin Yun more or less had some regrets, but the profound Azure Prefecture's ranking battle would be different because those who were in it were all monstrous geniuses of the same generation. Furthermore, there were those who weren't any weaker than the likes of Zhao Yan. This ranking battle would be different because there were many monstrous geniuses. Lin Yun had just reached the Empyrean realm, and he didn't have much experience fighting those in the same generation. But he had a feeling that he would have a decent harvest after this battle. Suddenly, Lin Yun asked, Xiling, there should be other rewards for this ranking battle aside from the ownership of the Sword Saint Mountain, right? There were monstrous geniuses from the 4 major sects, not to mention the other geniuses who were joining. So there had to be a reason for all the competitors. The force who becomes the champion can receive a divine dragon baptism. It's rare even in the divine dragon empire. Those who go through the baptism have a great boost in their physique and astral energy. If you have enough comprehension, you can even receive the divine dragon's blessing. Yi Xiling nodded her head and gave Lin Yun an explanation. Geniuses from everywhere naturally gathered for this grand event, and the divine dragon empire wasn't an exception. The divine dragon baptism was extremely tempting to any geniuses, not to mention that it could also win over the loyalty of those geniuses. Lin Yun stroked his chin because it appears that the divine dragon baptism was extremely beneficial. As the atmosphere in the plaza gradually became heated, more and more forces entered the plaza. After all, only those who were strong enough could join the divine dragon empire through the profound Azure Prefecture. But Lin Yun didn't have much interest and closed his eyes while he pondered the fleeting cloud 13 swords. He was practically certain that there was a higher stage above the manifestation stage, which Lin Yun called the extremist stage. As 4 hours passed, Lin Yun could sense several powerful auras through his sword intent. When he opened his eyes, he could see a floating platform flying over with people from the profound Azure Prefecture. The old man standing at the front was the prefectural lord of the profound Azure Prefecture. He swept his glance out and said, The ranking battle has been held for a long time, but this time there's a change in the rules and rewards. Not only can the champion determine the ownership of the Sword Saint Mountain, but they can also carve out new territory for themselves. Furthermore, the force that wins will have 3 chances to go through the divine dragon baptism. Everyone already knew about the rules and rewards, so no one reacted. Seeing that no one had anything to say, the old man continued, There are a total of 6 forces participating in this ranking battle. The Suspend King Palace, Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect, Azure Thunder Monastery, Thousand Crane Pavilion, Heavenly Astral Pavilion, and the Crimson Moon Elysium. Since everyone has made their decision to participate, you all have agreed to the rules set by the Divine Dragon Empire. If anyone doesn't agree with the rules, you can leave right now. Since all the forces were already here, they wouldn't back down. Seeing this scene, the old man continued, Good. Since no one plans on backing down, I'll go on with the rules. The 6 forces will draw lots and fight. When 3 forces remain, the one who made it through the fights the fastest will fight the victor of the remaining 2 forces. The rules were simple. The test required strength, luck, and speed. When the old man was done, countless gazes fell onto the fleeting cloud sword sect with a playful gaze. This made Lin Yun wonder if everyone thought that the fleeting cloud sword sect was the weakest. When the lots were drawn, Yi Xiling waved her hand and received a token from the sky. After she retrieved a token, Wang Yuruo and everyone else came up to surround her. The Heavenly Astral Pavilion, Yi Xiling said. The best outcome would be facing off against the Azure Thunder Monastery or the Thousand Crane Pavilion. But they were lucky enough that they didn't run into the Suspend King Palace or the Crimson Moon Elysium. The Heavenly Astral Pavilion isn't a bad choice, said Yi Xiling. Zhang Liken also felt slightly relieved and said, "The heavenly astral pavilion isn't weak in the demon domain, but they're ultimately not a sect, so it's hard for them to find a decent participant in such a short period of time. We only have to be a little careful with Zhang He. So as long as we don't run into Zhang He, everything will be fine." But Lin Yun didn't share the same thoughts because he could sense the 5 participants of the heavenly astral pavilion weren't simple. Not long later, the servants of the profound Azure Prefecture came over with a tray that had 5 jade tokens casually placed on it. The heavenly astral pavilion's participants all turned their attention over, curious who their opponents would be. Yi Xiling was the first to pick a token. When she flipped a token over, light flew into the sky and formed Chen Yan's name. When Yi Xiling turned her attention to the heavenly astral pavilion's location, her eyes flashed with disappointment because she wanted to face Zhang He as it would lessen the pressure on her companions. After everyone was done, it was Lin Yun's turn, and there was only one name yet to be picked, Zhang He. "I believe I don't have to flip over this token," said Lin Yun. But he still ultimately flipped through the token and revealed Zhang He's name. When Zhang He's name appeared, it instantly caused an uproar with many curious gazes directed at Lin Yun. Who is this person? He's not even in the astral stage? He'll definitely die running into Zhang He. Looks like the fleeting cloud sword sect really has no one left. You can't put it that way. The heavenly astral pavilion ultimately suffered from their strongest facing their opponent's weakest. That does make sense. So this means that there's a high chance that the fleeting cloud sword sect can make it through the first round. As discussions sounded out from the surroundings, Zhang Liken smiled. "Don't worry about it, junior brother Lin. Although it doesn't sound good calling you the weakest, there's also some sense to it. If you can't fight him, you can just admit defeat. The weakest facing off the strongest? Doesn't seem that bad." Lin Yun smiled. He initially wanted his opponent to be Zhang He, so this matchup was perfect for him. Furthermore, he also didn't care about the indifferent gaze from others because he was already used to it. Yi Xiling glanced at Lin Yun and knew that Lin Yun wouldn't be bothered about it. Her gaze then fell onto Lu Qingyan and Feng Zhang before she said, "The pressure is on for you too. As long as either of you wins once, we'll have a huge chance to move to the next stage. But if both of you lose, the outcome will be uncertain and all the pressure will be on Lin Yun." Yi Xiling didn't know how strong Lin Yun was right now. After all, she had never seen Lin Yun fighting after reaching the Empyrean realm. But she had a feeling that Lin Yun's experience for the past few days was extremely dangerous. After all, he gave her the feeling that he had undergone a transformation, especially with his attainment in the sword. Even if Lin Yun was only in the pinnacle galaxy stage, she still held huge hope for Lin Yun for some reason. What a disappointment. "Who is he?" Zhang He said with his brows locked together. He was here for flower burial, but he actually picked someone who definitely wasn't flower burial. "Don't look down on him," said the plump, middle-aged man. "Oh." Zhang He's eyes lit up and smiled. "I'm all ears. That fellow is a monstrous genius of the fleeting cloud sword sect. There are rumors that he had successfully reached the limit of the heavenly soul realm. But he didn't have huge fame, which is why not many people know about him. Isn't he still the weakest?" Zhang He leaned backward and continued. "According to what you say, flower burial is at least in the astral stage while Lin Yun has just reached the galaxy stage. There's no way he's flower burial. Not only the astral stage. I think he's actually in the Elysium core realm," said the plump middle-aged man when he recalled how flower burial killed everyone with a flute. "Looks like flower burial isn't among them. I just hope that my opponent can give me some surprise or it'll be too boring," said Zhang He with disappointment flashing through his pupils. He was ranked on the Empyrean ranking, so he wouldn't bother with the profound Azure Prefecture if it wasn't for flower burial. When the drawing of the lots came to an end, the fleeting cloud sword sects groups entered the field with Yi Xiling at the end of the line. After Zhang Liken, Feng Zhang, and Lu Qingyan went down, Yi Xiling turned to look at Lin Yun. "Lin Yun, the heavenly astral pavilion isn't that simple, and I didn't say anything because I don't want to affect anyone's confidence." "I know." Lin Yun smiled because he had long sensed it. When Yi Xiling heard what he said, He nodded his head lightly and landed on the vast stage. "Senior brother Yun, you can do it!" Wang Yuruo cheered on with her face turning red. Lin Yun looked at Wang Yuruo with a smile. No matter what others said, Wang Yuruo had unquestionable confidence in him. In her eyes, he would always be the strongest. Although her voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by many people. Naturally, they couldn't help snickering. When Lin Yun saw everyone treat him like the weakest of the group, he became determined to show them how strong he actually was. There were 5 stages on the plaza, which would host the 5 battles between the Heavenly Astral Pavilion and the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. Let the battle begin. When the prefecture lord gave his word, astral energy exploded out on 5 of the stages as the respective fights began. Yi Xiling, Zhang Liken, and the rest all charged toward their opponents while Lin Yun looked at Zhang, he who was standing casually before him. Lin Yun of the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. Lin Yun cupped his hands together. Zhang He of the Heavenly Astral Pavilion, said Zhang He. When he looked at Lin Yun's forehead, surprise suddenly flashed through his pupils, and he smiled. Interesting. It's a pity for someone of your caliber to stay in the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect and get treated like the weakest. I was even fooled by your appearance. Lin Yun instantly knew that Zhang He had detected some of his secrets. But you're unlucky to run into me. If you're crippled later, you can only blame it on flower burial. Personally, I have nothing against you, smiled Zhang He. Don't be so sure about that, smiled Lin Yun. Since Zhang He was here for flower burial, there was no need for him to go easy on the latter. Bring out your full strength then, Zhang He roared. As the astral energy within his body exploded, the temperature on the vast stage suddenly became heated. Then he charged towards Lin Yun. Stomping his foot on the ground, Zhang He crossed a distance of a few hundred meters in the blink of an eye while afterimages appeared around Lin Yun. With each afterimage, the surrounding temperature rose even more. A palm enveloped in crimson flames charged over Lin Yun, but Lin Yun was prepared for it and easily avoided it. Then, a heat wave spread out while a palm almost brushed past Lin Yun's chest. At this moment, Lin Yun felt like he was swimming in a pool of magma. However, he couldn't figure out where Zhang He was. After he dodged, 2 more flaming palms flew at him. Behind me? Lin Yun twisted his body to avoid the attack and raised his eye. In the next second, an outburst of sword aura exploded out of him and Lin Yun had circulated the Azure Dragon Saint Art. Purple golden runes wriggled towards his right hand, turning his right hand into a dragon claw that grabbed the flaming palm. Come out! Lin Yun grabbed onto Zhang He's wrist while his vitality boiled like an ancient beast. When he took a step backward, a dragon roar exploded out of his body as he tugged Zhang He's wrist. All of this happened in the blink of an eye and Lin Yun broke out of the void before he tossed Zhang He out. Zhang He slammed into his afterimages, while countless sparks flew around. Not bad. Zhang He took a deep breath and slammed his palm on the ground just when he was about to fall onto the ground. When the mark on his palm came in contact with the ground, his flame intent began to surge. As the astral energy within his body exploded, all the flame energy in the surrounding atmosphere began to pour towards his palm. Then, Zhang He landed on one knee and raised his head to look at Lin Yun with a sinister smile on his lips. His pupils flashed with a crimson light as he displayed the nature of a demonic cult's cultivator. Lin Yun sensed that something wasn't right, but the fire in his eyes hadn't resided, and he didn't stop charging toward Zhang He. Since he had gotten the initiative in the fight, he would naturally try his best to exploit his advantage. Ghost Fire Wall. Zhang He suddenly snickered as a crimson flame wall appeared over the ground. However, Lin Yun's sword ray pierced right through the wall of crimson flames. Zhang He took 3 steps back. Seeing that Lin Yun wasn't going to give up, Zhang He was surprised. He didn't think that Lin Yun would rather be injured and insisted on fighting him physically. Did Lin Yun really think that his physique was invincible? When he was sent flying out by Lin Yun, Zhang He could sense the power of Lin Yun's physique. It was at a level that far exceeded those in the same generation. Wearing a mocking expression, Zhang He said, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." In the next second, his shirt burst open, revealing his skin that flickered with a metallic luster. Demonic runes were engraved on the surface of his body that emitted a black aura. His physique was giving off a bizarre yet devilish aura. As Xianxia's eyes blazed with flames, he had confidence written on his face. The demonic runes on the surface of his body began to emit a terrifying demonic light. He wanted to let Lin Yun know the strength of his ghost fire battle physique. When Lin Yun charged over, his punch landed on Xianxia's chest, causing a dull collision and Xianxia's eyes wide open from the pain. However, he didn't hesitate to counter with a punch. When his punch landed on Lin Yun, it made the corner of his lips twitch because Lin Yun's physique was too strong. On the other hand, Lin Yun had no changes to his face, taking a punch from him head-on. Then, the two of them unleashed a barrage of attacks at each other. Both of them could feel their blood boil as they released ferocious roars. At this moment, the two of them looked like two ancient beasts, which shocked the audience. After a few hundred exchanges later, one person was sent flying away. When Xianxia fell onto the ground, he threw up a mouthful of blood with countless cracks appearing on the demonic runes on the surface of his body. He had completely lost to Lin Yun in the physical confrontation, and he couldn't even put up a decent fight. Lin Yun walked out from the cloud of dust with sword rays radiating from his body. At the same time, a dragon roar and sword hum were resonating together as he stood tall. The Azure Dragon Saint Physique. Xianxia wiped the blood off the corner of his lips and his expression became grave. Lin Yun's strength had surpassed his expectations. He didn't think that Lin Yun's physique was comparable to a saint artifact. Furthermore, the sight of the draconic runes on Lin Yun's body made his scalp go numb because he knew that it wasn't easy to inflict any injuries on Lin Yun. This made him begin to wonder where a monster like Lin Yun came from. As the corner of his lips twitched, Xianxia was on the verge of cursing because this was just the ranking battle of the profound Azure Prefecture. Why did so many monstrous geniuses show up? Previously, he thought the profound Azure Prefecture was a small place, so he didn't think that there would be anyone who could threaten him among the same generation. Meanwhile, on the other stages, the battles had come to an end. Yi Xiling had defeated her opponent while Jiang Liken and Lu Qinyan lost. However, Feng Zhang managed to defeat his opponent. Lin Yun had captured the outcome of the fights in his eyes, and even he was surprised by Feng Zhang's performance. The sword technique that Feng Zhang used to defeat his opponent was the technique that Lin Yun had mastered in 7 steps back then, and Feng Zhang had brought it to the manifestation stage. This was also the reason why Feng Zhang could win after competing with his opponent with a Holy Spirit martial technique. But even if he won, the outcome of the 4 fights meant that the pressure was on him now. "I'm sorry," said Jiang Liken and Lu Qinyan with their faces ashen. "You guys don't have to apologize. It's good that you guys did your best," replied Yi Xiling. Shortly after, she turned to look at Feng Zhang and smiled. Junior brother Feng has done well this time, reaching the manifestation stage with his sword technique. But when Feng Zhang heard that, he smiled bitterly. "I spent so much time to reach the manifestation stage when junior brother Lin achieved it in just 7 steps. Mine is nothing compared to his. All our hope is on him now. Are we going to lose?" Jiang Liken said in a vexed tone because he wasn't convinced about his loss. If he was more careful, he wouldn't have lost the battle. "Don't be so sure about that. Lin Yun seems to be holding the advantage in the fight currently," said Yi Xiling while she looked at the stage that belonged to Lin Yun and Zhang He. "What? That's impossible." Feng Zhang and the rest were shocked, especially Jiang Liken, who immediately turned his head over. But shortly after, they were shocked to see Lin Yun standing while Zhang He's face was pale with blood on the corner of his lips. Why is Lin Yun so strong? Jiang Liken's mouth was wide open. Not only him, but everyone else who was paying attention to the fight was also dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the weakest in their eyes managed to deal heavy injuries to Zhang He and even suppress the latter. "Senior brother Yun, go for it." Wang Yurua's face had turned red with her fists tightly clenched together. At this moment, the entire hope of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect was on the weakest link, Lin Yun. "You're really a surprise." Zhang He slowly hovered in the air and looked down on Lin Yun with a smile. "You're stronger than I imagined. The ranking battle is finally getting interesting." Oh! Lin Yun smiled with a playful gaze flashing across his pupils. Did Zhang He really consider himself to be the strongest? He had no idea where Zhang He got his confidence from when he was so badly beaten up earlier. Zhang He's ghost fire battle physique was completely crushed by him, and Zhang He didn't even inflict any damage on his Azure Dragon Saint physique. Then again, Lin Yun didn't think that he would be pressured this much from the fight after reaching the Empyrean realm. But you're still the weakest, and it's practically impossible for you to win me with your cultivation. Zhang He smiled and began to form seals with both his hands. When a painting unfolded behind him, Zhang He summoned his constellation. Crimson light spread out on the surface of his body, repairing the shattered demonic runes. When Zhang He summoned his constellation, it brought new life to his ghost fire battle physique. Scales began to appear on the surface of his body with a pair of ghostly claws and crimson flames blazing in his pupils. It was a weird scene that caused his pressure to increase rapidly. Lin Yun was surprised because such a demonic martial technique was rare to see, and the painting looked like a demon from hell. As Zhang He's bones began to shake, his physique began to swell. At the same time, endless flaming pressure swept toward Lin Yun, not giving him the opportunity to disrupt Zhang He. But Lin Yun's feet were firmly planted on the ground as his hair fluttered in the wind. Immediately, his sword intent began to surge. Ghost Fire Claw! Zhang Ye's eyes flashed with surprise. Then, he disappeared before he charged toward Lin Yun. His claw left cracks in the air that burned with crimson flames. Lin Yun waved his hand and drew his sword. When his sword collided with the claw, sparks flew around the stage. As a dragon roar echoed out, Lin Yun's sky sword intent had completely merged with his azure dragon sword aura, causing his aura to rise rapidly. He was taking the attack head-on without budging an inch. Cracks appeared on the stage beneath him that soon spread out. Each of the terrifying cracks showed how powerful Zhang He was. But Zhang He was surprised to see that his attack was actually blocked because he was expecting a complete suppression when he brought out his constellation. Regardless of how powerful Lin Yun's physique was, he should be completely crushed by the difference in their cultivation. As Zhang He frowned, he released a sharp roar that sounded like the roar of a ghost from hell. It sent bizarre sound waves into the surroundings. Even if Lin Yun had a powerful sword intent, it still took a long time for the sword cocoon to calm down after buzzing for a long time. Meanwhile, Zhang He charged forward because he refused to believe that he couldn't force Lin Yun to take a step back. While he unleashed his attacks, he summoned his holy spirit from within his body. Sun concealing clouds, storm clouds and wind, clouds manifesting dragon, soaring azure sky. Lin Yun took the attacks head-on with his feet firmly planted on the ground, not taking a step back no matter how Zhang He attacked him. As azure birds flew around accompanied by dragon roars, Lin Yun calmly executed the fleeting cloud 13 swords to the limit, leaving all the audience dumbfounded. My heavens! The fleeting cloud 13 swords is that strong? Isn't this a little too terrifying? Each of his swords have reached the manifestation stage. Unbelievable! How is he the weakest? He's definitely a dark horse. The plaza boiled in shock at Lin Yun's attainment in the sword. Holy! The plump middle-aged man from the heavenly astral pavilion couldn't remain seated anymore as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. After all, Zhang He was a genius even among all the Empyreans in the heavenly astral pavilion. He shouldn't have an opponent in such a small place like the profound Azure Prefecture. But now, Zhang He was placed in a tough spot facing Lin Yun, who was only in the galaxy stage. It made no sense to the plump middle-aged man at all. The plump middle-aged man immediately felt a chill down his spine as he recalled the fear he felt from facing Flower Burial. As his lips twitched, he spoke with a trembling voice. What the hell? Don't tell me that we're going to fail here again. It would be too humiliating if they were crushed by the fleeting Cloud Sword sect before they could even find Flower Burial. It's your turn to take an attack from me. Lin Yun smiled. Before Zhang He could respond in time, Lin Yun took a step forward, which caused the entire stage to tremble violently. His body erupted like a volcano when he took a step forward as he poured his sword aura out. It instantly placed Zhang He in a difficult position. His sword intent was so strong that Zhang He couldn't resist. As 11 azure birds flew in the air, Lin Yun stood firm. It was as though he was the manifestation of a mountain, perfectly fused with the clouds. 11th sword, emerald stars. Lin Yun took a deep breath and soared into the sky before swinging his sword out. His sword aura felt like a gigantic mountain was falling from the sky, causing the entire stage to tremble violently. Suddenly, countless blades flew out. Zhang He was completely dumbfounded by this scene. By the time he recovered from his shock, a gigantic figure stood in the starry sky above Lin Yun and swung its sword. When the gigantic figure in the sky overlapped with Lin Yun, a dazzling sword ray lit up the entire sky. Zhang He did his best to defend by condensing the flames into armor, but under Lin Yun's sword, his defenses were sliced through like paper. When Lin Yun's sword came in contact with his scales, it left a bloody gash on his body and sent him flying. Zhang He let out a miserable scream from the immense pain as he yelled with a twisted face, "Lin Yun, I'll kill you." Not loud enough. "Here, take another sword from me." Lin Yun soared into the sky with boundless clouds surging behind him. When the sea of clouds was formed, Lin Yun's sword aura became even more dense. Azure mountain beyond the clouds. Space around Lin Yun distorted and the sea of clouds was immediately sucked over with the 12 azure birds. When Lin Yun stabbed his sword out, it formed into a terrifying white vortex. The vortex was unbelievably tough and the power made Zhang He feel despair. The scales on Zhang He's body were completely crushed. The intense pain was unimaginable, and Zhang He's scream made everyone feel uncomfortable. After Zhang He took the full blow of Lin Yun's sword, all the scales on his body disappeared. "Oh my God!" All the audience took in a cold breath because this was simply too brutal. Right at this moment, Zhang He suddenly dashed forward, and the demon that he had fused with from his painting separated with him. Then it flew towards Lin Yun. When Lin Yun's sword aura collided with the demon, it passed through the demon as if it didn't exist. At the same time, Zhang He, who was covered in injuries, followed right behind the demon. But just when the demon was about to get close to Lin Yun, the golden aura in Lin Yun's forehead turned into golden flames. At this moment, the sword intent contained in Lin Yun's forehead was like a massive sky, and the demon froze in midair from Lin Yun's glare. In the next second, Lin Yun's sword intent instantly shredded the demon into pieces. When the demon dissipated, Zhang He, who was still trailing behind, had fear written on his face as a sword ray passed his throat. I surrender." Zhang He's face was pale and he surrendered after sensing death. But Lin Yun waved his hand and used the flat surface of the sword to slap Zhang He's face. The sound echoed out, leaving everyone from the heavenly astral pavilion dumbfounded. When Zhang He landed on the ground, he rolled away several times. Raising his head to look at Lin Yun, he could see the indifference in Lin Yun's pupils. "You know how to admit defeat now? Who the hell do you think you are to call me the weakest? You're even weaker than a dog. Someone like you wants to take Flower Burial's head? How impudent!" Lin Yun said as he sheathed his sword. Since Zhang He came to look for Flower Burial, there was naturally no need for Lin Yun to help Zhang He retain his face. If it wasn't for the rules, his sword earlier would have already taken Zhang He's life. The entire plaza fell into a deadly silence as everyone looked at Lin Yun with unconcealable shock in their eyes. When the battle began, no one would have thought that Lin Yun would be able to give Zhang He a beating. After all, Zhang He declared that he came to the profound Azure Prefecture for Flower Burial to take revenge for what happened in the Heavenly Astral Pavilion. However, Zhang He failed to find Flower Burial and was beaten by a genius of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect instead. The Fleeting Cloud Sword sect's party was all shocked before joy flashed across their faces. Only Yi Xiling managed to maintain her composure. But even so, there was a flash of surprise through her pupils while she began to wonder what happened to Lin Yun over the last few days. Lin Yun had a strong killing aura on him, and he had also undergone a transformation. Could it be that he left with Luo Hua for some mission? This fellow is a little terrifying that even Zhang He was so badly defeated. Chu Tianhao squinted his eyes and wore a grave expression. Could it be that the rumors were true and that Lin Yun had really reached the limit of the heavenly soul realm? Even if that were true, Lin Yun shouldn't be so overwhelmingly strong. After all, Zhang He brought out his constellation. Despite his trump card, Zhang He lost terribly. It seemed that Lin Yun's attainment in the sword was a lot more terrifying than what he had shown so far. Chu Tianhao thought it was strange because he didn't hear much about Lin Yun previously. It was as if Lin Yun had appeared out of nowhere. Then again, Chu Tianhao was confident in his own strength. Lin Yun's performance would only make him treat their fight more seriously. He alone can't support the entire fleeting cloud sword sect. They have to win at least 3 rounds, and there's no way we will lose unless he picks the Hell Challenge. The second senior disciple of the Suspend King Palace's eyes flashed with ferocity. Chu Tianhao's pupils flashed with lingering fear when the Hell Challenge was brought up. However, he immediately shook his head. Chu Tianhao didn't even think that the Crimson Blood Elysium's genius dared to take on the challenge, let alone Lin Yun. No one in their right mind would try since it was meant for genuine experts. This was Lin Yun's first battle after reaching the Empyrean realm. Although he fought with the lesser Elysium Core realm expert, he relied on the Lightning Shadow Sword. So it couldn't be considered a genuine battle. Then again, perhaps he had thought too highly of his opponent. Compared to the Sword Assembly, the ranking battle wasn't challenging. Lin Yun didn't even use 50% of his strength, not to mention all the trump cards he had hidden. Lin Yun wins! A judge from the profound Azure Prefecture flew over and brought Zhang He down from the stage before he made the announcement. It has been tough on you, Lin Yun. Yi Xiling nodded her head and wore a rare smile. Lin Yun smiled when he heard that. In truth, he only used about 30% or 40% of his strength to defeat Zhang He. As long as the fight dragged on, Zhang He would lose. However, Lin Yun didn't want to exhaust himself, so he finished things quickly. If the Suspend King Palace or the Crimson Moon Elysium didn't win fast enough, the fleeting Cloud Sword sect would have a bye round. So Lin Yun made sure he finished things quickly. That's Xiahou Ju? Lin Yun looked toward the Crimson Moon Elysium. Xiahou Ju arrived late, so Lin Yun wasn't able to get a good look at him. So now, when he looked at the Crimson Moon Elysium's party, he was instantly captivated by this extraordinary black-clothed youth. Not him. That's his junior brother, Zhao Chen. The one in white is Xiahou Ju, said Yi Xiling while pointing at a person that Lin Yun didn't take note of. Lin Yun was surprised because this white-clothed youth gave a deep impression if anyone paid attention to him. When Lin Yun swept his gaze through the Crimson Moon Elysium's party earlier, he had completely neglected this person. He would have recognized the wrong person if Yi Xiling didn't correct him. Lin Yun looked away and tried again. When he looked over at the Crimson Moon Elysium's party once more, his face changed because he had neglected Xiahou Ju's existence again. He needed to look twice to discover Xiahou Ju's existence. Lin Yun was baffled as to what Xiahou Ju did to make others neglect him. But he knew that Xiahou Ju didn't do anything. When he looked at Xiahou Ju again, he could clearly sense the terrifying aura that Xiahou Ju was giving off. Xiahou Ju was a terrifying opponent, and one would lose their lives if they weren't careful. Just when Lin Yun was in deep thoughts, Xiahou Ju suddenly turned his head over with a smile. Seeing Xiahou Ju's smile, Lin Yun felt a chill run down his spine. Xiahou Ju clearly knew that Lin Yun was trying to examine him. Lin Yun realized why Xiahou Ju was the strongest genius of the Crimson Moon Elysium. The battle between the Suspend King Palace and Azure Thunder Monastery has begun, Yi Xiling said, instantly diverting Lin Yun's attention to the stage. Although the two were pretty close in strength, the Suspend King Palace would be able to win if nothing went wrong. But when the fight started, the speed of the Azure Thunder Monastery's defeat was a little shocking. Clearly, the Azure Thunder Monastery wasn't looking down on their opponent. It just so happened to be that the Suspend King Palace was incredibly strong. Both Chu Tianhao and the second senior disciple displayed terrifying strength, especially Chu Tianhao, who practically defeated his opponent with a single move. The monarch aura that he was giving off instantly crushed his opponent's aura. It left Zhang Liken and the others dumbfounded. They knew that if they really ran into the Suspend King Palace, everyone would probably fail aside from Lin Yun and Yi Xiling. If they weren't lucky and Lin Yun missed Chu Tianhao, the fleeting cloud sword sect would lose more terribly. But when the Crimson Moon Elysium went on the stage, their performance was even more shocking. They didn't lose a single fight, unlike the Suspend King Palace who lost once. Moreover, all of them had a terrifying crimson moon as their constellation. When the crimson moon appeared, an immense pressure would come crashing down. Xiaoju's opponent immediately surrendered while the other participants from the Crimson Moon Elysium practically won their fight within 10 moves. Although the Thousand Crane Pavilion was practically the weakest force present, the complete dominance of the Crimson Moon Elysium was shocking. At the same time, everyone had a feeling that the landscape of the Profound Azure Prefecture would really change this time. Don't tell me that the Profound Azure Prefecture will be a haven for demonic cultivators in the future? It's hard to say. After all, the Divine Dragon Empire has been closing an eye to the existence of demonic forces. In their eyes, the righteous and demonic forces have no difference. Don't think too much about it. The demonic forces are strong to begin with. Otherwise, the demon domain would have been swept through by others a long time ago. But this time, the Crimson Moon Elysium is clearly here for the Sword Saint Mountain and the Divine Dragon Baptism. Looks like this ranking battle will be very interesting. I wonder if the Suspend King Palace can bear the pressure. The audience was chatting in anticipation of the fight between the Suspend King Palace and the Crimson Moon Elysium. Clearly, no one had high hopes for the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. It was clear that aside from Lin Yun and maybe Yi Xiling, the fleeting Cloud Sword sect didn't have an advantage against the Suspend King Palace. If they were lucky, they might be able to get away with 2 losses. But if they weren't lucky, they might lose 4 or 5 matches. The Crimson Moon Elysium won in the shortest amount of time. So the Suspend King Palace should be our opponent tomorrow, said Zhang Liken with his brows locked together. Lu Qingyan, who also lost his match, spoke in a depressed tone. Chu Tianhao is too strong, and not many people can stand before his Suspend King art. I don't see it that way, said Lin Yun. The Suspend King Palace only has Chu Tianhao and Qin Yang. The other 3 are merely in the pinnacle astral stage. In terms of strength, they're not that scary. You have a way to deal with them? Yi Xiling's eyes lit up because she could sense the hidden meaning in Lin Yun's words. We'll talk when we go back, said Lin Yun as he looked at everyone calculating the time each force took. Although he could roughly guess that the Crimson Moon Elysium took the shortest amount of time, the Profound Azure Prefecture still had to conduct a calculation for fairness. Soon enough, someone from the Profound Azure Prefecture stood up and gave each force their times. After the representative left, Yi Xiling looked at everyone and said, the Crimson Moon Elysium will directly proceed to the next round. Let's go. Lin Yun left while everyone looked at him. They had no idea what Lin Yun was planning. The Suspend King Palace also left, but they weren't looking very happy. They naturally didn't place the fleeting Cloud Sword sect in their eyes and were instead concerned about Xiaoju. After all, the strength that Xiaoju displayed was too strong and they didn't think that they could come up with a plan in just one night. Meanwhile, Yan Tai and Luo Hua were at a place that Lin Yun would never imagine. They were in the Azure Rock County city. Only that old geezer from the Feng clan is left, Luo Hua said coldly while she looked at the Feng clan's hidden sword pavilion. He's the only one left, smiled Yan Tai. He had witnessed how decisive this young Master Luo was in killing all 9 Dragon Pulse Realm experts who surrounded Lin Yun back then. Although he had doubts in his heart, Yan Tai didn't dare to ask because he could feel a chill in his spine the longer he interacted with Luo Hua. His wits told him to keep his mouth shut and just do as he was told. Prior to the sword assembly, the Feng clan was really popular among swordsmen. After all, they would come asking for swords and to examine the Lightning Shadow Sword. Even Dragon Pulse Realm experts would pay the Feng clan a visit because of the Lightning Shadow Sword. But after the sword assembly, everything was in a mess. Not only was the plaza a mess, but the Feng clan's reputation had suffered a huge blow. So Luo Hua and Yan Tai managed to enter the manor easily without any guards discovering their existence. Over there, said Luo Hua while she pointed at a palace located on a mountain. Not in the hidden sword pavilion? Yan Tai was surprised because he thought that such an expert would be in the hidden sword pavilion. After all, the hidden sword pavilion was built by the hidden sword manor, and there were all sorts of spiritual runes that were part of arrays. It was probably the safest place in the entire Feng clan's residence. Then again, this was also for the best because it would lessen their trouble. As the two of them traveled in the air, no one noticed them as they headed toward the palace. It didn't take long for them to descend on the palace. Before the two Elysium Core Realm elders guarding the palace could even respond, they were instantly knocked out by Yantai. If Yantai was doing things his way, he would have killed the guards. However, he only knocked them unconscious because Luo Hua had a specific target and didn't want to affect others who weren't involved. So Yantai had no choice but to rein himself in. Luo Hua was wearing her normal white clothes and white veil that covered her face. As she walked forward, all the guards who discovered her would be knocked out cold by Yantai. When the two of them entered the palace, the white-haired elder of the Feng clan had surprise on his face. He was initially healing his injuries on a stone platform, but he opened his eyes when he sensed Luo Hua and Yantai's arrival. He was briefly stunned before he instantly figured out the intent of Luo Hua and Yantai's visit. With a smile, the white-haired elder mocked Luo Hua. "You have such a foul temper at such a young age. What's the matter? You want me to apologize to a junior like you?" He had violated Feng Xuanzi's rules to make a move against Lin Yun, and he was also the one who sent the Elysium Core Realm expert to go after Lin Yun's life. Based on what Lin Yun did at the Sword Assembly, Lin Yun would have been killed 1,000 times over if it weren't for Feng Xuanzi's interference. He was probably the only person who could take this lying down. He initially didn't place this matter in his heart, and he would have even forgotten about it if Luo Hua didn't appear before him. Whose idea was it? Yours or Feng Xuanzi? Luo Hua asked, ignoring the old man's mockery. Feng Xuanzi? He can't order me around. If he was willing, you and that little bastard would be dead before the two of you could even leave the Feng clan. He's a coward to be afraid of a lass like you. But I'm not. The old man's eyes flashed coldly. Old man, do you still have no idea of your situation? Yantai grinned. My situation? The old man squinted his eyes before he snickered. You better worry about yours instead. I might be afraid of you outside the city, but you're nothing here in the Feng clan. When he was done, a sword rose into the air. It was a 1,000-rune saint artifact. When he unsheathed the sword, 18 Elysium Core Realm experts walked out from the darkness wielding 100-rune saint artifacts. Although this old man wasn't the patriarch, his seniority allowed him to possess a powerful force in the Feng clan. Tell me about your objectives and beg me for mercy. Otherwise, you can die right now. The old man barked at Luo Hua while holding onto his 1,000-rune saint artifact. Standing beside Luo Hua, Yantai began to feel nervous because he didn't think that the old man would also have a 1,000-rune saint artifact. Facing this formation, even Yantai would get injured if he tried to leave relying on brute force. Plus, he had to take care of Luo Hua, so an escape was looking impossible. But when he looked at Luo Hua, the latter was calm as if nothing could threaten her. I'm here to borrow something, said Luo Hua as she walked forward. What is it? The old man squinted his pupils with ridicule on his face. He didn't know how Luo Hua could be so confident despite facing death. Your head. The old man was briefly stunned before he laughed. Is it funny? Luo Hua said while she removed her veil, exposing her charming appearance. How is that not? The old man sneered, but a shocking pressure came from Luo Hua before he could finish speaking. It was like a seal had been broken as Luo Hua transformed into an empress with an immense aura that was befitting of a monarch. When Luo Hua's aura spread out, the surrounding Elysium Core Realm experts fell to their knees. Their faces distorted in pain as they knelt on the ground. The face of the old man also turned pale, and as his knees fought the unimaginable pressure to remain standing. Yantai, who was behind Luo Hua, was completely dumbfounded and couldn't utter a single word. He wasn't shocked by Luo Hua's strength but the power sealed in her body. The power was something that he had never seen before, nor could he find anything comparable to it. The pressure also scared him as he wanted to kneel behind her. Before the old man could resist, Luo Hua tossed the white veil over that emitted a dazzling white light. When everything settled down, Luo Hua put her veil back. Yen Tai managed to see a part of her face before she covered it up, and he could feel his heart throbbing violently from her beauty. The veil had no blood, but the head of the Feng clan's elder was rolling on the ground. When Yen Tai felt a gaze directed at him, his heart trembled and he nearly fell to his knees. He quickly cupped his hands together. This subordinate greets young Master Luo. You're not my subordinate, nor is your surname Luo, so you don't have to kneel before me, Luo Hua said indifferently as she walked out of the palace. A long time later, her voice sounded out. Hang the 9 heads on the city wall, and make sure it's visible to anyone who passes by. Alrighty, don't worry about anything. This is what I'm the best at. Yen Luo grinned even though he was filled with lingering fear from what just happened. Could it really be a sin that deserved death if he really managed to see her true appearance? Then again, he only caught a small glimpse of Luo Hua's face. Instantly, Yen Tai wondered if Lin Yun had seen Luo Hua's appearance. But the more he thought about it, the more obvious it became. In his mind, Lin Yun had to have seen Luo Hua's face since she was willing to do all of this for him. After all, the 9 victims were experts in the Dragon Pulse realm. He could even imagine how shocking it would be when he hung the 9 heads on the city wall. For some reason, he had a feeling that Luo Hua didn't place these people in her eyes, and that Dragon Pulse realm experts were nothing to her. She did this only to create a form of intimidation, so that no one could rely on their cultivation to bully Lin Yun because she couldn't reveal her unique identity. Upon realizing this, Yen Tai exclaimed at Lin Yun's luck. He believed that he was a stud when he was young, but he never ran into such fortune. Various thoughts flashed across Yen Tai's mind while he cleaned up the mess. Meanwhile, Feng Xuanzi, Feng Xiaoyu, Feng Xingyang, and the Dragon Pulse Realm Elder who was responsible for protecting Feng Xiaoyu were standing at the highest roof of the Hidden Sword Pavilion. It was also the safest place in the Feng clan. Even if a saint came, it would take some time to break through the defenses because the entire Hidden Sword Pavilion was a 1,000-rune saint artifact, a saint pagoda. Feng Xiaoyu and Feng Xingyang were both nervous and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were brought here last night, and Feng Xuanzi wouldn't tell them what was going on no matter how they asked. But they could sense that it was a complicated matter, especially since they were brought here for protection. Suddenly, Feng Xuanzi opened his eyes and looked out of the window. His actions immediately caught Feng Xiaoyu by surprise as she moved to the window and saw a white figure streaking across the horizon. It was naturally Luo Hua who had become her nightmare. Behind Luo Hua was a demonic cultivator with a crimson blade on his shoulder while he held onto a decapitated head. Great-granduncle! Feng Xiaoyu's face changed as she exclaimed. The old man was Feng Xuanzi's uncle who had the highest status in the Feng clan. But the old man didn't have a good relationship with Feng Xuanzi because Feng Xuanzi's father won the patriarch position. It made everyone forget about the old man, especially after Feng Xuanzi became a heavenly spiritualist. But his death still brought fear to the little princess of the Feng clan. Even Feng Xingyang was trembling as he asked, "Great-granduncle died just like that? I warned him. There's nothing I can do since he decided to court death." "You don't need to worry about it," said Feng Xuanzi coldly. "Who the hell is that woman?" Feng Xiaoyu exclaimed. Looking at Feng Xiaoyu, Feng Xuanzi looked at her gently and said, "Xiaoyu, you're the princess of the Feng clan. But the world is bigger than you think. There are people that we can't afford to offend, and I hope that you can become mature and realize this. After all, I can't take care of you for your entire life." At this moment, Feng Xuanzi looked like an old man who had lost all ambition. Clearly, the sword assembly had taken a toll on him. "I'm sorry, grandfather. I'll behave myself in the future." Feng Xiaoyu quickly came forward and comforted him. She felt bad for what she did because she just realized that she had brought huge trouble to the Feng clan. If it wasn't for her grandfather, the Feng clan would be wiped out by now. "It's fine." Feng Xuanzi smiled. No matter what his granddaughter did, she was irreplaceable in his heart. "Now that it's settled, you will go to the Hidden Sword Manor with Xingyang. You're not young anymore, and it's time for you to go out." Feng Xuanzi had made arrangements for them and warned them not to get revenge. After all, the Feng clan was at fault, and they were lucky that Luo Hua only took the lives of those responsible. A long time later, Feng Xingyang asked, "Who the hell is she?" She can't say it and neither can you? Can it be that her origin is even bigger than the hidden sword manor? If she said her origin, then the Feng clan would have to be eradicated. Since she didn't say anything, I naturally can't say anything either. Just stop asking questions. Feng Xuanzi glared at Feng Xingyang. In the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's residence assigned by the profound Azure City, the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's party came back with depressed faces. They had to face the Suspend King Palace tomorrow, but they felt despair after witnessing the Suspend King Palace's strength. They couldn't see any hope of victory at all. Not to mention that the Suspend King Palace didn't even bring out a third of their strength to defeat the Azure Thunder Monastery. Just Qin Yang alone was comparable to Yi Xiling, not to mention the chief disciple, Chu Tianhao. Even if they got lucky tomorrow and had Feng Zhang and Lu Qinyan face Chu Tianhao and Qin Yang, the victory would depend on Jiang Liken. Jiang Liken lost to an ordinary opponent from the Heavenly Astral Pavilion and nearly buried the entire fleeting Cloud Sword sect. No matter how Lin Yun looked at it, even someone like Feng Zhang had more potential than Jiang Liken. Junior brother Lin, do you really have an idea? Lu Qinyan asked, drawing the attention of everyone. I do, replied Lin Yun. What are our odds? Lu Qinyan asked. If we're lucky in the matchup, it will be 5-0, said Lin Yun. Hearing that, everyone's faces twitched because Lin Yun was a little too depressing. But right at this moment, Lin Yun winked and smiled. I meant we will win all 5 battles. Lin Yun's boldness stunned everyone. Yi Xiling didn't say a word and simply stared at Lin Yun in shock. However, Jiang Liken couldn't help doubting Lin Yun's words. Even though he had a better understanding of Lin Yun after the battle, he still couldn't believe what he was hearing. Junior brother Lin, isn't that a little too unrealistic? Even if you're strong, this is a team battle. Yi Xiling also shook her head silently, while Feng Zhang and Lu Qinyan smiled bitterly. Feng Zhang smiled. Junior brother Lin, you're not joking, right? How can we possibly win all 5 battles? Do I look like I'm joking? Or do all of you think you're just garbage? Lin Yun started to get annoyed as his face turned cold. As a cold light flashed across Lin Yun's pupil, he continued, or do all of you think that I'm garbage? We didn't. Everyone else quickly denied it under Lin Yun's pressuring aura. But Yi Xiling was surprised because she had never seen Lin Yun so serious before ever since he came to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. She began to wonder if Lin Yun was actually being serious right now. It might sound impossible, but I believe you since you're someone who reached the limit of the heavenly soul realm, said Yi Xiling as she waited for Lin Yun's explanation. Taking a step forward, Lin Yun said, it's impossible for us to win all 5 battles against the Azure Thunder Monastery or the Thousand Crane Pavilion. But it's possible with the Suspend King Palace. After witnessing the Suspend King Palace's battle today, I realized that they only rely on their Suspend King art or the Monarch aura to crush their opponents. The Suspend King art was famous, and even someone like Yi Xiling who had grasped the Sky Sword intent wouldn't be able to obtain any advantage against Chu Tianhao. The Suspend King art is strong, but what if I can help you guys to display your full strength tomorrow in front of the Suspend King art? Lin Yun turned around and looked at everyone while he dropped a bomb. It felt unbelievable to everyone that Lin Yun could make them immune to the Suspend King art's pressure in just one night. If Lin Yun really managed to do it, then the Suspend King art would be useless in front of them. Why isn't it impossible? There's nothing certain in the world. Lin Yun paused briefly before he turned to look at Jiang Liken. What you said isn't wrong either, because I'll leave the fleeting Cloud Sword sect sooner or later. It's not a secret, and I believe senior sister Yi already knows it too. Even if I help you right now, you will lose in the future if none of you improve. When he said that, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Then, Lin Yun turned to look at Feng Zhang and asked, your sword intent is at the pinnacle spiritual sword intent, right? Yeah, that's right. Feng Zhang replied. Pinnacle spiritual? Lin Yun muttered before he suddenly turned around with a sword intent that began to crush Feng Zhang. Feng Zhang's back was covered with sweat as he quickly brought out all of his sword intent. But his spiritual sword intent only lasted for a split second before it crumbled. As Feng Zhang threw up a mouthful of blood, he was sent flying. When he fell to the ground on one knee, shock filled his pupils. This scene left everyone confused because they could sense that Lin Yun had only used greater spiritual sword intent to crush Feng Zhang's pinnacle spiritual sword intent. It was incredible. Sword intent can resist the monarch aura. Despite what you're thinking, I'm not a peerless genius. I've merely had more life and death experiences than all of you. Throughout my journeys, I've never once given up on pursuing the sword, said Lin Yun. His tone was calm, but everyone could imagine what he had experienced for his sword intent to become so strong. If Lin Yun hadn't experienced life and death in the profound Amber Realm, there was no way he could become the champion in the heavenly path. Feng Zhang, Lu Qingyan, and Zhang Liken all had a higher starting point than him, and they were all geniuses as well. As for Yi Xiling, there was naturally nothing to say about her, since she was a descendant of an ancient saint clan who was in possession of a terrifying bloodline. If it wasn't for the obsession in her heart, she would have left everyone behind based on the talent contained in her bloodline. I'll share my insights in the sword with all of you. However, the amount that you absorb will depend on you. Lin Yun swept his glance around before he sat down and began the process. Everyone's hearts throbbed as they quickly sat down to listen. Even Wang Yuruo and Yi Xiling were briefly stunned before they sat down as well. Lin Yun shared so fast that no one had time to ask questions. After an hour passed, Lin Yun finished sharing his insights in the sword. Next up will be a practical lesson. Anyone who can come within 5 feet of me won't have to fear the monarch aura tomorrow. You might even be able to crush your opponent, Lin Yun said while he unleashed his sword intent. His sword intent took everyone by surprise, causing everyone but Yi Xiling to go flying. When the others hit the ground, they could feel their bones falling apart. Holy shit, you're actually serious, Lu Qingyan murmured. Feng Zhang's face was also distorted with pain as his situation wasn't any better. Yuruo, come over to my side, said Lin Yun looking at Wang Yuruo who fell onto the ground. But this time, Wang Yuruo didn't listen to him and shook her head with stubbornness flickering in her pupils. This made Lin Yun nod his head before he looked at Lu Qingyan and the rest. Even she can do it, so don't tell me that you men can't do it. Get up on your feet quickly and stop embarrassing yourselves. As Zhang Liken, Feng Zhang, and Lu Qingyan struggled to get on their feet, they endured the pressure from Lin Yun and managed to get 15 feet away from Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun suddenly pushed his sword intent to sky sword intent and sent them flying. The sword aura that Lin Yun was giving off at this moment was too terrifying. His sword aura didn't just restrict their sword aura, but completely crushed them. To a swordsman, it was the same as crushing their bones one by one and giving them unimaginable pain. Is this the best you can do? How disappointing. I haven't even brought out my full strength. All of you, get up, Lin Yun barked. At the same time, an azure dragon appeared around him and perfectly merged with his sword aura. Under this newly combined pressure, the 3 men could feel a colossal mountain crashing down on them that they couldn't resist no matter how hard they tried. Aside from Yi Xiling, everyone's faces were distorting in pain as their bones cracked from the immense pressure. They knew that Lin Yun was strong when he was in the heavenly soul realm, but they didn't know that Lin Yun would become exponentially stronger after reaching the Empyrean realm. At the same time, they never expected that they couldn't even stand before Lin Yun's sword aura. It was even worse because they couldn't see the limit of Lin Yun's sword intent. Feng Zhang, where did your temper go? Didn't you tell me that an Empyrean couldn't be humiliated? Where is your pride? Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke to Feng Zhang, who was struggling to get back up. His words made Feng Zhang's face turn ugly because Lin Yun had touched his sore spot. Gritting his teeth, he pushed his sword intent to the limit while he recalled the profundity of sky sword intent that Lin Yun shared previously. As he struggled under Lin Yun's sword aura, the flow of his sword intent became faster. Then he slowly stood up. It was so shocking that Zhang Liken and Lu Qingyan couldn't believe what they were seeing. Feng Zhang couldn't forget the humiliation he suffered back in the Sword Saint Mountain. However, he didn't hate Lin Yun because he was the one who asked to be humiliated back then. He only hated himself for being so weak. Gritting his teeth, Feng Zhang slowly stood up under Lin Yun's Azure Dragon sword aura. The moment he got back up, Lin Yun glanced at him and an invisible sword aura collided against his chest. Everyone could hear Feng Zhang's bones cracking, which made Lu Qingyan and Zhang Liken look at Lin Yun furiously. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun was acting so ruthlessly. Ha ha ha. Not enough. Lin Yun, make me kneel if you can. However, before they could say anything, Feng Zhang let out a maniacal burst of laughter as he stood back up. Glancing at Feng Zhang, Lin Yun spoke indifferently, "As you wish." In the next second, the sword cocoon in his forehead emitted a faint light as he unleashed his quasi-divine firmament sword intent. On top of that, Lin Yun retrieved the lightning shadow sword from his sword box. When he held onto the sword scabbard, the sword aura suddenly plunged everyone into darkness, and even Yi Xiling began to tremble under the pressure. When Lin Yun wielded the lightning shadow sword, it brought Lin Yun's quasi-divine firmament sword intent to the height of divine firmament sword intent. Lin Yun didn't go easy on them and released his sword intent entirely. Yi Xiling tried her best to maintain her feet, but she had doubt on her face when she saw the sword in Lin Yun's hand. She had never seen Lin Yun using that sword before, but recalling how Lin Yun was missing for the past few days, she immediately connected his disappearance with that sword. But when she saw the two ancient words written on the sword hilt, her face suddenly changed. She instantly figured out where Lin Yun went the past few days and why the sword intent around him was so dense along with the desolation in his pupils. That's the lightning shadow sword. Lin Yun, you went to the sword assembly and made it through the 3 challenges. Yi Xiling bit her lips. Despite the reluctance in her pupils, she couldn't conceal the respect in her eyes. At this moment, Lin Yun wasn't any weaker than flower burial in her mind. Did Lin Yun really want to make her owe him for the rest of her life? Cursing out inwardly, Yi Xiling became somewhat perplexed. The lightning shadow sword? Zhang Liken, Lu Qingyan, and Feng Zhang were all shocked. They naturally knew about that sword since it was a precious sword forged by the Mo clan. Now it made sense why Lin Yun could release such a terrifying pressure just by wielding a sword. Most importantly, it meant that Lin Yun had successfully made it through the 3 challenges. Why don't you talk after you stand up? The name of this sword has nothing to do with you all. A light flashed through Lin Yun's pupils as he drew the sword out by half an inch. In the next second, everyone threw up a mouthful of blood and went flying. Lin Yun had only drawn the sword out by half an inch, but his sword aura had reached a terrifying height. They couldn't believe how strong he was after he was enveloped in pure lightning. When everyone fell onto the ground, they laid on the ground unable to move. Lin Yun was simply too terrifying. The Suspend King Palace's monarch aura was nothing compared to Lin Yun's sword aura. Lin Yun, you're too anxious and it has lost the tempering effect. They can't even stand, said Lil Purple with her brows locked together. At the same time, she felt that Lin Yun was really terrifying when he was ruthless. I know what I'm doing, said Lin Yun. Although his sword aura had gotten stronger, all he did was merely send them flying out a few hundred meters. At the same time, he retracted his quasi-divine firmament sword intent to within 10 feet of radius. Humph. I don't believe it, said Lil Purple. But the moment she finished, Wang Yuruo was the first to stand up. This had truly shocked Lil Purple because Wang Yuruo was the first person to stand when Yi Xiling couldn't. Lin Yun was also surprised by the fact that Wang Yuruo was the first to stand. Shortly after, Yi Xiling released her sky sword intent and slowly stood up while wiping the blood on her lips. Sky sword intent is combining sword intent with the sky. It is also the greatest difference between spiritual and sky sword intent. Lin Yun's voice sounded out in the ears of Lu Qingyan and the rest once more, as he shared his comprehension of spiritual and sky sword intent once more. Although he already shared his insights, it was more effective this time around. Boundless insight poured into everyone as they realized what Lin Yun was sharing. 30 minutes later, a powerful sword intent soared into the sky that came from Feng Zhang. He had finally reached the sky sword intent. This surprised Lil Purple even more as she exclaimed, "Whoa! This is unbelievable." Lin Yun didn't react as he continued speaking. There's nothing to be surprised about. Their talent isn't weak, and they're all geniuses of the fleeting cloud sword sect. If that old geezer was a little more serious about teaching them, they would have achieved the sky sword intent a long time ago. Lil Purple agreed with Lin Yun. But the old geezer was a heaven-defying genius who was the champion of the 3 rankings. He didn't even teach his daughter, so how could he put his attention on those like Feng Zhang? While Yi Xiling and the rest were being tortured by Lin Yun's sword intent, the Suspend King Palace was also busy. The disciples were seated together with the elder with worry on their faces. Tianhao, do you have any confidence in beating Xiaoju? The elder asked. Chu Tianhao pondered briefly before he said, I'm 40% confident I can beat him. If I resort to my trump card, maybe 50%. I already knew about Xiaoju's existence, but I didn't think that he was a genius secretly nurtured by the Crimson Moon Elysium. If I've guessed it correctly, he must have reached the Quasi-Elysium core realm. Hearing that, everyone took a deep breath. Their faces changed because Xiaoju was capable of killing lesser Elysium core realm experts. But nothing is certain in an actual fight. The difference between me and him isn't that great, said Chu Tianhao. Shortly after, he smiled. Furthermore, I might also not run into him. If we miss each other and obtain a win each, our Suspend King Palace still has a high chance. Hearing Chu Tianhao's words, everyone's expression became a lot better. But right at this moment, someone asked, is there a plan to deal with the fleeting Cloud Sword sect? Why do we need to plan against them? Only Lin Yun is worth our attention. Ha ha ha. Qin Yang laughed. Everyone else also shared the same thoughts because there was nothing special about the fleeting Cloud Sword sect aside from Lin Yun. At most, maybe Yi Xiling could also be an opponent to them. However, the other 3 were no different than garbage, especially their chief disciple Jiang Liken, who lost to a nameless disciple of the Heavenly Astral Pavilion. We don't have to worry about the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. If any of us run into Lin Yun, we just have to give up, said Chu Tianhao. In the blink of an eye, 1 night passed. When the first light of dawn shined down on the profound azure city, the audience was already waiting in the plaza. Back in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect's campsite, Yi Xiling and the rest were weakly lying on the ground. They didn't suffer any fatal injuries and their pupils were shining brightly. To Feng Zhang and the rest, it was one of the longest nights of their lives. But they had also undergone a drastic transformation in just 1 night with a great improvement in their strength. Through 1 night, they excavated all of the potential within their body. So the effects might not be that great if Lin Yun did it again. Lin Yun took out a Nirvana pellet and divided it into 6 before giving everyone a part of it. Their injuries might seem serious, but none of the wounds were fatal. Splitting the Nirvana pellet into 6 was more than enough for them to recover from their injuries. Although this was Lin Yun's last Nirvana pellet, he didn't feel any heartache when he gave it up. The Nirvana pellet! Yi Xiling was briefly stunned before she figured out why Lin Yun had one. It probably came from Flower Burial as a gift of gratitude for giving back his jade flute. But Lin Yun gave it to her, which meant that Lin Yun had paid a huge price for her obsession. But Flower Burial saved her life when she was in danger. That was also the night that her calm heart for 20 years throbbed for the first time. She could never forget how he blew her flute to kill her opponent. At the same time, she wondered if she was really right in asking Lin Yun for help. Seeing that she was distracted, Lin Yun said, Brother Flower Burial told me that he can't join this battle. He would be here if he was able to participate. Yi Xiling was startled awake by those words and merely smiled. What was she thinking about? Both Lin Yun and Flower Burial were beyond her reach. Basking in the light of dawn, everyone took the Nirvana pellet and refined it. As Lin Yun retreated to the side, his eyes flashed with exhaustion because he exhausted himself last night. However, it was worth it for him because everyone grew tremendously. He would ultimately leave the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. But even if he left, he now knew that the fleeting Cloud Sword sect wouldn't collapse. A long time later, everyone opened their brightly shining eyes. Looking at them, Lin Yun smiled. Let's go and sweep through the Suspend King Palace. When the fleeting Cloud Sword sect's party arrived in the plaza, the entire plaza was filled with people. Their arrival immediately made everyone look at Lin Yun. Although no one was optimistic for Lin Yun, they were still looking forward to his fight. After all, Everyone speculated that Lin Yun had only used 70 to 80% of his strength in his fight with the heavenly astral pavilion. He won the battle easily, and anyone could tell that he didn't use much of his strength. So they were all curious to see the limits of his strength. The bustling plaza made everyone from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect nervous. But they were a little confident because they benefited a lot from Lin Yun's lesson. In fact, his lesson would save them at least 10 years of effort. Not only did Lin Yun share with them the comprehension of Sky Sword intent, but also Divine Firmament Sword intent. Then again, he also gave them a clear warning not to attempt the Divine Firmament Sword intent if they didn't reach a certain level. In just one night's time, they had undergone a drastic transformation, and they would definitely be depressed if they couldn't defeat the Suspend King Palace after making so much improvement. It's time to start drawing lots. When Lu Qingyan swept his glance over, the profound Azure Prefecture had already walked over to the Suspend King Palace waiting for them to draw lots. Only one side needed to draw lots. Since the fleeting Cloud Sword sect was the one who drew previously, it was naturally the Suspend King Palace's turn this time. Then again, it didn't matter which side drew the lots. "Don't be nervous," said Lin Yun. Although he told everyone not to be nervous, they couldn't help turning to look at the Suspend King Palace's party in anticipation. Lin Yun, on the other hand, wasn't feeling nervous. As long as they were strong enough, they could just sweep through their opponents. Lin Yun of all people couldn't rely on luck for every single thing that he did. Only through strength would he have confidence. Lin Yun. Lin Yun suddenly heard his name being called. When he swept his glance out, he could see the surprised looks coming from the Suspend King Palace. Someone had picked the token with Lin Yun's name on it, and the Suspend King Palace was briefly stunned before they rejoiced. "Ha ha ha! Senior Brother Qin, Senior Brother Chu, I picked Lin Yun. Ha ha, not bad. You're really lucky. Ha ha ha, there's nothing the fleeting Cloud Sword sect can do now. The fleeting Cloud Sword sect is probably half crippled now. If Senior Brother Chu picks Yi Xiling, we'll be able to crush the entire fleeting Cloud Sword sect." The Suspend King Palace's party was so excited that even Chu Tianhao wore a smile on his face. It was the best matchup they could get. The matchup made the audience feel disappointed because they wouldn't be able to see Lin Yun's true strength. They already knew that Feng Kuei would definitely lose to Lin Yun, so there was no suspense to the fights anymore. The crowd was really hoping to see Chu Tianhao match with Lin Yun. However, that would have put the Suspend King Palace in a huge disadvantage, so it was no wonder why they were so happy right now. "Senior Brother, it's your turn. If you manage to pick Yi Xiling, we'll be able to crush them 4-1. Qin Yang smiled. His words also drew everyone's attention because Yi Xiling was the only other person from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect that could cause them trouble. After all, Yi Xiling could be considered a genius among the younger generation. Aside from Lin Yun and Yi Xiling, the rest were practically garbage, especially their chief disciple Zhang Liken. Chu Tianhao casually picked a token and flipped it. But when the token was flipped, light condensed into Yi Xiling's name, which made everyone even more excited. "Ha ha ha! Luck is on our side. Senior Brother really picked Yi Xiling. That's great." They had to admit that this was the perfect matchup for them. Chu Tianhao was also surprised as he could become stronger through this battle to give him better odds of beating Xiaoju. Very quickly, the entire matchup was determined. Feng Zhang would be facing Qin Yang, Zhang Liken would face Han Yu, and Lu Qingyan would face Zhang Tianxiong. This wasn't a beneficial matchup for the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, especially since Feng Zhang had to face Qin Yang, who wasn't any weaker than Yi Xiling. If anyone analyzed these matchups, they would conclude that the fleeting Cloud Sword sect would lose terribly. When Lin Yun raised his head to look at the Suspend King Palace, Qin Yang was looking over with a mocking smile. First battle of the second round. The fleeting Cloud Sword sect against the Suspend King Palace. Along with the profound Azure Prefecture's words, 10 figures flew out and landed on their respective stages. "I heard that you're the chief disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect?" Han Yu looked at Zhang Liken with a mocking smile. But Zhang Liken had maintained his composure, ignoring Han Yu's provocation. "You're not going to reply? Do you really treat yourself as a chief disciple? You're nothing compared to Senior Brother Chu. and I'll show you by defeating you in 10 moves. Han Yu smiled and retrieved a spear before stabbing it into the ground. When the spear sank into the ground, it made the entire stage tremble as Han Yu released his monarch aura. Han Yu held onto his spear and looked at Zhang Liken coldly. Although he was mocking Zhang Liken, he didn't dare to be careless because they were about to fight. When Zhang Liken held onto his sword, he immediately charged out with his monarch aura soaring into the sky and his spear stabbing forward. It was a terrifying attack, not to mention that it was empowered by his monarch aura. Even from such a distance, everyone could feel the suppression coming from the monarch aura. But Zhang Liken was surprised because he couldn't sense any pressure coming from the monarch aura. On the other hand, he had a feeling that he could easily suppress his opponent if he used his sword intent. Zhang Liken was feeling baffled, and he wondered if Han Yu had revealed his weakness on purpose. After all, he had a deep impression of the Suspend King Palace's performance yesterday. "You dare to be distracted in our fight?" Han Yu smiled, but just when his spear was about to stab Zhang Liken, the latter easily blocked his attack and took several steps back to avoid the next attack. By the time Zhang Liken recovered from his own thoughts, Han Yu held the initiative in the fight. But the more they fought, the more confident Zhang Liken became. He finally knew that his opponent wasn't showing weakness on purpose, but that Han Yu's monarch aura was nothing compared to Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Sword aura. Lin Yun also directed his gaze over because he was worried about Zhang Liken the most, as yesterday's loss dealt a great blow to his confidence. Even with what happened last night, Lin Yun wasn't certain if Zhang Liken could win. But now that he looked at it, he didn't have to worry about their battle anymore, because Zhang Liken hadn't brought out his full strength. If he did, he would be able to easily suppress Han Yu. When everyone started their fight, only Yi Xiling and Chu Tianhao were left. Seeing this, Lin Yun shifted his attention away. Yi Xiling and Chu Tianhao were both the leading disciples of their own sects, and he wasn't even sure if Yi Xiling could win. Then again, last night had greatly improved Yi Xiling's strength because she was already in the Greater Sky Sword intent. Even if she wanted to take the next step, it wasn't something that could be accomplished in one night. In the end, she could only rely on herself in the fight. If she couldn't even defeat Chu Tianhao, then her obsession was nothing. "There's nothing to look at. Aside from you, no one from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect can win." Feng Kuei smiled when he saw Lin Yun looking at the other stages. Looking at Lin Yun, he continued, "I bet it must feel bad knowing that there's nothing you can do despite your strength. The Suspend King Palace will win? Don't be so sure about that." Lin Yun smiled in response. Hearing that, Feng Kuei raised his brow and smiled. "Isn't it obvious? Aside from you, only Yi Xiling can be considered an expert. But it's a pity that she ran into senior brother Chu. As for the rest, they're just garbage. Not to mention that your chief disciple lost to a nobody from the heavenly astral pavilion." "Take a look again before you speak," said Lin Yun coldly. Lin Yun's words baffled Feng Kuei. But when he turned his attention to the other stages, his face changed drastically. Han Yu and the others initially had the advantage, but they were now in dire straits. Their monarch aura couldn't do a single thing to their opponents. Looking at this scene, Feng Kuei was so dumbfounded that his jaw nearly touched the floor. Aside from Yi Xiling and Chu Haoyan, who were looking for each other's weakness, Lu Qingyan, Feng Zhang, and Zhang Liken were holding an advantage in their battles. The three of them brought out their sword aura, completely suppressing their opponent's monarch aura. Facing their sword aura, their opponents could only bring out 70% of their strength. This scene left Feng Kuei completely dumbfounded because this wasn't what he had imagined. Holy shit, what's going on? Isn't the Suspend King art strong? They should be able to suppress sword aura at the same level. Just what did the fleeting Cloud Sword sect experience last night to become so ferocious in just one night? Sky Sword intent. That person used Sky Sword intent. Not only Feng Kuei, but the audience was also shocked when Feng Zhang brought out his Sky Sword intent. This scene immediately made the entire profound Azure Plaza burst into an uproar. Those who could grasp the Sky Sword intent before reaching the Elysium Core realm could be considered geniuses, and many people failed to grasp it in their lifetime. This fellow, Qin Yang's face was ugly because he was the second senior disciple of the Suspend King Palace, and his position was only beneath Chu Tianhao. Many people felt that he wasn't any weaker than Yi Xiling. So Qin Yang naturally couldn't accept that he was being forced into such a desperate strait from a nobody of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. 11th stage of the Suspend King Palace Monarch Descend. Qin Yang roared and the sky broke apart as a figure descended from the sky and overlapped with his body. In the split second, Qin Yang's monarch aura began to burst and reached an unbelievable height. The entire stage also began to tremble with the changes in the sky. Senior brother Qin actually reached the 11th stage without anyone knowing. There's no doubt that he'll win now. The disciples of the Suspend King Palace became excited when they saw this scene. Brat, your time has come to an end, Qin Yang said coldly as his monarch aura broke through his limit, reaching the height of a lesser Elysium Core realm expert. But facing his monarch aura, Feng Zhang didn't seem affected at all. Compared to Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Sword aura, this level of monarch aura was nothing to him. At the same time, scenes began to appear in Feng Zhang's mind as he recalled the humiliation he suffered from Lin Yun in the Sword, Saint Mountain, and last night. You're nothing. Feng Zhang's eyes flashed and the scenes disappeared from his mind. Wielding his sword, he collided with Qin Yang's spear, which unleashed a shockwave into the surroundings. When the shockwave settled down, Feng Zhang sheathed his sword and left without turning around. When he fully sheathed his sword, Qin Yang's spear broke and the latter threw up a mouthful of blood. After Feng Zhang broke Qin Yang's spear, a cut appeared on Qin Yang's chest. His ribs and organs were sliced by Feng Zhang's sword. Clutching his chest, Qin Yang fell to the ground. Feng Zhang of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect wins. Immediately, the judge from the Profound Azure Prefecture announced the result of the battle. Not long after Qin Yang was defeated, 2 other battles finished. The members of the Suspend King Palace were weaker than Qin Yang and had only reached the 10th stage of the Suspend King art. The Fleeting Cloud Sword sect wins, the judge announced once more, which sounded like clapping thunder. This meant that the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect had obtained 3 wings against the Suspend King Palace. The Fleeting Cloud Sword sect had already won this battle. Lin Yun of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect wins. The judge's indifferent voice sounded out once more as Lin Yun threw out a palm to defeat Feng Kuei before the latter could even admit defeat. This also meant that the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect had 4 wins. The crowd was shocked, but not as shocked as the Suspend King Palace. Qin Yang and Feng Kuei were particularly dumbfounded as they were knocked off the stage. After all, they were mocking the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect just a moment ago. How did this happen? Qin Yang was completely dazed as he spoke with disbelief. There was only 1 battle left, but Chu Haoyan could clearly not maintain his composure anymore. He had revealed too many flaws to Yi Xiling. In the beginning, Chu Tianhao wasn't anxious because he was going to wait for the outcome of the other matches. He wanted Yi Xiling to lose her composure after seeing the result. But he never expected that he would be the one losing his composure instead. When the judge announced the result of 4-0, beads of sweat fell from Chu Tianhao's forehead as panic set in. Aside from him, everyone else had lost despite the perfect matchups. You lost your composure, said Yi Xiling. Don't be too happy about it. The Suspend King Palace hasn't lost and there's still the Hell Challenge, said Chu Tianhao coldly. The Hell Challenge? Beat me first if you're going to mention that, said Yi Xiling. Sorry, but I've never placed a woman like you in my eyes, smiled Chu Tianhao coldly. It was true that he didn't place Yi Xiling in his eyes. After all, it was a joke that she was the one supporting the entire Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Woman! Yi Xiling's eyes flashed coldly with a terrifying chill spreading out. At this moment, Lin Yun and the other participants of the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect were watching from the spectator stage. There was no doubt that the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect had already won, but they couldn't help feeling nervous as Yi Xiling was facing Chu Tianhao. Furthermore, Chu Tianhao even said that he wanted to conduct the Hell Challenge, which would muddy their current outcome. Will senior sister be able to defeat him? Everyone was worried as they looked at Lin Yun. Without them knowing, Lin Yun had become their source of support. Chu Tianhao will lose terribly, said Lin Yun. Others might not be sure, but Lin Yun knew well that Chu Tianhao definitely wouldn't be Yi Xialing's opponent if she was willing to use her bloodline's power. Furthermore, Yi Xialing had also benefited greatly from last night. After all, not everyone had the opportunity to be tempered by sword intent. Coincidentally, Chu Tianhao's words had enraged Yi Xialing, so Lin Yun was sure that Chu Tianhao would lose terribly. Don't believe it? You'll know the outcome within 10 moves, Chu Tianhao said. He was determined to take on the Hell Challenge to turn the tables around for the Suspend King Palace, so he had to finish this battle quickly. This also caused everyone's attention to be focused on Yi Xialing and Chu Tianhao's crucial battle. I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint you, Yi Xialing said as azure birds started to fly out of her body. But unlike the ones released by Lin Yun, Yi Xialing's birds emitted a purple glow that made them look like crystals. With careful examination, one would realize that the purple light looked like lightning. As Yi Xialing's dress began to flutter, strands of purple lightning bloomed on the surface of her body. This made her look like a flawless and gorgeous fairy. At the same time, the purple flames in her pupils had condensed into a complex flower. When the flower bloomed, Chu Tianhao's face changed as he could feel a chill run down his spine. He could sense an extremely dangerous aura leaking out from Yi Xialing, causing fear to appear in his heart. Yi Xialing was gorgeous, but many people neglected her beauty because of her strength. But at this moment, her beauty was unrivaled in the plaza. So what if I'm a woman? I, Yi Xialing, have never placed you in my eyes, Yi Xialing said coldly. As the radiant snow flower bloomed in her pupils, the azure birds released terrifying lightning, while multiple purple snow flowers drifted down from the sky. As snow flowers drifted down, lightning exploded out from Yi Xialing. It looked like she was standing on a purple lightning lotus in midair. The snow flowers in the air were fighting with the pressure released from Chu Tianhao. As lightning and flames exploded, the 10 azure birds emitted sharp power. When the azure birds dove down, Chu Tianhao's face turned ugly. He could sense his aura being compressed, which prevented him from fully releasing his monarch aura. As a monarch, he was trapped in a cage that practically crippled his monarch aura. When Yi Xialing fully released her Greater Sky Sword intent, she charged toward Chu Tianhao. The two clashed together, unleashing terrifying power with their collision. The moment she made her move, she didn't hold back. Violent astral energy filled the surroundings with lighting, flame, snow, flowers, and sword rays. Chu Tianhao, who initially wanted to keep his trump card hidden, had no choice but to bring out his full strength. As the crowd watched, they had to admit that this was the most brilliant fight of the day. In fact, it was even more brilliant than Lin Yun's fight with Xianxia the previous day. After all, Lin Yun had only used less than 50% of his strength yesterday. Has senior sister always been this strong? Feng Zhang was shocked. Why isn't her azure bird the same as ours? Lu Qingyan asked. Yi Xialing was also using the fleeting Cloud 13 swords, but her birds were clad in lightning armor. As the 10 azure birds circled in the air, they formed a terrifying lightning aura that not even Chu Tianhao's Suspend King art in the 12th stage could compete with. Lin Yun squinted his eyes with surprise because he noticed that Yi Xialing had gotten stronger. This meant that Yi Xialing might have awakened a bit more of her bloodline. But there still seemed to be a huge power in her bloodline that was waiting to be excavated. It made him certain that the old geezer didn't have the Radiant Snow Saint clan's bloodline. Although Yi Xialing's fleeting Cloud 13 swords had also reached the manifestation stage, it wasn't the same as his. This made Lin Yun exclaim at Yi Xialing's comprehension. After all, it hadn't been long since he gave her the fleeting Cloud 13 swords. But it was a pity that he couldn't pass the fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra to her as well. The fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra was recorded at the top of the Sword Saint Mountain, and only those who saw the stone monument could cultivate it. So there was no way Lin Yun could pass it to others. As lightning and flames surged on the stage, they manifested into various demonic beasts. This scene made Chu Tianhao's face turn ugly as he locked onto Yi Xialing's figure before he charged forward with his spear. As his spear radiated with cold light, his monarch aura transformed into an alpha wolf. Behind the alpha wolf were countless wolves of a pack. Clouds manifesting dragon. Yi Xiling turned around and the boundless lightning formed into a lightning cloud dragon that collided with Chu Tianhao's spear. When the sword and spear collided, starlight surged from within Chu Tianhao's body as he poured everything into his sword. With a huge collision, cracks appeared on the cloud dragon that soon tore a terrifying hole that leaked out petals. This scene made Chu Tianhao's eyes lit up as he soared into the sky and charged toward Yi Xiling. Just when his spear was about to reach Yi Xiling, the latter put her hands together and yelled, "Divine lightning shadow art." Her tall figure landed on the snow like a feather, and each of the flowers in the sky contained her lightning energy and sky sword intent. Strangely, as soon as she landed, her figure disappeared and Chu Tianhao's attack missed. Chu Tianhao was baffled as he could vaguely see a white figure shuttling through the snow. Not only did Chu Tianhao fail to find Yi Xiling, but he had fallen into the illusion instead. His face turned dark as he released the 12th stage of his Suspend King art without any reservation. Then he charged through the snow like a ferocious beast. Chu Tianhao relied on his Suspend King art to chase after Yi Xiling. "Found you!" Chu Tianhao's spear flew through the flowers towards a white figure, but when he hit the white figure, it broke into tiny pieces. It was fake. Chu Tianhao's face changed as he saw Yi Xiling in the snow donned in her purple dress wielding a sword in her hand. With starlight falling down, Chu Tianhao was captivated by Yi Xiling's beauty. It was the 11th sword of the fleeting cloud 13 swords, emerald stars. Basking in the starlight, Yi Xiling charged out with her sword. Her sword radiated with starlight that sent Chu Tianhao flying and throwing up blood. When everyone in the profound Azure Prefecture saw that Chu Tianhao was injured, they held their breaths. Was the fleeting cloud sword sect about to steal all 5 winds? "Yi Xiling, you're courting death!" Chu Tianhao roared as runes began to open up behind him. The runes were formed with blood and flames that created a painting. If one looked carefully, they would see the ancient word for king. It was constructed by corpses that gave it traces of death. "Ancient Suspend King Seal." Chu Tianhao roared as he released a terrifying blood light. Along with bizarre laughter, he swept his spear out. When the ancient word empowered his spear, it formed a skeleton hand that reached out towards the boundless snow and the azure birds. In the next second, several azure birds let out a miserable cry before they were crushed by the skeleton's hand. Not good. The faces of Jiang Liken, Lu Qingyan, and Feng Zhang changed as they bounced up from their seats. Chu Tianhao wore a sinister expression as he attacked because he knew that there was no path of return. This was his trump card. Even if he defeated Yi Xiling, it would be impossible for him to go for the Hell Challenge since he had exposed his greatest trump card. "This woman is really annoying." Chu Tianhao gritted his teeth. He was determined to cripple Yi Xiling even if the Suspend King Palace lost. But facing his attack, there was no change on Yi Xiling's face. The radiant snow flower continued to burn in her pupils. At the same time, the morning azure birds released a dazzling light as Yi Xiling raised her sword, executing the 12th sword, Azure Mountain Beyond the Clouds. When a boundless sea of clouds unfolded behind her, they were filled with lightning. When she stabbed her sword out, the sea of clouds and flowers formed a massive vortex that looked like they would devour all of the light. When light returned after a split moment of darkness, the skeleton hand summoned by Chu Tianhao was covered with cracks before exploding. How is this possible?" Chu Tianhao exclaimed with disbelief. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes. "The fleeting cloud 13 swords. How can you possibly learn the last 3 swords without reaching the summit of the Sword Saint Mountain?" "It has nothing to do with you," said Yi Xiling indifferently before she swung her sword out. She instantly destroyed the skeleton before landing on Chu Tianhao's chest, creating a huge explosion that pushed Chu Tianhao into the ground. Chu Tianhao's body was buried deep into the stage. The hole was incredibly deep and the impact made Chu Tianhao lose consciousness. Yi Xiling of the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect wins. The plaza fell into a brief silence before everyone turned to look at Yi Xiling. At the same time, Yi Xiling vented all of her frustration from the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect being looked down upon. When Yi Xiling won the battle, She completely erased the Suspend King Palace's hope of getting to the next round. This also meant that Chu Tianhao's so-called Hell Challenge was just a joke since he couldn't even defeat Yi Xiling. Since when was Senior Sister so strong? Jiang Liken and the others were in disbelief. Lin Yun merely smiled when he heard that. How could the direct descendant of an ancient saint clan not be strong? Sadly, she was suppressing her talent by staying in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. If she was willing, she would have become a transcendent genius long ago. Then again, the old geezer in the sect was to blame. After all, he didn't take responsibility for the sect or his own daughter. If he was willing to teach Yi Xiling, her achievements might be a lot stronger by now, as he was ranked first on the 3 rankings. Lin Yun, thank you. Yi Xiling smiled after she returned to her seat. The others were also briefly stunned before they instantly figured out why Yi Xiling thanked Lin Yun. Lin Yun was the only one in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect who knew the complete Fleeting Cloud 13 swords. This meant that Lin Yun must have taught her the last 3 swords of the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords. So it was also thanks to Lin Yun that she could defeat Chu Tianhao. Actually, there's no need to thank me. You can just bestow yourself to me. Lin Yun smiled while winking. This nearly made everyone else exclaim. After all, they still couldn't forget the grace that Yi Xiling had displayed earlier. And this was the first time many people discovered that she had such a breathtaking temperament. When she walked over earlier, she was basking in light that not many people dared to look at her directly. Yi Xiling wasn't furious by Lin Yun's joke and replied with a smile. You better cut it out before I really agree. At that time, you'll be placed in an awkward position. Lin Yun smiled and stayed silent. He was just teasing her, but he really would be placed in an awkward position if she agreed to his joke. Humph, you scumbag. Lil Purple snorted. Lin Yun didn't bother with Lil Purple and turned to look in the Crimson Moon Elysium's direction. The next battle won't be easy. The Crimson Moon Elysium is a lot stronger than the Suspend King Palace. Hearing that made everyone's heart sink because they knew that the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect wasn't strong. They only defeated the Suspend King Palace because the Suspend King Palace were too reliant on their monarch aura. As long as their monarch aura was restricted, their strength would drop greatly. But it wasn't the same for the Crimson Moon Elysium. At the same time, Lin Yun began to wonder if the Crimson Moon Elysium had any relationship with the Indigo Moon Elysium from the Profound Amber Realm. Their names were too similar. One was the Indigo Moon and the other was the Crimson Moon. They only had one word in difference in their names. Yi Xiling, do you know about the Crimson Moon Elysium's background? Lin Yun asked. The Crimson Moon Elysium is a branch of the Crimson Moon cult in the Profound Azure Prefecture's demon domain. The Crimson Moon cult's position is comparable to the Hidden Sword Manor in Kunlun Realm, and there were rumors that the Crimson Moon cult used to be the Crimson Moon Empire in the past. But the Crimson Moon Empire was destroyed by the Divine Dragon Empire in the Ancient Era. Yi Xiling explained. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because they had a huge background. Then again, the Divine Dragon Empire of the Ancient Era wasn't the same as the current Divine Dragon Empire. When the Golden Era was eradicated, the Divine Dragon Empire from that era was also destroyed. The current Divine Dragon Empire was established after the 9 emperors appeared to end the chaotic era. When Yi Xiling suddenly fell silent, Lin Yun raised his head to look at Yi Xiling. He knew that someone was transmitting their voice to her. When he raised his head, he could see the prefectural lord of the Profound Azure Prefecture's lips moving. A brief moment later, Yi Xiling turned to Lin Yun and the rest. The prefectural lord said that the Crimson Moon Elysium wishes to change to a new method for the next round. Both sides will send out their representatives to fight instead of drawing lots. Oh! Lin Yun smiled because it was somewhat interesting. Logically speaking, the Crimson Moon Elysium had already scouted the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect's trump cards, while the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect had no understanding towards the Crimson Moon Elysium. So the Crimson Moon Elysium had the absolute advantage in the last battle. It made no sense for them to change the rules. What are these people trying to do by changing the rules all of a sudden? No one could figure out why the Crimson Moon Elysium wanted to change the rules. They probably don't have any confidence in winning after seeing how we crushed the Suspend King Palace. But they're confident in Xiahou Ju's strength, said Yi Xiling. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. He had a feeling that Yi Xiling might be the reason. Yi Xiling's strength had exceeded the Crimson Moon Elysium's expectations, and the fleeting Cloud Sword sect would have at least 2 wins if the Xiaoju didn't run into Lin Yun or Yi Xiling. Furthermore, Feng Zhang and Jiang Liken weren't weak either. Then again, the same reasoning went for Lin Yun. The eyes of Jiang Liken and the rest also fell onto Lin Yun, including Yi Xiling. The Crimson Moon Elysium was confident in Xiaoju, just like how everyone from the fleeting Cloud Sword sect was confident in Lin Yun. Lin Yun raised his brow and smiled. Since he wants a fight, agree to it. Clearly, the Crimson Moon Elysium was coming after him, and the fleeting Cloud Sword sect would show their weakness if they didn't agree. After receiving Yi Xiling's words, the prefectural lord announced, the final battle will be held between the fleeting Cloud Sword sect and Crimson Moon Elysium, and the winner will possess the Sword Saint Mountain, along with 5 quotas of the Divine Dragon Baptism. No one is allowed to question the results, or you'll face the Divine Dragon Empire. This sudden change caught everyone by surprise because the victory would be determined by Lin Yun and Xiaoju. The crowd couldn't help getting excited. In a split second, countless gazes fell onto Xiaoju, who looked at the crowd and then at Lin Yun. A sword hum rang out from within Lin Yun's body as the sky turned red like a crimson moon. Run! This sudden phenomenon made everyone exclaim. But right at this moment, the sword cocoon in Lin Yun's forehead hummed and he waved his hand, destroying the crimson moon with his sword intent before it even took form. Is there a need to be so anxious? Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly. Relax. I just want to see if you have the qualifications to fight me. Xiaoju smiled. I'm here for the Sword Saint Mountain because I'm interested in the secret of the fleeting cloud 13 swords. I hope that the battle tomorrow won't disappoint me. When he was done, he and the Crimson Moon Elysium's party left the plaza. Looking at their silhouettes, Lin Yun wore an indifferent smirk. Back in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect's camp, Lin Yun was seated in a serene courtyard while he circulated the Azure Dragon Saint Art. When a dragon roar echoed out, purple and golden light enveloped Lin Yun's figure. If he wanted an improvement in his cultivation, then he would have to condense his constellation. It was naturally impossible for him to accomplish it in one night, so he could only rely on the Azure Dragon Saint Art. A long time later, the purple golden dragon runes that shattered in his challenge on the sword assembly healed. When the last dragon runes were formed, they sank deep into his skin. As Lin Yun opened his eyes, he let out a breath. With his Azure Dragon Saint Art in the 6th stage, he could condense a total of 108 dragon runes. If those runes ignited, the dragon runes would turn into saint runes, bringing his physique to the same level as a 100-rune saint artifact. The runes were broken in his fight during the sword assembly, and he only managed to fix them right now. Xiaoju? Lin Yun murmured. He and Xiaoju had probed each other's strength during the day, and Lin Yun was practically sure that his cultivation was in the Quasi-Elysium core realm. The boundless astral energy in Xiaoju's body could allow him to kill lesser Elysium core realm experts. He was comparable to an Empyrean ranked in the top 3,000. This was also Lin Yun's strongest opponent after reaching the Empyrean realm, and his strength wouldn't be any weaker than Gong Sun Yin. At the same time, Lin Yun was curious of the Sword Saint Mountain's secret that enticed Xiaoju. Lil Purple hinted that there was something, but she wasn't willing to tell him. After all, it was impossible that the Crimson Moon Elysium was purely interested in the fleeting Cloud 13 swords. Lin Yun knew that there would be an intense battle tomorrow. But no matter what, he had to win since he had already agreed to it. Regardless of the Sword Saint Mountain's secrets or the Divine Dragon Baptism, Lin Yun couldn't lose. Surprise flashed through Lin Yun's pupils. When he raised his head, a white figure appeared in his sight. Luo Hua. Lin Yun smiled. Didn't you say that you're returning to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect? My matters went smoothly, so I came here to see you, smiled Luo Hua. It had only been 2 days since they last met, but it felt like it had been 2 years. The Crimson Moon Elysium? This sect is really mysterious, Luo Hua said upon hearing that Lin Yun would be facing Xiaoju tomorrow. You know about the Crimson Moon Elysium? Lin Yun asked. I've had interactions with the Crimson Moon cult. This cult has a long history that dates back to the ancient era. They were also the strongest force back when the demon domain was established, resisting the entire demon domain all by themselves. If it wasn't for the demon emperor's appearance, they would have ruled over the entire demon domain. Luo Hua then told Lin Yun that Xiahou Ju might be a candidate as a holy son. Picking a holy son was a brutal process of the Crimson Moon cult. They picked 9 people out of thousands of geniuses. First, they waited for the candidates to grow up. Then, they would have them kill each other until only 9 remained. Those remaining 9 were the holy sons. Xiahou Ju truly fit the bill as a holy son because he kept a low profile and only appeared recently. At the same time, Lin Yun finally knew that he would be fighting the Crimson Moon Elysium's holy son. They have 9 holy sons? Lin Yun asked. That's because there is a divine sun above them. The holy sons are the shadows of the divine sun. When a divine sun dies, a new divine sun will be picked from the holy sons. Only the divine sun has the qualification to inherit the Crimson Moon cult. As for the current divine sun, no one in the Kunlun realm knows about them, smiled Luo Hua. At this moment, Lin Yun felt that what he had seen right now was only the tip of the iceberg, and he was still inexperienced. Thinking about it, Lin Yun's fighting spirit started to burn ferociously. If he couldn't even defeat a holy sun candidate, then he wouldn't even be able to face a genuine holy sun, let alone a divine sun. Before dawn arrived, countless people could be seen streaking across the sky in the profound Azure City. As the final battle of the ranking battle, the fight between Lin Yun and Xiahou Ju was extremely crowded. After all, these two were legends who appeared out of nowhere and displayed outstanding strength. I wonder who will win. The two of them seem to have a lot of secrets. Why is Xiahou Ju here so early? Everyone's gazes fell onto Xiahou Ju, who was resting with his eyes closed. His presence drew countless gazes. It was hard for anyone to detect his presence at first glance, but their attention would be drawn to him once they noticed his presence. Many people weren't unfamiliar with Xiahou Ju because his name was ranked in the top 3,000 on the Empyrean ranking. But they never expected that such a genius would be nurtured by the profound Azure Prefecture's branch of the Crimson Moon Elysium. The fleeting Cloud Sword sect is here. When Lin Yun's party arrived, it caused an uproar on the plaza. But this time, there was a mysterious veiled woman and no one could guess her identity. But everyone's attention was on Lin Yun. Lin Yun calmly saw through the crowd and wasn't in a hurry because he saw Xiahou Ju resting. But when Xiahou Ju sensed Lin Yun's gaze, he slowly opened his eyes. There was a crimson moon in his pupils that made the entire sky look red. When his gaze turned in Lin Yun's direction, it instantly made everyone feel a chill down their spines. Xiahou Ju. Yi Xiling and the rest also detected Xiahou Ju's presence. When they saw him seated on the stage, they were all surprised to see that he was really early. It looked like he was confident that he would win. At the same time, this made them worry for Lin Yun. They weren't sure if he had any chance of winning. But after that night, they all had a new understanding of Lin Yun's strength, especially the legendary Lightning Shadow Sword. This meant that there was a high possibility that Lin Yun went to challenge the sword assembly the few days he wasn't around. The news hadn't spread out. But when the news spread out, it would definitely shake the entire profound Azure Prefecture, and the accomplishment wouldn't be any lesser than ranking in the top 3,000 on the Empyrean ranking. Where did the fleeting Cloud Sword sect find such a genius? A few elders from the Crimson Moon Elysium were looking at Lin Yun. If it wasn't for Lin Yun, they wouldn't even worry about the outcome of the profound Azure Prefecture's ranking battle. But now they could only place all their hopes on Xiahou Ju. Hee. Don't worry about it. With his strength, no one in the profound Azure Prefecture can threaten him. His gaze should be out of the profound Azure Prefecture, and with his talent, he will definitely have a position even in the ancient Barren domain. After all, he's a candidate for the Holy Sun. The black-clothed elder taking the lead said with a smile. He was the Grand Elder of the Crimson Moon Elysium, Chun Mu. He had personally led the party over to make sure that there wouldn't be any mishaps in the ranking battle. He was also the one who wanted to change the rules. In his view, it was too stupid to go 5 versus 5 with the fleeting Cloud Sword sect because they would be betting on their luck. If it was only 1 against 1, Xiaoju was absolutely invincible among the younger generation, and there wouldn't be any chance for the fleeting Cloud Sword sect no matter where Lin Yun came from. Lin Yun also didn't hesitate to descend onto the stage. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun's gaze became sharp. His fighting spirit had reached an unprecedented height after Luo Hua told him that Xiaoju was a Holy Sun candidate. "You're late," said Xiaoju. "Coming early doesn't mean anything," said Lin Yun coldly. "It means I'm confident to win." Xiaoju smiled before his sharp gaze collided with Lin Yun's gaze. Before they even fought, the atmosphere had already become intense. Everyone could tell that neither Lin Yun nor Xiaoju would admit defeat. Last battle of the ranking battle begins. When the prefectural lord made the announcement, both Lin Yun and Xiaoju were secretly looking for each other's weaknesses. When the prefectural lord made the announcement, Xiaoju reached out and a metallic luster flickered on his nails. As boundless crimson spread out on the ground, Lin Yun locked his brows together because he could sense that something wasn't right. Before Lin Yun could sense it, a crimson moon had enveloped the entire heaven and earth. Xiaoju was confident and had unleashed a barrage of attacks when the prefectural lord made the announcement. Under the crimson moon, Xiaoju turned into black figure that left behind a demonic aura in his path, corroding everything it touched. What a bizarre martial technique! Lin Yun squinted his eyes. He could sense a terrifying poison in the demonic aura. It wasn't a normal poison, as there was something weird going on. Even if he could sense that something wasn't right, he didn't think too much about it. The other party was unbelievably fast, and the crimson moon seemed to have a hidden effect. If it wasn't for Lin Yun's powerful sword intent, it would have been impossible for him to even detect Xiaoju's location. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun executed the Golden Crow 9 transformations and charged forward like a ferocious beast. He left behind afterimages as he moved too fast to be seen. Under the crimson moon, the crowd could barely see figures colliding on the stage. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged over 10-odd moves. Zhang Liken and the rest were shocked by Lin Yun and Xiaoju's speed. With their eyesight, they could barely catch the silhouettes. When a collision sounded out, the surface of Lin Yun's body radiated with purple-golden light and his figure was forced to appear while Xiaoju took several steps back. Azure Dragon Saint Physique? Xiaoju squinted his eyes looking at the runes on the surface of Lin Yun's body before he continued coldly. "You've really hidden well. But there's no way you can last long in front of my Venom Dragon Claw." When Xiaoju was done talking, his face became even darker as he charged toward Lin Yun. A crimson dragon manifested behind Xiaoju, and a crimson dragon claw shrouded in demonic aura flew all over the stage. Lin Yun didn't dare to take a whiff and closed his pores because he knew that it must be poisonous. "Brat, you're really cautious. But you'll lose sooner or later if you're just being cautious." Xiaoju smiled and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Instantly, Lin Yun felt that something wasn't right. But before he could think more about it, Xiaoju's aura suddenly exploded and reached the height of the Quasi-Elysium core realm. He didn't have any reservations and released his cultivation in the Quasi-Elysium core realm. Unbelievably, his aura was even comparable to lesser Elysium core realm experts. Lin Yun was one step slower and his sword aura was instantly restricted. Although it only lasted for a brief moment, this flaw was captured by Xiaoju. With a cold snicker, a dragon manifested behind Xiaoju and overlapped with his body. He swung his hand down to take Lin Yun's head. If Lin Yun took this attack head-on, his entire head would be destroyed. Lin Yun squinted his eyes and instantly saw that this was a fake move. At the same time, there were several images flashing before his eyes. He could tell that the real attack was after this. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun made the choice and avoided this claw, and Xiaoju's other hand that was hidden behind him was aimed at Lin Yun's shoulder. His attack instantly left a bloody hole on his shoulder, and Lin Yun was sent flying from the immense power. When Xiaoju's attack connected, his Quasi-Elysium core realm aura continued to soar. "Do you understand why I'm confident about winning? Even lesser Elysium core realm experts are nothing before me. So who the hell do you think you are?" Xiaoju spread his arms apart and soared into the sky. His gaze was red like a demon as he dove down towards Lin Yun. When the two of them collided, everyone took in a cold breath. At the same time, they knew how terrifying Xiaoju was to injure Lin Yun so easily. Quasi-Elysium Core Realm. His aura is too powerful. Lin Yun's Sky Sword intent doesn't seem strong before it. No wonder he's a genius ranked in the top 3,000. Looking at this scene, the faces of those from the fleeting Cloud Sword realm changed. They were confident in Lin Yun, especially in the power of Lin Yun's sword aura that made them feel despair. But no one expected that Xiaoju would be so terrifying with the huge advantage in his cultivation. This instantly rendered Lin Yun's sword intent useless, not to mention that sword intent was Lin Yun's strongest trump card. Not good. Junior brother Lin is poisoned, Feng Zhang exclaimed. He could see that as Lin Yun dodged. His lips had turned black-purplish. That attack from earlier, Yi Xiling said with her brows locked together. That attack earlier had pierced through Lin Yun's right shoulder. Did Xiaoju poison Lin Yun through that attack? Not that attack, but the Crimson Moon. This martial technique is really bizarre. Luo Hua's voice sounded out, and her words instantly made everyone's faces change because even Yi Xiling said that it was a bizarre martial technique. Hehe. Senior brother Xiahou is really strong to let that brat suffer such a huge loss in just a few exchanges. The disciples of the Crimson Moon Elysium began to smile when they saw this scene. Don't look down on Lin Yun too much. That fellow's physique is really strong and so is his vitality. It'll take about 4 hours for him to die from the poison, and it's impossible for him to be threatened by the poison in such a short period of time. I'm worried that he made preparations beforehand, said an elder of the Crimson Moon Elysium. So what? As long as he can't break through, his sword intent will never be able to shine. In the end, he will still die, said the Grand Elder, Chun Mu. Based on the disdain on his face, he clearly didn't place Lin Yun in his eyes. Of course, how can the secret technique of our Crimson Moon Elysium be so easily resolved? Even if it's really resolved, Xiaoju still has a lot of other means, said another elder. Lin Yun, how does it feel? Xiaoju smiled with his eyes squinted looking at Lin Yun. But his gaze made everyone who saw it feel a chill down their spines. Not bad, I guess, smiled Lin Yun while he shrugged his shoulders. But the chill and sharpness in his eyes were something that he didn't show when he challenged the 3 arrays in the sword assembly. Haha, I don't believe you have a solution. The stronger your sword intent, the stronger the poison will become. This poison is called bloodborne, and it'll use you as nourishment the moment it sticks onto you. It's especially fond of martial intent. Xiaoju snickered. I wonder if you will have any other means after your sword intent is crippled? Won't you know if you give it a try? Lin Yun said. You really think I don't dare? You're nothing but a fish on the chopping board. Xiaoju laughed before he charged forward, leaving behind a streak of afterimages in his path. His tone was filled with arrogance, but he cautiously made his move. Saint Blood Dragon. But when he was about to get close to Lin Yun, torrential crimson light shined out of his body and Xiaoju's body began to swell swiftly under the crimson light. It didn't take long for his body to burst out of his clothes with scales appearing on the surface of his body. The crimson dragon scales looked like armor as it flickered with a metallic luster. When the dragon scales appeared, Xiaoju clenched his fists together and emitted an unprecedented crimson luster that outshined the crimson moon in the sky. The dazzling brilliance even made the audience exclaim. Senior brother is too cautious to use the Saint Blood Dragon when he had such a huge advantage. When the disciples of the Crimson Moon Elysium saw this scene, their mouths were wide open. After all, they didn't doubt that Xiaoju could defeat Lin Yun if he wanted to. Let me see what other trump cards you have. Otherwise, you can die peacefully. Xiaoju raised his head to glare at Lin Yun before he charged forward. When the violent gale blew towards Lin Yun, air pressure hit his cheeks. From the air pressure alone, one could see how strong this attack was. It also made Lin Yun sigh inwardly. When he raised his head to look at Xiaoju again, his cold pupils were shining with a sharp light. In the next moment, a golden crow and silver phoenix flew out of his body. as the golden and silver light radiated with heaven and earth. The golden crow manifested the sky and the silver phoenix manifested the earth. Suddenly, Lin Yun reached out into the air and clenched his fists together, causing space to distort. But within his grasp, the sky and earth were like two paintings being grasped into his hand. Divine solar lunar fist, heaven and earth unite. As light circulated, Lin Yun looked like a deity walking out of the sun and standing on a silver lake. Facing Xiahou Ju's attack, he threw his punch out. When the golden crow and silver phoenix let out a cry, a dazzling radiance surged out of Lin Yun's palm. As the space above him distorted, it looked like Lin Yun had grasped heaven and earth. In the next second, Lin Yun's palm radiated with a chaotic light that contained unbelievable destructive prowess. When the two attacks collided together, they caused a huge explosion. Facing Lin Yun's attack, Xiahou Ju was sent flying back. At the same time, cracks began to appear on the crimson dragon behind him, along with a terrifying fluctuation that swept out. The fluctuation brought out all sorts of phenomena that made everyone who saw it shocked. The disciples of the Crimson Moon Elysium were entirely dumbfounded, but they soon recovered from their shock. They now knew why their senior brother was so cautious even though Lin Yun's sword intent was useless because of the poison. If Xiahou Ju didn't activate his Blood Saint Dragon, he would have faced a fate worse than flying back. He would have been heavily injured and he would have lost at least 30% of his fighting prowess. It's impressive that you can practice two holy spirits at the same time, but I wonder how many trump cards you have left? My cultivation stands right here, and it has not been raised by using any secret techniques. Xiahou Ju snickered as he wiped the blood off his lips. He wasn't wrong with those words, since cultivation was the foundation for every cultivator. Although cultivators could increase their power through their attacks and secret techniques, cultivation was still the foundation to everything. Xiahou Ju was clearly injured, but he didn't care about the surging vitality in his body and dashed at Lin Yun before he could unleash his phenomenon. Die! His long nails turned into dragon claws that were aimed at Lin Yun's face. But Lin Yun calmly formed seals with both hands, allowing the demonic astral flowers in his aura oceans to bloom. When Xiahou Ju's attack reached him, Lin Yun was done forming his seals. Then, the 7 demonic astral flowers in each of his aura oceans began to blaze. In the next second, 49 flowers began to blaze behind Lin Yun, and each layer made Lin Yun's aura soar even further. When all 49 flowers bloomed, Lin Yun's aura broke through the boundaries of the Empyrean realm, reaching the pinnacle of a lesser Elysium core realm expert. How is this possible? Xiahou Ju squinted his fear-filled eyes. It was already too late for him to retreat. When the terrifying aura swept out from Lin Yun, it instantly sent Xiahou Ju flying. In midair, Xiahou Ju threw up another mouthful of blood and his facial expression became ugly. Standing in the sea of flowers, Lin Yun stood in midair with starlight shining out of every single inch of his clothes. Empowered by the 49 flowers, Lin Yun could feel that the empowerment was a lot stronger than when he was in the heavenly soul realm. This was the first time he activated the demonic astral flowers while he was in the Empyrean realm. Empowered by his sword intent, his cultivation was actually comparable to a lesser Elysium core realm expert. It was probably because astral energy was more suitable with the demonic astral flowers compared to origin energy. In the next second, Lin Yun emitted a terrifying aura that didn't belong to someone who was poisoned. The poison in his blood could last for 4 hours, which should be enough time for him to defeat Xiahou Ju. Then again, there might be mishaps in the process, so he had to get rid of the poison as soon as possible. As Lin Yun's eyes flickered, he raised his head to look at the crimson moon once more. When Lin Yun summoned the 49 demonic astral flowers, they drew exclamations from the audience, while everyone looked at Lin Yun with shock. The limit of the heavenly soul realm was a legend that everyone had heard of but had never seen. Who would have thought that Lin Yun would show them this legend? So the rumors were true. Chu Tianhao's gaze became distracted, since the limit of the heavenly soul realm was stronger than he had imagined. This fellow really has a lot of means. Xiahou Ju could sense that after Lin Yun activated the demonic astral flowers, his aura was a lot stronger. Even without using his sword, Lin Yun could rely on his aura to confront or even crush Xiahou Ju. "Let me see how strong your determination to win is." Lin Yun's eyes flashed as he activated the Golden Crow 9 transformations. When he took a step out, a sonic boom exploded as he arrived before Xiahou Ju while being accompanied by boundless flames. When Lin Yun threw out his punch, it was equivalent to a sword's thrust. Under his sword, the air before him was like a myriad of blades that were blown apart by his fist. At the same time, space was being compressed and formed countless visible fluctuations. Blood Dragon Break. But facing Lin Yun's attack, Xiahou Ju pushed himself to the limit and let out a burst of laughter. He faced Lin Yun's punch head-on. When the two fists collided, it was like two blazing cauldrons had collided in mid-air. With a grin, cuts appeared on Xiahou Ju's arm that was covered in scales. After clashing with Lin Yun head-on, he launched another attack on Lin Yun's right shoulder before Lin Yun could react. He wanted to worsen Lin Yun's injuries, which would make the poison that was circulating throughout the body even faster. After several collisions, a ruthless light flashed through Lin Yun's pupils as he threw a punch out. His punch landed on Xiahou Ju's right shoulder. With a huge collision, the dragon scales on Xiahou Ju's right shoulder shattered into pieces and a huge hole appeared, dripping blood. Simultaneously, Xiahou Ju's punch was headed for Lin Yun's right shoulder. However, a cold light flashed through Lin Yun's pupils as his right shoulder jolted against Xiahou Ju's punch. The huge rebound force made Xiahou Ju's arm go numb and his lips twitched. But he treated himself even more ruthlessly as he launched another attack at Lin Yun's heart despite the rebound force. When his punch landed on Lin Yun's chest, hundreds of purple golden dragon runes were ignited. They instantly transformed Lin Yun's body to the same level as a 100-rune saint artifact, especially the heart, which had reached an unbelievable height. Not only did he fail to injure Lin Yun, but he even accrued 3 broken ribs from Lin Yun's punch. But before Xiahou Ju could think more about it, he took a punch directly to his face. The bridge of his nose was instantly broken and he threw up a mouthful of blood. But Lin Yun didn't let him go so easily and grabbed onto Xiahou Ju's wrist. Then he slammed him into the ground, causing cracks to spread out even though the ground was strengthened by arrays. "Lin Yun, you'll die a terrible death," Xiahou Ju yelled, but Lin Yun replied with a ruthless stomp to his face. The brutality of this scene made everyone's heart jolt violently. Senior brother actually lost in a physical fight. The Crimson Moon Elysium's disciples were all dumbfounded by this scene. Even the Grand Elder was panicking after looking at this scene. As for Yi Xiling and the rest, their faces also became grave because this was a rare opportunity that Lin Yun had obtained after using the 49 demonic astral flowers and the Azure Dragon's Saint Physique. But even so, Lin Yun still couldn't deal any fatal injuries to Xiahou Ju. As Lin Yun's aura continued to decline, the poison in his body circulated even faster. As time passes, Lin Yun's strength would disappear even faster. Just when Lin Yun wanted to stomp and crush Xiahou Ju's head, a bone spike suddenly shot towards his forehead. Although Lin Yun threw out a punch to block this attack, the bone spike still sent him flying back. When the bone spike spread out, Xiahou Ju flew out from the crater with a pair of crimson wings on his back. At the same time, the injuries on his face instantly recovered by 70%, which made Lin Yun frown. At the same time, he looked at the crimson moon in the sky once more because he could feel that there was something wrong with it. "You can't even use your sword, but you still forced me to enter the second phase of the Blood Saint Dragon. Looks like I've really underestimated you." Xiahou Ju smirked. The key to the poison should lie in the crimson moon. Lin Yun took a deep breath as he sensed the poison in his body slowly getting stronger and targeting his heart. "Don't even think about it. There's no solution to the poison." Xiahou Ju took a deep breath and continued. "If you can draw your sword, there's no way I can put up a fight against you even if I have numerous trump cards. But it has come to an end now. A monster like you should die and stay dead. Demonic blood dragon." Xiahou Ju snickered as torrential crimson light shone out from his body. Under the violent storm, the sky became dark and the crimson moon became even more bewitching. Under the moonlight, the spiritual energy in the atmosphere seemed to have been tainted. Soon, Lin Yun's eyes lit up since he figured out what was going on. Lin Yun, this is my last trump card. If you can block this attack, then I'll kowtow and admit defeat. Xiahou Ju smiled. As long as Lin Yun couldn't resolve the poison in his body, it was practically impossible to take his attack head-on. When the ground suddenly exploded, a bone frame popped out from the ground like centipedes. The bone frame was tainted red and looked like a crimson bone dragon. In the blink of an eye, the bone dragon grew 100 feet in size and was shrouded in a deathly aura. Suddenly, Lin Yun threw up blood because the poison in his body had grown even stronger. At the same time, his lips were turning even darker. Lin Yun, admit defeat. After you admit defeat, the poison in your body will dissipate in 3 days. But if you take my attack head-on, you'll die a terrible death. Xiahou Ju calmly looked at Lin Yun as the crimson bone dragon continued to appear behind him. When the dragon's head radiated a crimson light, the bone dragon looked even more terrifying. I'm not someone who will easily admit defeat. Not to mention that I haven't even drawn my sword. Lin Yun smirked. Waving his hand, the flower burial flew out from the sword box. When Lin Yun grabbed onto his sword intense sword and black cobwebs began to spread out on his pale face. It was just as Xiahou Ju had said. The poison was using his martial intent as nourishment to grow. The stronger your sword intent, the more powerful the poison will become. This means that you're courting death, Xiahou Ju said with his teeth gritting while he panicked. After all, Lin Yun was already so strong without drawing his sword, so he couldn't imagine how strong Lin Yun would become after drawing his sword. What you said is right. I'm indeed courting death, but if my sword is fast enough, death might not be able to catch up with me. Lin Yun raised his head to look at the crimson moon in the sky. Even at the risk of death, Lin Yun had no hesitation to swing his sword. When Lin Yun drew his sword, the black cobwebs swiftly crawled over the surface of his skin like centipedes that were about to devour his head. When the audience saw Lin Yun's face, they took a deep breath. Despite his sword ray being so beautiful, his face was terribly ugly, as if he was about to die. Plus, beneath his skin were countless poisonous worms that were charging toward Lin Yun's heart. His sword intent was too strong, which nurtured the blood-borne poison. However, Lin Yun still drew his sword with countless azure birds flying out of his body at the crimson moon. Demonic blood dragon. At the same time, Xiahou Ju executed his strongest attack. His indifferent voice was chilly as he watched the colossal demonic blood dragon pounce towards Lin Yun. The demonic dragon was covered in bizarre spiritual runes, and its scales were enveloped in black demonic miasma that brought the aura of death to the stage. I'm impressed that you can force me to use this move. Xiahou Ju's face became pale after using this attack. When the demonic dragon charged forward, everything in its path became distorted with cracks spreading out on the ground. Everyone could tell that Xiahou Ju was serious and was trying to end the battle. He even executed his trump card after being beaten up by Lin Yun. After all, Xiahou Ju had no idea how many trump cards Lin Yun had left. Since he could feel that Lin Yun was dangerous, he wouldn't let Lin Yun gain an advantage with the sword. Lin Yun swung his sword at the crimson moon while the dragon charged at him. At this moment, he didn't put up any defenses as the poison swiftly spread throughout his body. The audience silently watched Lin Yun and couldn't understand what he was doing. His obsession to use his sword made no sense since it was killing him. In the next second, Lin Yun's sword ray sliced the crimson moon in half like a watermelon. Countless crimson raindrops fell down from the sky and a bizarre scene occurred. When the crimson moon exploded, a massive and ugly black moth appeared before everyone, scattering invisible powder as it flapped its wings. When the powder came in contact with the astral energy in the surroundings, it swiftly fused with the astral energy, allowing the poison to spread. What the heck is that? It's so disgusting. How terrifying. This poison is everywhere. It's the heavenly demon moth. This is too vicious. The crimson moon Elysium is too despicable. Exclamations resounded around the plaza with everyone having disbelief on their faces. Then, Lin Yun's sword intent containing a quasi-divine firmament sword intent swept through the moth, immediately killing it. Without the moth, the powder in the air fell to the earth like dust. At the same time, the black marks on Lin Yun's face swiftly receded and the poison within his body was eradicated by the astral energy in his body. This is the end. Xiahou Ju wasn't surprised because he had guessed that Lin Yun would aim for the Crimson Moon. But so what? He had already executed his strongest attack and he didn't think that Lin Yun could take this attack head-on. The demonic dragon swiftly tore through the azure birds that guarded Lin Yun. Then, it coiled around him, causing cracks to spread out on the ground. Looking at this scene, all the disciples of the Crimson Moon Elysium let out a breath of relief. Without knowing, their foreheads were drenched in sweat. They didn't think that Lin Yun could take the attack head-on, even if he had a powerful physique or sword attacks. At the very least, Lin Yun would be incapable of fighting anymore. As Xiahou Ju let out a sigh, exhaustion appeared on his face. Unleashing the demonic dragon was taxing, but the outcome was great. Regardless of the divine dragon baptism or Sword Saint Mountain's secret, it could benefit him greatly so that he would have more trump cards to become a holy son. He was especially pleased because the Sword Saint Mountain was said to contain the secrets behind the huge change 3 millennia ago. The divine dragon baptism was something that only those who had contributed greatly to the divine dragon empire could receive. With the baptism, his foundation in the Quasi-Elysium core realm would increase twofold. So once he reached the Elysium core realm, he would get a spot on the Elysium core ranking. But when he didn't hear anyone announce his victory, he locked his brows together and barked. The battle has already come to an end. What are you waiting for? Are you people from the profound Azure Prefecture idiots? Relax. We all sense that Lin Yun hasn't died. Several elders of the profound Azure Prefecture said. Not dead. Xiahou Ju snickered. Of course he isn't dead. But so what? Do you think he can still put up a fight? Just get it over with and announce my victory. Otherwise, I'll be forced to slaughter that brat. The elders of the profound Azure Prefecture's faces became ugly, and they had no idea how to resolve this issue. The elders started to discuss their thoughts and came to an agreement that there wasn't an issue in announcing Xiahou Ju's victory. No matter how they looked at it, they didn't think that Lin Yun could still put up a fight. But just when they were about to announce the result, a sword ray tore through the rubble. Shortly after, an azure figure slowly walked out of the cloud of dust with his sword box on his back. Lin Yun was covered in blood, and most of the purple golden dragon runes on the surface of his body had shattered. It looked like he would topple over with a small shove. But when he raised his head, Lin Yun smiled. Xiahou Ju, you want to announce your victory when I can still hold onto my sword? When Lin Yun finished, a boundless sword aura exploded out of him and soared into the horizon. This was Lin Yun's sword aura that had been suppressed since the start of the battle. The audience was shocked by this scene because they didn't think that Lin Yun could survive Xiahou Ju's attack. Furthermore, they could sense that Lin Yun's sword aura had changed. Lin Yun clearly looked like he would fall, but he seemed like an immovable mountain when he held onto his sword. You? Xiahou Ju looked at Lin Yun emotionlessly. Don't think that you're invincible just because you're holding onto a sword. I defeated you once. I can naturally defeat you again. Blood Demonic Dragon. Xiahou Ju roared, summoning the Blood Demonic Dragon once more. He damaged his foundation to unleash this attack, but he didn't care. Without the support of the Crimson Moon, this attack seemed somewhat lacking and wasn't as ferocious as before. Futile. Lin Yun wielded his sword and took a deep breath before swinging his sword. Fleeting Cloud 13 Swords. Myriad Sword Condensation. When Lin Yun swung his sword, 13 azure birds fused into a gigantic azure sword that shone like the sun. At the same time, everyone could sense a dangerous aura coming from the azure sword. Instinctively, no one dared to look directly at the sword. Facing the azure sword, the demonic dragon swiftly dissolved before turning into a puddle of blood on the ground. Xiahou Ju, you lost. Lin Yun raised his head emotionlessly to look at Xiahou Ju. At this moment, his face was pale and his hand was trembling with blood dripping down from his palm. Lin Yun had also reached his limit after bringing out the genuine Holy Spirit of the fleeting cloud 13 swords. Impossible! Xiaoju's eyes flashed with violence as he charged toward Lin Yun. Such impudence! Lin Yun snorted and the golden aura enveloping his sword cocoon ignited. Light came from his forehead that instantly suppressed Xiaoju. It was as if an invisible hand was holding Xiaoju back. Then, Xiaoju slammed into the ground. No matter how much he struggled, he was forced to kneel before Lin Yun. Lin Yun's sword aura had reached an unprecedented height as the sword cocoon in his forehead shined. It instantly dissolved the blood demonic dragon and pushed Xiaoju to the ground. A series of exclamations resounded while everyone was surprised by Lin Yun's strength after he drew his sword. Everyone from the Crimson Moon Elysium had disbelief on their faces when they looked at this scene, especially the Grand Elder Chun Mu. He also didn't expect that Xiaoju would lose in this manner. As Xiaoju threw out a mouthful of blood, he gritted his teeth, unwilling to admit defeat. At the same time, strands of crimson aura seeped out of his body to form another crimson moon. But right at this moment, a sword ray flew out from Lin Yun's hand and the flower burial sword touched Xiaoju's forehead. It was like a bucket of water that was poured over Xiaoju's head. He froze at Lin Yun's warning because he would really die if he made another move. Admit defeat. Don't force me, Lin Yun said coldly. He had to admit that Xiaoju's determination to win was rare, but he wouldn't hesitate if Xiaoju still wanted to put up a fight. Xiaoju glared at Lin Yun for a long time before he said, "You won." Lin Yun sheathed his sword and his face loosened up. "You're not bad yourself to be able to force me this far." The battle gave Lin Yun a better idea of Gongsun Yan and the others in the top 1,000 on the Empyrean ranking. It was no wonder why he caused a huge uproar after defeating everyone at the sword assembly. In terms of their attainments in martial techniques, they weren't comparable to Lin Yun. However, their cultivation was a lot stronger. If he hadn't reached the limit of the heavenly soul realm, he might not have beaten all of them. "Humph, I don't need your pity," said Xiaoju coldly. "A win is a win. The outcome is the same regardless if I'm defeated by one sword or 1,000 swords." Looking at Xiaoju's departing figure, Lin Yun's gaze began to flicker because Xiaoju was right. But this also meant that he wouldn't be able to receive the divine dragon baptism and would run into trouble to become a holy son. After all, Xiaoju couldn't afford to lose to become a holy son because defeat would only mean death. In the future, he didn't think that he would see Xiaoju again. Lin Yun wins the final battle. When the elders of the profound Azure Prefecture made the announcement, cheers resounded from the fleeting Cloud Sword Sex party. Does this mean that junior brother Yun is the strongest in the profound Azure Prefecture? Xiaoju is ranked in the top 3,000 on the Empyrean ranking. This means that junior brother Yun is at least in the top 3,000 too. He might even be able to make it into the top 1,000. It's really shocking that he can compete with the top-tier geniuses of the Eastern Desolation when he just arrived in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect half a year ago. The gazes of Jiang Liken and the rest were filled with admiration because they had a feeling that Lin Yun's name would be famous in the future. Not long after, the prefectural lord came over with a party to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect and looked at Yi Xiling. According to the rules, the Sword Saint Mountain will still belong to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Furthermore, the fleeting Cloud Sword sect can also draw out a new territory, which includes the territory of the Thousand Crane Pavilion and Azure Thunder Monastery. This ranking battle not only involved each sect's ranking but would also shuffle the territories of the profound Azure Prefecture. Since the Thousand Crane Pavilion and Azure Thunder Monastery weren't in the top 3, they might have to relocate their sections. But these were the predetermined rules, and there was nothing the forces behind them could do. In truth, the same went for the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. If they couldn't make it into the top 3, they could lose their sect along with the Sword Saint Mountain. "We'll decide again after I return to the sect. May I ask when we will go to the Divine Dragon Pavilion?" Yi Xiling asked. "Do you have to be so anxious? Give me 5 names and you can all go through the baptism tomorrow," smiled the prefectural lord. "Just the 5 of us. Lin Yun, what do you think?" Yi Xiling turned to look at Lin Yun. Since Lin Yun was the one who won the battle, he was naturally the decision-maker. "I have no objections," said Lin Yun. With that, the grand event had come to an end. It would be a long time before anyone forgot about Lin Yun and Xiaoju's battle. Furthermore, Lin Yun's appearance would definitely spread out not only in the profound Azure Prefecture but also in the entire ancient Barren domain. Then again, Lin Yun had no interest in fame and he didn't want the profound Sky Sect to know where he was. Facing such a colossal force like the profound Sky Sect, he could only rely on Fengju or the protection of the Sword Sect. Then again, there was no use for him to think about it now as he was more interested in the Divine Dragon baptism. The day after, Yi Xiling led Lin Yun and the rest to the array set up by the Prefectural Lord. After they went through the teleportation array, an Azure Dragon Pagoda appeared before them. When Lin Yun raised his head, the Dragon Pagoda 100 feet away gave him a feeling similar to the Azure Rock County's hidden sword pavilion. It was filled with an ancient aura from a long time ago. This is the Divine Dragon Pagoda. Similar pagodas can be found throughout Kunlun Realm, and they're responsible for suppressing the Divine Dragon Empire's fortune, said Yi Xiling. Hearing that, the Prefectural Lord smiled. The main tower is called the Divine Dragon Sun Moon Pagoda, which is a divine artifact. The baptism is a refinement of the Divine Dragon aura filtered by the Divine Dragon Pagoda. But don't absorb too much. 5 is the limit in the Empyrean realm, and it might damage your foundation and physique if you go over that. Is it that serious? Zhang Lycan asked. Yeah. There was once an Elysium Core realm expert who refined 9 strands of aura and exploded to death. We didn't even have time to save him, warned the Prefectural Lord. Lin Yun squinted his eyes when he heard that. If you guys are prepared for it, I'll open the seal now and release the Divine Dragon aura this pagoda has been accumulating, said the Prefectural Lord. Hearing that, the 5 nodded their heads. When the Prefectural Lord took out the seal given to him by the Divine Dragon Empire, it hovered in the air and a gigantic seal appeared that stamped the pagoda. In the next moment, a dragon roar echoed within the surroundings, and strands of a golden yellow aura came from the pagoda. When Lin Yun took in a deep breath, the Azure Dragon Saint Art activated without his control and began to devour the aura. Lin Yun was shocked because this was the same feeling as when the Azure Dragon Saint Art devoured the runes back then. Could it be that the Divine Dragon aura could also benefit the Azure Dragon Saint Art? But Lin Yun soon suppressed his thoughts and waited. Begin, the Prefectural Lord said when the golden yellow aura filled the surroundings. Remember what I said. Don't try to devour too much or it'll do more harm than good, warned the Prefectural Lord once more. Yi Xiling and the rest nodded their heads before they sat down and circulated their sword sutras to devour the golden yellow aura in the surroundings. As they devoured and refined the Divine Dragon aura, a vague dragon outline formed around them. Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to begin the refinement, so he observed his surroundings. Then, he discovered that the dragon around Yi Xiling was the clearest as she was forming a dragon's claw. The others couldn't even compare, only being able to make a blurred outline. This made Lin Yun fall into deep thought. If Yi Xiling went on, the dragon outline might really manifest a genuine divine dragon. Apparently, if one successfully refined a strand of the Divine Dragon aura, they could manifest the Divine Dragon image. So it seemed like Yi Xiling could at least refine 5 strands of Divine Dragon aura while it would be hard for others to even refine 3. Lin Yun became curious as to how many strands he could refine. The Azure Dragon Saint Art circulated by itself without Lin Yun's control once more, with the Azure Dragon mark blazing on his heart. Let me take a look and see how much you can grow. Lin Yun smiled. He no longer suppressed the Azure Dragon Saint Art and allowed it to circulate because he was also curious about it. The first time it circulated by itself, it refined the Blood Flame Dragon rune when he was unconscious and made his physique the same level as a 100 rune saint artifact. At the same time, it had thoroughly transformed his aptitude. So Lin Yun was looking forward to seeing if he could undergo another transformation. Sitting down, the Azure Dragon Saint Art finally exploded. As the golden yellow aura poured into his body, the Azure Dragon mark began to squirm in his heart. In the next second, 108 purple golden dragon runes radiated brightly with wind and lightning. As dragon roars echoed from within his body, Lin Yun could feel his blood boil. Then, golden light radiated from the surface of his skin, and a hot temperature tempered his body. Lin Yun's physique was like a weapon that was being forged. Furthermore, everyone could tell that the light from the others wasn't as bright as Lin Yun's light. The golden yellow aura was swiftly being refined by the Azure Dragon Saint Art, while the others could only refine it by force with their sword sutras. Not long after, Lin Yun had 3 dragons forming around him. The dragons were covered with scales and their eyes shined bright. Holy shit, what's going on? The profound Azure Prefecture's elders were completely dumbfounded by this scene. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. This made them wonder if Lin Yun was still a human to refine 3 divine dragon auras when he had just sat down. "What are you panicking about? This is nothing," said the prefectural lord despite the shock in his heart. Hearing that, the other elders no longer dared to utter a word. They were impressed by the prefectural lord's composure. Lin Yun took a deep breath and the scar on his face had already recovered. At this moment, he could clearly sense every single cell in his body cheering in excitement. The Azure Dragon Saint Art was greedily devouring the golden yellow aura before refining it and turning it into a golden liquid that flowed through his meridians. The sensation felt great, unlike the pain he had to suffer in the past whenever he tempered his physique. The harvest today was simply beyond his imagination, and he had to suppress the joy in his heart to allow the Azure Dragon Saint Art to circulate. Half an hour later, 9 dragons coiled around Lin Yun, and each of the dragons were emitting a noble aura. Sitting there, Lin Yun looked like an emperor who was emitting a wisp of monarch aura. Lin Yun sensed the monarch aura, which was baffling. After all, his martial intent had no connection with the path of a monarch. It seemed like he needed to thank the Divine Dragon Empire. "This feels great." Jiang Liken was the first to open his eyes with excitement flashing in his pupils. He could sense that his entire body was filled with power because he had refined a total of 4 wisps of divine dragon aura. It would take at least 2 to 3 months for him to digest his harvest this time. He was confident that he could make a breakthrough in the Elysium core realm within half a year. Just thinking about it made him laugh. But when he swept his gaze around, he saw Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan, who had finished a long time ago. They were both looking in the same direction with their mouths wide open and an expression of disappointment. Jiang Liken was curious because those two should be able to refine 2 wisps of divine dragon aura. It seemed like he still had a firm grip on the position of chief disciple. With a smile, Jiang Liken asked, "What are the 2 of you looking at?" "See for yourself," said Lu Qingyan. Hearing that, Jiang Liken merely smiled it off and turned to look in the direction that they were both pointing at. But in the next second, he was dazzled by the golden brilliance of 13 dragons coiling around Lin Yun. Holy shit! Why is it so dazzling? Jiang Liken was instantly stumped by the radiance and covered his eyes with both hands. When he tried to open his eyes, he was completely dumbfounded. His jaw also dropped when he saw 13 dragons around Lin Yun. He couldn't figure out how Lin Yun managed to do it. Most importantly, Lin Yun wasn't even at his limit. He could no longer describe the shock in his heart. After all, it was tough for him to refine 4 wisps. However, Lin Yun managed to easily accomplish that and even reached an astounding number of 13. It took a long time before Jiang Liken could smile. "Junior brother Yun is too terrifying. There's no way I can compete with him." "How many wisps of divine dragon aura did you guys refine?" 5, said Feng Zhang and Lu Qingyan. Hearing that made Jiang Liken's lips twitch awkwardly because that represented the limit one could refine in the Empyrean realm. "Senior brother, what about you?" Lu Qingyan asked with his eyes squinted. Wearing an awkward smile, Jiang Liken replied, "Not bad. Not bad. What are you guys looking at?" A voice resounded as Yi Xiling walked over with 8 dragons slowly dissipating behind her. Furthermore, the radiant snow flowers in her pupils instantly captivated their attention. It seems that her temperament had undergone a huge transformation after she unleashed the power of her bloodline. Her bewitching temperament now had a slight chill to it. When Yi Xiling saw the dragons coiling around Lin Yun, her jaw also dropped. After a long pause, she asked, "Isn't this a little too insane?" She had relied on her bloodline to surpass the limit of the Empyrean realm, refining 8 wisps of divine dragon aura. But Lin Yun was even more unreasonable. Suddenly, Yi Xiling's gaze soon locked onto the azure dragon mark that was shining brightly on Lin Yun's chest. It was the blood flame dragon rune, an original saint rune. This instantly made Yi Xiling realize that Lin Yun's body refining technique must have a huge origin. After Lin Yun formed the 13 dragon, his refining speed slowed down, but it still showed no signs of stopping. Junior brother Lin won't devour all the divine dragon aura here, right? Feng Zhang suddenly asked something that seemed impossible. Junior brother, you really know how to joke. How is that possible? If he really devours all the divine dragon aura, the profound Azure Prefecture will probably flip over the entire fleeting Cloud Sword sect. But 4 hours later, the dragons around Lin Yun reached an exaggerated number of 18, and all the divine dragon aura in the surroundings had vanished, leaving behind only the glowing divine dragon pagoda. Faintly, everyone could see a fine golden strand stretching out from the pagoda to the azure dragon mark on Lin Yun's chest. The divine dragon aura had already been exhausted, and that golden strand was the origin dragon aura. This instantly made everyone's faces change, and even Yi Xiling had become anxious. Junior brother Feng, you and your mouth. What should we do now? Jiang Liken's face became ugly as he pondered how they should leave. I was just casually asking. Feng Zhang was also having a headache. They could see that the light of the divine dragon pagoda was gradually dimming and cracks had also appeared in this domain. Senior sister, what should we do? Should we wake junior brother up? Everyone turned to look at Yi Xiling. Leave him be. Don't wake Lin Yun up as long as this domain doesn't break. This is his fortune. Yi Xiling was clearly a lot more composed compared to everyone. She knew that they couldn't wake Lin Yun right now. This is a rare opportunity, and Lin Yun's body refining technique was extremely compatible with the divine dragon aura. So this could be Lin Yun's opportunity to reach a new height. But thinking about the profound Azure Prefecture, Yi Xiling couldn't help feeling heartache. At this moment, everyone from the profound Azure Prefecture outside the domain was panicking. Prefectural Lord, what should we do now? The divine dragon pagoda is going to collapse. The elders all looked at the Prefectural Lord with anxiety and fear on their faces. Even the Prefectural Lord could no longer maintain his composure because he didn't think that Lin Yun could devour all the divine dragon aura and wasn't even going to let go of the origin dragon aura. If the divine dragon pagoda really collapsed, he would bear the consequences of a crime that would result in a beheading. The divine dragon Sun Moon Pagoda was the divine artifact of the divine dragon empire. Although the pagoda in the other prefectures were merely replicas, they were still used to suppress the fortune of the divine dragon empire. So the divine dragon pagodas in Kunlun realm were equivalent to the flags of the divine dragon empire, representing the territories under their control. From a certain perspective, the divine dragon pagoda represented the divine dragon empire. So what would happen if a divine dragon pagoda fell? The prefectural lord's face was ugly as he said, "Come with me. We have no choice but to wake him up by force and make him spit out the divine dragon aura." Technically, Lin Yun didn't break the rules. However, he devoured a little too much of the divine dragon aura. In the past, there were no limits because there was no need to make a limit. Normally, it was impossible for anyone to reach 9 wisps or else they would die. The elders had never seen anyone like Lin Yun who had refined 18 wisps of divine dragon aura when he was only in the Empyrean realm. It was even more outrageous that he was trying to refine the origin dragon aura. Even if Lin Yun couldn't spit out the divine dragon aura, the profound Azure Prefecture could only suck it up. However, they couldn't let go of the origin dragon aura no matter what. Stop! Just when they were about to head over, a bark resounded and Luo Hua appeared behind them. The elders were briefly stunned and their faces turned black at this woman because this was their profound Azure Prefecture. But just when the elders were about to reprimand her, the prefectural lord's face drastically changed as he hurried over with a smile. "Young Master Luo, why are you here?" "I've always been here," said Luo Hua. It looks like young Master Luo has a deep relationship with the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. But this is a special day. If he continues to devour in this manner, the origin dragon aura will be devoured by him, and the divine dragon pagoda will collapse. The prefectural lord didn't dare to be rude, because someone had warned him in advance when Luo Hua entered the fleeting cloud sword sect. So he knew that Luo Hua wasn't someone he could offend. It won't collapse. I'll take responsibility if it does, said Luo Hua. Hearing that, there was nothing the prefectural lord could do but suck it up. As Lin Yun refined the divine dragon aura in the domain, the purple golden dragon runes on the surface of his body grew to nearly 200. The number of the runes represented the strength of the Azure Dragon Saint Art, similar to the runes on Saint artifacts. In the past, Lin Yun raised the Azure Dragon Saint Art to the 5th stage by refining an astronomical sum of True Dragon Saint Liquid from the old geezer in half a month. So his improvement after half a day was simply unbelievable. This made Lin Yun excited. If the dragon runes could reach 200, it would be a lot easier for him to defeat Xiahou Ju even if he didn't draw his sword. He had no idea what would happen if those from the profound Azure Prefectural knew about that, but he soon tossed it to the back of his mind. Even if they called him to stop, there was no way he would stop. As the number of dragon runes increased, he continued making swift improvements with the Azure Dragon Saint Art. Unfortunately, he had given the true bone to Lil Purple. Otherwise, he might be able to bring out a portion of the divine rune's power. But it wasn't bad either since he had obtained the Blood Flame Dragon rune. Although the Saint rune couldn't be compared to the divine rune, he could bring out more of the Saint rune's power compared to the divine rune. If he had the divine rune instead of the Saint rune, there was no way his current physique would be comparable to a 100-rune Saint artifact. If he reached the 6th stage, it would be possible to bring his control over the Blood Flame Dragon rune to a whole new level. As the Origin Dragon aura continued to flow, the cracks in the domain grew even bigger. At the same time, the number of dragons around him reached 23. As the dragon aura leaked out, a golden brilliance filled the entire domain. At the same time, Yi Xiling could no longer see Lin Yun, who was devoured by the golden brilliance. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. They couldn't even see Lin Yun's outline anymore with the dragons around him. But they could clearly sense the terrifying aura that he was giving off. What should we do about junior brother Lin? Feng Zhang asked. No need to worry about him. He can bear it with his physique, replied Yi Xiling. She didn't seem concerned with Lin Yun's life and death. After all, it was impossible for Lin Yun not to have that cautiousness since he had gone through so much life and death. She also wanted to go out to deal with the profound Azure Prefecture. If she didn't have a choice, she was prepared to reveal her identity as a descendant of the Radiant Snow Clan. The fleeting Cloud Sword sect couldn't stop the profound Azure Prefecture, but there was a high chance for the direct descendant of an ancient saint clan to do so. Lin Yun had no idea what was going on outside, but he could clearly sense that his physique hadn't reached the limit. But the refining speed of the divine dragon aura had slowed down and was no longer as ferocious as before. Lin Yun's body began to glow with dragon runes flickering on the surface of his body. It seems to have slowed down. There isn't that many divine dragon auras left, but at least the accumulated divine dragon aura within my body should be able to allow me to reach the 6th stage. Lin Yun murmured. 3 days later, Lin Yun had officially reached the 6th stage in the Azure Dragon Saint Art. The purple golden dragon runes on the surface of his body has reached a terrifying number of 300. When the purple golden dragon runes circulated, it was as if a huge dragon had come to life. When Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes shone bright and it took a long time for the golden light to dissipate. Azure Dragon Saint Armor. The Azure Dragon mark blazed on Lin Yun's heart as 300 purple golden dragon runes ignited at the same time. When his body became a purple golden color, crimson flames suddenly blazed and his vitality violently roared with a terrifying aura spreading out. When the flames reached their limit, the purple golden dragon runes on his body began to converge and formed a metallic war armor. I can finally summon the armor again. Lin Yun was filled with emotions looking at the armor. He could still remember how mighty he was when he wore this armor to fight the 10 Realm Suns. But after he lost the true bone, he could no longer condense the armor because of the loss of the divine rune. Now that his Azure Dragon Saint Art has reached the 6th stage, His control over the Blood Flame Dragon rune increased, and he could finally summon the armor again. With this armor, he might be able to fight 1 against 10 again in the future if the circumstances allowed. Lin Yun's eyes flickered because this armor didn't boost his strength, but it did give him more durability. This power is really strong. Lin Yun sensed the surging power within his body and grinned. The benefits he had obtained from the divine dragon baptism had far exceeded his imagination. His harvest was equivalent to half a year of effort in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, not to mention that it wouldn't leave behind any side effects. If he fought with Xiaoju again, he was confident that he could let Xiaoju have 10 moves before defeating Xiaoju with 1 punch. Even Lin Yun could feel his scalp going numb just by thinking about the power that would come after igniting all 300 dragon runes. Furthermore, he could even use the Azure Dragon Grab. At this moment, he could finally bring out the true power of the Azure Dragon Saint Art. A brief moment later, Lin Yun called the dragon runes back into his body. But the surroundings were still lit up with golden brilliance, and the bright light gave Lin Yun some trouble to find his way back. "You're finally out," said the 2 guards who were responsible for guarding the domain. Lin Yun wore an awkward expression because he spent a little too long in the domain. But he didn't know that this was just the beginning. Along the way, he could see the guards of the profound Azure Prefecture glaring at him. "So you're Lin Yun." Just when he was about to leave the passage, a Lesser Elysium Core Realm Deacon barked with his brows locked. As he spoke, he reached out with his hand to teach Lin Yun a lesson. But just when his palm was about to reach Lin Yun, the surface of Lin Yun's body radiated with golden brilliance and the deacon was sent flying back. Looking at the deacon, Lin Yun smiled. "Sorry, but I'm not familiar with you." The deacon who was sent flying glared at Lin Yun before he said coldly, "You can get lost now." When Lin Yun left, he was confused because their gazes were weird. When he came out of the passage, he could sense countless gazes. The elders of the profound Azure Prefecture were gritting their teeth, looking as if they wanted to devour him whole. This startled Lin Yun because he had no idea what he had done for these people to look at him like he had burnt the graves of their ancestors. But just when he was about to ask, Yi Xiling led the party over and signaled him to keep quiet before leading Lin Yun out with the elders closely following them. "What's going on?" Lin Yun asked. "We'll talk when we're out," said Yi Xiling softly. When they came out, the elders stopped and stared at him. Just what the hell happened? Why did they look at me like I burnt the graves of their ancestors? Lin Yun finally couldn't hold back from asking, "Do you know how many wisps of divine dragon aura you devoured?" Yi Xiling asked after a long time. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because he really didn't calculate it. He only knew that the divine dragon aura had already dissipated and merged into the golden radiance when he opened his eyes. Looking at Lin Yun, Yi Xiling said, 72 wisps. You nearly caused the divine dragon pagoda to collapse." Hearing that, the corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched with an awkward smile. At this moment, he finally knew what was going on. Lin Yun now knew why the elders were all gritting their teeth when he walked out of the domain. If he was in their position, he definitely couldn't bear it. Even if he was stupid, Lin Yun knew the consequences if the divine dragon pagoda collapsed. Most importantly, he had devoured 72 divine dragon auras. This meant that the deacons and elders wouldn't be able to enjoy the divine dragon aura anytime soon. Lin Yun scratched his head awkwardly because he knew that he was in the wrong. He pondered if he should return some divine dragon aura. After all, he hadn't completely refined them, and he could still return a few wisps if he turned back now. But just when Lin Yun was about to tell Yi Xiling about his thoughts, Yi Xiling glanced at him and said, "Don't think about it. Luo Hua took the responsibility for you." Luo Hua. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he instantly figured it all out. This was also probably the reason why he was allowed to leave after absorbing all of the divine dragon aura. Luo Hua had helped him again, just like how she helped him back in the sword assembly. This made Lin Yun wonder what she and Yen Tai went to do. He knew that she had a strong personality, and she probably had killing intent toward those Dragon Pulse Realm experts. At the same time, Lin Yun realized that he still wasn't strong enough, and he couldn't possibly let her help him all the time. After all, He couldn't accept himself standing behind a woman as a man because it would make him seem too useless. Junior brother Lin, you didn't know that the divine dragon pagoda nearly collapsed. All of us were dumbfounded, and the prefectural lord nearly went down on his knees. But Luo Hua was calm and retrieved a medal. When she took out the token, the divine dragon pagoda that was about to collapse suddenly became firm, said Lu Qingyan emotionally. Lin Yun looked at Jiang Liken and Feng Zhang. The two were still lingering with fear because what just happened had left a deep impression on them. What medal was it? Lin Yun asked. I didn't see it clearly. I was terrified at that time, but senior sister saw it, said Feng Zhang. They were completely dumbfounded back then and didn't manage to take a clear glimpse of the medal. Only Yi Xiling maintained her composure, but her face changed when she saw the medal. Hearing what Feng Zhang said, Yi Xiling glared at the latter, scaring the latter to shut his mouth. When she saw Lin Yun's gaze, Yi Xiling said, I only saw an imperial word on it. She's definitely not someone from the Luo clan. There's no way the Luo clan can take out that medal. Lin Yun nodded his head and began to look around before he asked, Where is she? She asked us to return to the fleeting cloud sword sect first and said there's no need to wait for her, said Feng Zhang. The divine dragon pagoda exhausted too much origin dragon aura and she has to stay behind to clean up the mess, said Jiang Liken. Hearing that, Lin Yun knew that he had owed her greatly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun fell silent. Everyone fell silent as Yi Xiling and Wang Yurua's gazes fell onto Lin Yun. Even if they were stupid, they could tell that there was a story behind Lin Yun and Luo Hua. Perhaps they already knew each other a long time ago. Otherwise, it would make no sense that a woman like her would help a stranger so much. A long time later, Lin Yun raised his head and smiled. Let's go. But just when they were about to leave, Lin Yun turned back and bit his lips with perseverance flashing in his eyes. He recalled his promise back in the profound Amber Realm that one fine day, he would stand at the summit of Kunlun Realm and wouldn't be any weaker than any monstrous geniuses. 5 days later, the party finally returned to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. The result of the ranking battle had already reached the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, so they were welcomed by a majestic group of people. When Lin Yun appeared, the surrounding cheers became even louder. He was now a famous figure in the profound Azure Prefecture after helping the fleeting Cloud Sword sect's fame grow even higher. Lin Yun had experienced a similar scene before back in the Firmament Sword sect. I'm going to see the sect master. Are you coming with me? Lin Yun asked since he had to return the lightning shadow sword. It's fine. Yi Xiling smiled with a complicated light flashing through her pupils. Lin Yun could tell that there was some desolation in her smile. She probably guessed where he went before the tournament. It also meant that in the eyes of her father, the ranking battle was nothing to him. Knowing that the relationship between the father and daughter was complicated, Lin Yun merely nodded his head. Lin Yun, thank you. Yi Xiling suddenly called out to Lin Yun just before he was about to leave. Me? I'm fine. After all, I like you as well, but not like that. Lin Yun winked. That fellow is really interesting. Looking at Lin Yun's back figure, Yi Xiling couldn't help smiling with the frost on her face melting. This scene instantly made all the fleeting Cloud Sword sect's disciples dumbfounded. Hee. Go and chase after him if you're also interested in him. Don't tell me that you don't have the confidence to beat Luo Hua. Wang Yurua smiled. Hearing that, Yi Xiling pinched her nose and smiled. You're becoming more and more naughty. It's not like that. I admit that he's really tempting, but there are some people you won't forget the moment you see them. Both Flower Burial and Lin Yun were important people to her. But after this incident, she was finally sure that her heart belonged to Flower Burial. The moment someone like her becomes attracted to someone, it would be impossible for her to change. After all, her frozen heart wavered the first time she saw Flower Burial. It was like a hook stabbing into her heart that she couldn't pull out. As for Lin Yun, they were friends that watched each other's backs. If Lin Yun was facing difficulty, Yi Xiling was even willing to put her life on the line for him. In the main hall, the sect master held onto the lightning shadow sword and smiled. He didn't bother concealing the happiness on his face. Old geezer, isn't your smile a little too wretched? Lin Yun rolled his eyes. This fellow nearly made him lose his life in the 3 challenges. When he came over, the old geezer didn't say a word and kept smiling at the lightning shadow sword. Initially, Lin Yun wasn't going to hold it against the old geezer. But seeing this scene, his temper started to flare up. As long as I'm happy. But the sect master didn't care about him and said, "You're really a genius in the sword. I never expected that even the old geezer of the Skysolid city would suffer in your hand." Ha ha ha. How satisfying. When he mentioned the Skysolid city, he couldn't help bursting into laughter. He then turned to look at Lin Yun's forehead and stroked his beard. "Looks like you already know why I asked you to participate in the sword assembly." Back then, Lin Yun was angry at him. But since he was willing to deliver the sword to him and even stayed behind, Lin Yun clearly understood what happened. Although Lin Yun had a foul temper, he still knew how to differentiate right and wrong. "What are you talking about?" Lin Yun feigned ignorance and turned his head away. "It's good if you know about it. Take the sword. I'm already satisfied that I can see the sword again. Take good care of it on my behalf. It was given to me by a really powerful expert, and I know that you won't let it down in your hands." The old geezer handed the sword back to Lin Yun. When Lin Yun received the sword, his face became grave. It looks like the Huang clan's patriarch was right. The old geezer had already let go of the lightning shadow sword, and he didn't really need it when he asked Lin Yun to retrieve it. His sole objective was to allow Lin Yun to take another step with his quasi-divine firmament sword intent. "Wang Ju isn't your name. Your real name is Jian Jingtian, ranked first on the Empyrean Elysium Core and Dragon Pulse rankings. Even now, you're still ranked 1 on the Dragon Pulse ranking. No experts in the Dragon Pulse realm dare to make a move against you," said Lin Yun as he received the lightning shadow sword. The achievements of the old geezer were legendary. "That isn't important." Jian Jingtian was calm when Lin Yun talked about him. Just like how he had already let go of the lightning shadow sword, he had also let go of his past glory a long time ago. "I'm really curious how strong your sword intent is. Let me experience it as a swordsman," Lin Yun said. When he was done, the sword cocoon in his forehead shined and its golden aura burst into flames. As his sword aura exploded, Jian Jingtian smiled in surprise. At this moment, the monstrous genius who was ranked first on the 3 rankings was back. With a faint smile, he said, "Looks like you're a little too overconfident in yourself after crushing the sword assembly and the ranking battle." When he was done, the scenes before Lin Yun suddenly changed. The old geezer and the main hall had disappeared, replaced with a boundless ocean with a dazzling fireball hovering in the air. The light radiating from the fireball was dazzling, and Lin Yun's sword aura instantly collapsed under the terrifying aura. Feeling threatened, the Azure Dragon Saint Art activated by itself, and the Blood Flame Dragon rune began to blaze in the Azure Dragon mark with 300 dragon runes shining brightly. In the blink of an eye, the dragon runes formed battle armor over his body. But the moment the armor was formed, it instantly shattered. One by one, the dragon runes began to shatter until the crimson flames in the Azure Dragon mark were extinguished. This made Lin Yun throw up a mouthful of blood as he held onto his eyes that were dripping with blood. "You're nothing before me," Jian Jingtian's prideful voice sounded out. "As you requested, that was my strongest sword intent. I showed it to you out of respect for you as a swordsman. You can be proud that you weren't instantly killed." Lin Yun was embarrassed, and he knew that Jian Jingtian definitely held back. "Get lost now. Furthermore, there are some changes in the profound Wither Island, so you are to stay in the sect no matter what," said Jian Jingtian while waving his hand. In the end, Lin Yun could only leave quietly with the lightning shadow sword. He had finally experienced the strength of a monstrous genius who was the first on all 3 rankings. When Lin Yun left, the smile on Jian Jingtian's smile disappeared. His temperament was a carbon copy of Yi Xiling, as if they were cut from the same cloth. A long time later, when Jian Jingtian suddenly thought of something, the smile on his lips turned warm. He finally knew why Lin Yun wanted to provoke him and used the word swordsman. Lin Yun was probably trying to make amends through his own method. No matter what, Jian Jingtian had saved Lin Yun's life in the past, so Lin Yun shouldn't have said those words back then. But with Lin Yun's personality, There was no way he would bow his head to someone like Jian Jingtian. It made sense since Lin Yun feigned ignorance when he was asked if he knew the meaning behind the sword assembly. The two of them were stubborn, and it was simply impossible for one party to bow to the other. Swordsmen had pride that was deeply etched into their hearts, so they could never lower their heads. So Lin Yun could only use his own method to spark Jian Jingtian's fighting spirit. That brat! Jian Jingtian smiled. Now that he looked at it again, it had been many years since he had displayed his grace before others. In fact, the last time he unleashed his sword intent was 18 years ago. Thinking about it, Jian Jingtian's face froze and the smile disappeared. He then shut his eyes painfully with tears rolling down his cheeks. At this moment, he was riddled with unprecedented pain, regret, and misery. "Master, I'm really sorry." Suddenly, he could hear his own voice from the past. "I swear that one day, I'll make the sword sect a holy land again. One day, I swear that I'll make the sword sect the strongest sect in the world." Without knowing, 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. Outside the main hall, Lin Yun held onto the lightning shadow sword and covered his eyes. He only opened them after a lot of time had passed. His eyes were still a bloody mess and full of pain. He was completely crushed by Jian Jingtian, without being able to put up any resistance. Well, there's a reason why he was first on the 3 rankings. Lin Yun sighed. "Humph. This empress already told you that someone like him is rare even in ancient times. If it wasn't for the cage that he locked himself in, he would already be a king by now." Lil Purple flew out of the sword box and retrieved a napkin to help Lin Yun wipe his tears. "It feels great. What did you dip the napkin in?" "It's weird because it doesn't hurt at all." As Lin Yun blinked his eyes, his gaze became clearer. He had no more pain and his eyesight became even brighter. "Humph. It's this Empress saliva, of course," Lil Purple said. Hearing that, Lin Yun's smile instantly froze on his face. "That's disgusting. You really are a scumbag. Do you have any idea how many people would die for this in the past?" "You really need a beating," Lil Purple said unhappily. It might sound weird, but dragon saliva was considered a treasure, so it was naturally the same for phoenix saliva. Thinking about it in this manner, Lin Yun felt better. But a brief moment later, he couldn't help locking his brows together. "It's still disgusting. Why, you scumbag." "Humph. This empress is angry now," Lil Purple said as her face turned black. "I won't mind if it was from a genuine phoenix, but it's a pity that you're not in your phoenix form. It can barely be considered phoenix saliva," explained Lin Yun. "Humph, you scumbag. You want my phoenix saliva? I'll burn you to death with a breath when I regain my real body. Since you don't want it, give it back to me." Lil Purple roared. "Ha ha ha, all right, I'll give it back to you. I have the Azure Dragon Saint physique now. Although it's incomparable to an Azure Dragon, I bet it still has at least a trace of dragon saliva. So how much of my saliva do you want?" Lin Yun smiled with his eyes squinted. Lil Purple was dazed when she heard that because it did make some sense. But if that was the case, wouldn't that be an indirect kiss? Her face instantly burned red as she lowered her voice. "You scumbag. You're really disgusting." Lil Purple instantly ran off when she was done. When Lin Yun looked at her running off, he laughed and chased after her. "Empress, don't run. You get lost," cried Lil Purple. "Ha ha ha, no way. Don't you want me to give you dragon saliva?" asked Lin Yun. "I don't want it," yelled Lil Purple. The two played around briefly and Lin Yun only stopped when he returned to his residence. "Lil Purple, did you realize that Jian Jingtian stopped whenever he mentioned his master? It happened many times in the past, including today. What's so weird about it?" Lil Purple rolled her eyes. Lying on the grassy patch, Lin Yun looked at the sky and said, "I'm curious who his master is since he was given the lightning shadow sword." "Humph, that has nothing to do with you either way," said Lil Purple. "Well, that's true." Lin Yun was briefly distracted before he smiled. "Empress, how strong do you think his sword intent is? Is it at least in the 5th grade sword intent?" Jian Jingtian's sword intent was so powerful that it made him feel as if it was a bottomless abyss. Lin Yun's sword intent had already reached quasi 4th grade, So if Jianjing Tian was only in the 4th grade, it shouldn't have such intense pressure. That's hard to say. Once sword intent reaches a certain height, it can emit a terrifying pressure, such as your Azure Dragon Sword aura, which can boost your sword intent. If your sword intent was fused into the Azure Dragon Sword aura, not many people can reach 1/10 of your strength, said Lil Purple. Take lightning, flame, or thunderstorm intent for example. They can also be fused into sword intent to make them a lot stronger. That old geezer has reached the 5th grade, and he has other means to empower his sword intent. I can't see through him, but I know that it's very strong. Lin Yun squinted his eyes before smiling because Lil Purple's last sentence was extremely important. The old geezer's sword intent was many times stronger than his own. But he actually didn't discover that there was such a treasure hidden in the sect for half a year. The old geezer was naturally too lazy to teach others, but there was a high chance he would help Lin Yun if the latter swallowed his pride and asked for help. Regardless, there was something unusual happening with the profound Wither Sea, and Lin Yun needed to prepare himself by going into seclusion. That old geezer definitely has stories. Just what happened 18 years ago? Lin Yun muttered. He was now curious about the old geezer. Don't do something as stupid as what you did today. The knot in his heart is bigger than you think, and your effort would be futile, said Lil Purple. Lin Yun was briefly stunned and didn't think that his thoughts were seen through by Lil Purple. A brief moment later, he spat out the grass in his mouth and removed the sword box from his back. When he looked at the sword box, his face gradually became grave. What are you trying to do? Lil Purple asked. It's time for me to take a look inside. I'm really curious about the world in the sword box, said Lin Yun while patting at the sword box. Have you thought it through? Asked Lil Purple. I already have, said Lin Yun calmly. He knew that if he entered, he would be tied with the Iris Sword Saint and could be considered the latter's heir. You once told me that the Iris Sword Saint that I saw in the past was only a clone? Does that mean that the real Iris Sword Saint isn't dead? Lin Yun asked. This was the question that he had been wanting to ask for a long time. That brat grasped the Nirvana Dao, so he won't die that easily, said Lil Purple. Nirvana Dao? Lin Yun was surprised because he had never heard of this Dao before. It's useless for me to tell you about it now, but since you've already made up your mind, I won't stop you. You just have to use the Iris Sacred Flame to refine the mark in this sword box and you'll be able to enter as you wish. At the same time, you will be imprinted as the Iris Sword Saint's heir, said Lil Purple seriously. The Iris Sacred Flame appeared on Lin Yun's palm and controlled it with his will. Then he flicked the flame at the sword box and the stains on the sword box melted away. The runes on the surface of the sword box began to light up along with the appearance of an ancient and complicated iris flower. Suddenly, runes spread out on both sides of the flower like a pair of wings. Drip your blood on it, Lil Purple suddenly said a moment later. Lin Yun knew that there was no turning back the moment his blood touched the sword box. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun cut the tip of his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood. When the drop of blood fell onto the sword box, the entire sword box began to shake, as if it were alive. When the blood fused with the sword box, Lin Yun felt a connection with the sword box that sent information into his mind. He could sense an extremely ancient seal, so he closed his eyes. When he was done, he opened his eyes and began to form seals with both of his hands, allowing the astral energy to surge. When Lin Yun formed the seals with his hands, a metallic iris flower bloomed behind him. When the flower was done blooming, the ancient seal was successfully formed. This seal was called the Sky Unlocking Seal. The sky opened the world within the sword box and forcefully sucked Lin Yun inside. When his vision returned, he had disappeared from his residence and appeared in another world. The world within the sword box was dark. Lin Yun couldn't see any light, and the surroundings were desolate. At this moment, Lin Yun was standing on scorched black ground under an ancient tree. Where is this? Lin Yun had doubt flashing through his pupils as he looked at this world with disbelief. It was entirely different from what he had imagined. He thought this world would be filled with treasures, a majestic divine mountain, or at least a pagoda. This is the world within the sword box, said Lil Purple. Is that so? Lin Yun lowered his head and looked at the countless withered tree branches on the ground and asked, What's this? This was my den, said Lil Purple. When Lin Yun heard that, he couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Lil Purple raged. If you didn't tell me, I would have thought that this was a bird's den. Wait, even a bird's den is a lot stronger than this. Lin Yun gently rubbed his foot on the ground, easily crushing the withered branches on the ground. Why you? That's too much. I'm angry. Lil Purple glared at Lin Yun. This made Lin Yun's face become awkward because he had only gently touched it, and he didn't think that it would collapse. After all, he really couldn't believe that this was the Phoenix Den. You baddie! You destroyed my Phoenix Den from 100,000 years ago. Lil Purple began to cry. This made Lin Yun panic as he quickly said, Sorry about that. I'm in the wrong. How about this? I'll give you a hug. As Lin Yun said, he went up and gave Lil Purple a hug. Go away. I don't need your hug. Lil Purple began to struggle, but Lin Yun smiled and gave her a hug. What's that tree? Lin Yun asked, looking at the withered tree. His gut was telling him that this tree wasn't that simple, and it had only withered because there wasn't any spiritual energy. Didn't I already say that you destroyed my Phoenix Den? This tree is naturally one of the 5 divine trees, the Phoenix tree. This tree was over 100 feet tall, and it had all sorts of fruits, flowers, and divine beasts on it. Lin Yun began to doubt when he heard that. After all, a tree that tall could basically be its own world. Then again, it could be the truth because it was rumored that phoenixes only rested on the Phoenix tree. Look over there. Lil Purple stretched her hand over and all Lin Yun saw was tens of thousands of charred wood. That place over there used to be a divine bamboo forest, the material that was used to create your flute. They could be found anywhere back then? Said Lil Purple while she waved her hand around, causing Lin Yun to hug her even tighter in fear that she might fall. Over there were all sorts of saint herbs. There were even 3 divine herbs. Over here, there. Lil Purple introduced Lin Yun to the places and there was even a mountain at the end of it. This used to be a celestial lake, and there was a divine spring up on the mountain where I used to bathe. I also had a myriad-year-cold jade bed there. Over there was a myriad lightning lake that could be used to temper the body. The more Lin Yun heard about it, the more shocked he became. He couldn't imagine what kind of place this was in the past. If this place was even 1/100th of what you described it as, it could be called a holy land, sighed Lin Yun. Humph. This place was a holy land. An immortal holy land, Lil Purple said. Suddenly, Lin Yun sensed his sword intent hum as he approached a patch of charred dirt. There were many stained ancient swords on the ground that were so old they would turn to dust from a gentle breeze. What's this place? Lin Yun asked. This is a sword mound. The owners of those swords don't want their swords to be used by others after their death. So the Iris Sword Saint collected them and buried them here. Back then, the owners of these swords were at least on the level of a saint. Lil Purple's tone slowly became soft as if she didn't want to talk about it anymore. Lin Yun's face changed as he carefully retreated with an apologetic heart. As he walked, he saw many tattered buildings being buried in a desert along with a half-submerged tattered throne. This throne belonged to the Iris Sword Saint, and it contained 7 different martial intents. Combined with his sword intent, it could unleash 7 divine lights, said Lil Purple while she looked at the throne with a complicated gaze. As Lin Yun continued forward, he found a huge gulf blocking his way. If I remember correctly, it's like purgatory down there. There are tens of thousands of flame veins that can give birth to sacred flames. I hate that place the most, said Lil Purple with her brows locked together. Standing on the cliff, Lin Yun looked around and sighed. Why did this place become like this? Perhaps something happened in the battle 100,000 years ago, said Lil Purple. But Lin Yun could tell that she was hiding something and asked, You haven't told me anything about yourself. What are you hiding? Humph, that's my greatest secret. How can I possibly tell you that? Unless... Lil Purple hooked her arms around Lin Yun's neck and continued, Unless you're willing to be my servant. If that's the case, then I can give it some thought. You really know how to dream. Lin Yun smiled. There are too many secrets in this secret domain, but no matter how glorious this place used to be, it was only a barren world now. The best he could do was to walk around and listen to Lil Purple boast about this place. At the same time, he was finally sure that this place wouldn't be of any help to him. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yun placed Lil Purple down. However, she didn't let go of his neck and even pouted, "No, I want you to carry me longer." Hearing that made Lin Yun's lips twitch. It seems that the Empress really considered herself to be a child. Why, you're not allowed to put me down. You destroyed my phoenix den, so you have to make it up to me. Lil Purple argued with her face blushing. Didn't someone say that she didn't want me to carry her? Lin Yun smiled. Humph, you're this Empress servant, so you naturally have to serve me, Lil Purple said. Feeling helpless, Lin Yun could only continue to carry her. Luckily, she wasn't heavy. Is there any way to restore this place? Of course there is. As long as you can collect all of the sovereign divine runes, this place will come back to life, said Lil Purple. Sovereign divine runes? That's right. The extreme wind divine rune, sinful fire divine rune, myriad lightning divine rune, freezing chill divine rune, solar lunar divine rune, samsara divine rune, and nirvana divine rune. A total of 7 sovereign divine runes. As long as you can gather all of them, you can restore this place back to how it looked back then, said Lil Purple. Is there anything in it for me? Lin Yun asked. He couldn't even grasp a divine rune, so how was he going to search for sovereign divine runes? If there weren't any benefits, it would simply be a waste of his time. Humph. You really are a pig-head. Think about carrying an immortal holy land with you. Who could compete with you in terms of cultivation speed? Even monstrous geniuses would be nothing in your eyes. Why do you think that Iris Sword Saint could slay deities when he was only a saint back then? Lil Purple said with disdain on her face. That doesn't really seem too impressive. Lin Yun smiled. It sounded good, but it was practically impossible to restore this place to how it once was. He didn't even know where the sovereign divine runes were, so how could he collect them? Lil Purple naturally saw Lin Yun's hesitation and said, What if I told you that the Sword Saint Mountain contained a sovereign divine rune? That... Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that. At the same time, he now knew why Lil Purple wasn't willing to tell him the secret of the Sword Saint Mountain. So it turned out that she was waiting for him to come here. Lil Purple's face was full of pride as she said, You probably never thought about the sword that should be in the sword box, right? Lin Yun's heart jolted and he squinted his eyes. After all, a sword box was meant to contain swords, so just what kind of sword could be kept in this sword box? Put me down. Lil Purple hopped down and smiled. Don't hurt yourself. I'll explain it to you. The sword that was stored in this sword box was a sovereign divine sword. But no one has seen this sword before, not even the Iris Sword Saint. Lin Yun was stumped when he heard that and exclaimed, So the sword box was empty, to begin with. How is that possible? Lil Purple held onto her chin and continued. There's naturally a divine sword in this sword box since it had 7 sovereign divine runes engraved on it. But no one knows where the sword is. I don't even know if the Iris Sword Saint knows. If such a sword existed, the Golden Era wouldn't have been destroyed though. For some reason, Lin Yun felt as if he was being fooled by Lil Purple since she was basically saying nothing. The Iris Secret Realm could barely be considered a practice ground or place to store items. Lin Yun really couldn't think of a way to utilize this world. Did the senior leave behind any martial techniques, divine pellets, or saint artifacts? Lin Yun asked, unwilling to accept the current situation. He did, but as you can see, they were all destroyed. I remember there's a divine cauldron, but it can no longer be found. It's probably buried deep underground along with many other treasures. I think they would be useless if you dug them up, said Lil Purple. Lin Yun sighed when he heard that. Based on what Lil Purple had described, this place was truly comparable to a holy land. Furthermore, it was terrifying to think that the resources of an entire holy land supplied a single person. It was a pity that nothing was left. Don't be disappointed. At least the tree can restore itself after you collect the sovereign divine rune on the Sword Saint Mountain. Who knows, other things might also be restored. You own this place, so it's up to you, chuckled Lil Purple. Lil Purple's words started to make sense to Lin Yun. If the tree comes back to life, you should be able to restore some of your strength as well, right? Of course, the phoenix tree can nourish phoenixes. Without it, it's impossible for me to restore 1/100th of my strength. Lil Purple looked at the tree and said with anticipation filled in her tone. Lin Yun stayed silent as his thoughts were confirmed. Lil Purple also suddenly sensed that the atmosphere wasn't right and smiled. What is it? You're afraid that I'll kill you with a breath of mine when I restore my strength. I'm not, because I know you have a conscience, smiled Lin Yun. But what if what Luo Hua said was true? The smile disappeared as Lil Purple wore a grave expression. Lin Yun was briefly stunned when he heard that. He naturally had his own considerations, but he still couldn't figure out why the Iris Sword Saint wanted to seal Lil Purple back then. Plus, he didn't know where Lil Purple's true body was right now. What if she was really a heavenly slaughtering empress like what she said? So what? Even if you're filled with sins, it was 100,000 years ago. To me, you're just a small phoenix who knows how to help me set up arrays. Teach me music, help me take care of Lil Red, and rub my eyes when they hurt. That's enough for me, and no one can bully you with me around, smiled Lin Yun. Lil Purple was stumped when she heard that. A long time later, her eyes became watery as she said, "Humph, you scumbag. I don't believe you." As she spoke, tears began to roll down her cheeks and Lin Yun got close to wipe her tears for her. Looking at the surroundings, Lin Yun wondered if he could retrieve the sovereign divine rune. But before that, he still had to negotiate things with the old geezer. After all, the old geezer had to be the one to unseal the Sword Saint Mountain or he wouldn't be able to enter. Speaking of which, I can understand why we need the wind, fire, lightning, and ice divine runes, but why are the solar lunar divine rune, samsara divine rune, and nirvana divine rune also needed? Aren't the sun and moon individual entities? Why are they combined together? Also, doesn't samsara include nirvana? Lin Yun shifted the topic so that Lil Purple would feel better. When Lil Purple heard his question, she snorted, "Humph, it's fine to tell you about that, but it's not like you'll understand. Solar lunar doesn't mean the sun and moon. It also involves yin, yang, time, and space. They're a lot stronger than the Great Sun Divine Rune and Great Moon Divine Rune. As for samsara and nirvana, that's a little more complicated. Life is life and death is death. They're not linked to nirvana, but nirvana includes life and death. It might not make any sense to you, but it doesn't make sense to me either. I have no idea how to tell you about it." As Lil Purple talked, her face gradually became awkward because she also heard that from the Iris Sword Saint. She knew bits and pieces about the Solar Lunar Divine Rune and Samsara Divine Rune, but she knew nothing about the Nirvana Divine Rune. "Ha ha ha. Why are you so adorable?" Lin Yun laughed and pinched Lil Purple's cheeks. She always liked to boast, and whenever she discovered that she couldn't continue her boasting, she would always be in an awkward position that would make her seem adorable. "Don't pinch my face or I'll really become angry," Lil Purple said. Lin Yun smiled, but he ignored her yells and only stopped after he was satisfied. "Humph. Anyway, you're wrong. It's not the wind, lightning, fire, and ice divine runes. It's the extreme wind, sinful fire, myriad lightning, and freezing chill divine runes. They might sound the same, but they're not. It's like the difference between flower burial and lightning shadow compared to other mediocre swords. Do you get it now?" Lil Purple corrected Lin Yun and continued, "There's a reason why they're called sovereign divine runes. Don't mix them up or you'll just make a fool out of yourself in front of others." All right, Lin Yun smiled. He had a feeling that Lil Purple merely wanted to save her face because of the previous failure. "That's far out of my reach for now." Lin Yun's expression became serious and continued. "The old geezer said that there are some changes with the Profound Wither Island. The inheritance left by the Profound Wither Saint might open soon. At that time, there will definitely be people from the Empyrean ranking, but my current strength is still lacking. Although he could defeat Xiahou Ju easily, Xiaoju was only in the top 3,000. Not even Gongsun Yen and Zhao Yen were convinced by their loss because they had to restrict their cultivation to the heavenly soul realm. But Lin Yun had a feeling he wouldn't lose against them and even might have a better shot at beating them now. His current strength was at least in the top 1,000, but he might not be strong enough to reach the top 500. Since the profound Wither Island might open, he would have to face those in the top 500. After all, Luo Hua said that everyone who hadn't reached the Elysium core realm had a shot at this profound Wither Island. If the top 10 showed up, Lin Yun had no confidence in winning though. The top 10 stood at the summit of the ancient barren domain. Furthermore, there wouldn't be any restrictions like the sword assembly in the ancient barren domain. You naturally have to become stronger, which is easy if you get to the astral stage. But have you thought about what constellation you want to form? The constellation is important as it'll become stronger with your cultivation. Most people would use their martial souls as their constellations. Lil Purple looked at Lin Yun and continued. But I can guarantee that those ominous beasts aren't your martial soul, so this path isn't valid for you. So you have to come up with your own constellation, which will be more troublesome because you'll need help from predecessors as reference. After seeing the 8 ominous soul-locking array, Lin Yun roughly knew that those ominous beasts were meant to suppress his soul, and it had nothing to do with martial souls. His martial soul really might be the broken sword, and if that was really the case, it was ridiculous to use a broken sword for his constellation. If you don't have any idea, you can consider the Iris Sword Saints constellation, said Lil Purple. What constellation is that? Lin Yun was curious about Iris Sword Saints constellation. After all, the Iris Sword Saints slew deities. Look for yourself. Lil Purple took out a painting and threw it into the air. When the painting unfolded, an ocean formed with a boundless sword aura appeared. A dragon rode the waves and caused them to swell. At the same time, a colossal phoenix tree with an ancient phoenix lying on it stood on the shore with bright leaves. Finally, a majestic sun and moon in the sky appeared along with a sword hovering in the air. Looking at the painting made Lin Yun's heart throb violently as he bit his lips in disbelief. He had seen many constellations before, but none of them compared to the Iris Sword Saints constellation. I'll take it. Lin Yun gulped down a mouthful of saliva with desire flashing in his pupils. Seeing the heat blazing in Lin Yun's eyes, Lil Purple waved her hand and the painting rolled shut. When the painting closed, the scenery disappeared. Lin Yun still didn't have enough of it and said, "It'll be tough for me to gather a constellation of that level, right? It might be hard for others, but not for you. After all, you can observe the painting anytime you want." Lil Purple waved her hand and the painting flew to Lin Yun. She continued, "As long as you have enough divine astral pellets, you'll be able to form the constellation anytime you want. Furthermore, you've cultivated the Iris Sword Sutra, so it'll be easy for you to form the constellation. That simple?" Although it was strange, it made sense since Lin Yun was the Iris Sword Saint's heir. It would make no sense if he couldn't form the constellation, especially since he had a painting to refer to. Thinking about it, a fire blazed in Lin Yun's heart as he chuckled. How many divine astral pellets do I need? I'm not lacking in divine astral pellets. After all, he took about 100,000 divine astral pellets from the 10 war realms, and was left with about 20,000 divine astral pellets. Plus, if he sold the few hundred rune saint artifacts that he obtained from the sword assembly, it wouldn't be hard to get another 100 or 200,000 divine astral pellets. 200,000 divine astral pellets was an astronomical sum, and Lin Yun dared to bet that no sect master in the profound Azure Prefecture could take out such a sum. That amount might not even be seen if an entire sect pooled all of their resources together. Even monstrous geniuses of the ancient barren domain would have difficulty taking out 100,000 divine astral pellets. Not a lot. The Iris Sword Saint spent about 5 million divine astral pellets. If it's you, I guess 2 to 3 million will be enough. If you really don't have enough resources, you can choose not to copy it completely. However, its power will be weakened if you do that, said Lil Purple. Get lost. The smile on Lin Yun's face became stiff when he heard that. How was 2 million not a lot? Even the saint clans wouldn't spend that many divine astral pellets to nurture their direct descendants. It's really not a lot. Back then, it was common to see people spend over 10 million divine astral pellets to form their constellation. Well, it was a lot easier to create the divine astral pellets in the past too. Lil Purple soon locked her brows together. At least 2 to 5 million divine astral pellets to perfect the constellation. Just thinking about it made Lin Yun's face turn pale. Hey, are you all right? Lil Purple quickly ran over and supported Lin Yun before she smiled. Then let's not go with the Iris Sword Saints constellation. You can return the painting and figure one out yourself. No, Lin Yun tightened his grip on the painting and shook his head. Let me think of a solution. 5 million divine astral pellets was a little intense. Aside from creating your constellation, you can also raise your sword intent to the divine firmament sword intent or practice your flute, said Lil Purple. Once you entered the threshold of wielding the flute as a sword, you were ready to start practicing the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Canon. When Lin Yun thought about it, those two options were easier than gathering more divine astral pellets. Will it really be that strong now that I've entered the threshold of wielding the flute as a sword? Lin Yun asked. Now that he had grasped the noble tune, the power of his flute was already so terrifying. It'll be at least 10 times stronger. It'll far exceed your imagination, but this will have a high requirement on your skill and sword intent, said Lil Purple seriously. The current Lin Yun was already strong, but he still wanted to prepare a few trump cards before heading for the profound Wither Island. The Azure Dragon Saint Physique and Fleeting Cloud 13 swords weren't enough for him to sweep through all his competitors. So he had to grasp the two other methods that Lil Purple talked about. Otherwise, someone else would end up stealing his key, and he couldn't accept that outcome. Let's go out first. I have to talk to the old geezer about the sovereign divine rune hidden in the Sword Saint Mountain. I also have other matters to ask the old geezer about, said Lin Yun while he inwardly sighed and gazed at the Iris secret realm. It was such a pity that a holy land of this scale was reduced to the barren land before him. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period, Lin Yun either visited Luohua or improved his strength. Most of the time, he was in his residence refining the divine dragon aura and comprehending the divine firmament sword intent. Occasionally, he would also practice the flute under Lil Purple's guidance. He didn't have to care about anything else because it was absolutely safe in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect. It was an especially precious time because he would eventually leave the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect when the year was up and he would never have such a peaceful time ever again. At the same time, he didn't dare to neglect his cultivation because he knew that he would have to face violent storms after leaving this safe haven. On this day, another crack appeared on the sword cocoon on his forehead. This time, the golden yellow aura that flowed out had far exceeded the two previous times. As Lin Yun touched his forehead, his purple mark got hot and emitted a bewitching aura. This is the third time, muttered Lin Yun. He was getting close to obtaining the divine firmament sword intent, but it was still a little too slow. At the same time, he still didn't know where he was lacking, and he wasn't the type who would just sit and wait. Looks like I still have to pay the old geezer a visit, smiled Lin Yun as he jumped off of the stage. Suddenly, he threw a punch out as his vitality burned, turning into a golden mist that poured out of his pores. Lin Yun tried it again, and this time 400 dragon runes appeared on his fist as he clenched his right hand. As Lin Yun emitted a terrifying power, he threw his punch out. Although this punch didn't seem heavy, the power of this punch could tear an entire mountain apart. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, he took a deep breath while a satisfied look appeared on his face. He had more or less refined the divine dragon aura that he had absorbed. He would probably have 500 dragon runes once he finished refining the last divine dragon aura. The purple golden dragon runes had two colors, purple for lightning and gold for wind. With the two combined, he would be able to grasp thunderstorm intent. Naturally, his power would reach a terrifying height like this. If I cultivate my physique to the limit, I might be able to reach the limit of Tao. This means that all 3,000 Taos end up in the same place, and each Tao can bring you to the end of the path, muttered Lin Yun to himself. He speculated that there must definitely be those who only relied on their physique to become saints or even emperors, and it wouldn't be any inferior to Sword Dao. But even if he went on that path, it was impossible for him to compete with those who specialized in their physique. This meant that he still had to cultivate his sword and physique together. Now that he was done, he planned on paying Jian Jingtian a visit. The old geezer might not seem friendly, but Lin Yun knew that he definitely had a lot hidden. After all, he was ranked first on the 3 rankings, and Lin Yun would be stupid not to seek the old man for advice. An hour later, Lin Yun found Jian Jingtian, who was cultivating with his eyes closed on the main mountain. If one didn't notice carefully, they would think that he was sleeping. But when Lin Yun poured his sword intent into his pupils, he could see the radiance that Jian Jingtian was emitting. This scene baffled Lin Yun because Jian Jingtian's sword intent had left his body. But how was that possible? Jian Jingtian was seated there, but his sword intent was like a soul flying around. This made Lin Yun curious about what would happen if he cut the connection between the sword intent and Jian Jingtian. "Your thoughts are dangerous," said Jian Jingtian as he looked at Lin Yun coldly, instantly shattering the sword aura that Lin Yun released. Simultaneously, stinging pain filled Lin Yun's mind. Realizing that his thoughts were revealed, Lin Yun squeezed out a smile. "Old geezer, don't think too much about it. I'm here to drink with you." As he spoke, he took out 2 bottles of Dragon Clan wine out of his interspatial pouch and walked forward. But Jian Jingtian merely swept a glance at him and coldly smiled. "Speak. What do you want?" "Nothing. I'm only here to drink with you." "You really think too much. No wonder your temper is so foul that even your daughter doesn't like you," said Lin Yun while he poured wine. "You've been here for 6 months, and the times you looked for me can be counted on one hand. Speak, what request do you have?" "I'll definitely help you to the best of my ability," said Jian Jingtian. Hearing that made Lin Yun's eyes light up. "Well, I do need a little help from you, but I'm mainly here to drink with you." Jian Jingtian wore a mocking smile and snickered. "I know what you wanted the moment you move your tail. Don't bother putting on an act before me." "I'd like to borrow some divine astral pellets," smiled Lin Yun. Jian Jingtian smiled, seeing that Lin Yun was only here to ask for divine astral pellets. He drank the cup of wine and smiled. "It's about time for you to reach the astral stage, so you need divine astral pellets. So, how many do you need?" "Not a lot, just 5 million, smiled Lin Yun. Hearing that nearly made Jian Jingtian spit out the wine. "Read my lips." He then looked at Lin Yun like he was looking like an idiot before he mouthed the words "get lost." The old geezer's words were too hurtful. He was a senior, but he still cursed when Lin Yun asked him for divine astral pellets. But Lin Yun didn't dare to utter a word as Jian Jingtian looked at him coldly. With an awkward smile, Lin Yun retorted, "I was just joking. Why are you so serious?" Jian Jingtian couldn't be bothered with him and said, "The wine isn't bad, so I'll accept it. If you have nothing else, you can get lost now." Not only did Lin Yun fail to borrow divine astral pellets, but he even lost 2 wine bottles from the Dragon Clan. Seeing that Jian Jingtian wanted to chase him away, Lin Yun quickly spoke. "I have something I'd like to discuss with you. I already know about the secrets in the Sword Saint Mountain, and there is something that I want to take away with me. As compensation, I'll leave behind the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords and try to leave behind the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra as well." The Fleeting Cloud 13 swords was fine, but it would be hard to leave behind the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra because people had to comprehend it from the stone monument. However, Lin Yun believed that he could find a way to resolve this issue. Jian Jingtian was surprised and looked at Lin Yun deeply. "The Fleeting Cloud 13 swords are your strongest trump card now because only you have grasped it. If someone else grasps it, you will lose your advantage." "Are you sure about that?" "That's because the one cultivated by others might not be as strong as mine. Not to mention that I won't rely on the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords for too long," said Lin Yun. "You're really confident in yourself, you little bastard." Jian Jingtian stood up and continued. "You can do what you want. The Sword Saint Mountain was preserved by you, not to mention that no one knows about the opportunities there. It has nothing to do with me if you want to take it away. After all, the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect has been relying on it for too long. It's annoying watching them. It's not like the Fleeting Cloud 13 swords is the only thing in the world." Lin Yun squinted his eyes. Was this the reason why the old geezer wasn't bothered with the possible loss of the Sword Saint Mountain? It made sense because the Sword Saint Mountain was too famous, and many people joined the fleeting Cloud Sword sect for it. But the 13 tests were impossible for most people, so their sword Dao would be affected if they were too obsessive. When 1 year is up, you can retrieve what's in there. It will also be your choice whether you want to leave behind the Sword Sutra or Sword Technique, said Jian Jingtian. Isn't that a little too long? Do you think I can retrieve it any earlier? Lin Yun asked with his brows locked together. Jian Jingtian turned around and smiled. That also works. If you can grasp the Divine Firmament Sword intent, I can help you unlock the seal any time. Divine Firmament Sword intent. Lin Yun was speechless. He also wanted to grasp the Divine Firmament Sword intent early, but it was seemingly impossible. The scenery up here is gorgeous, but you don't seem interested in that, smiled Jian Jingtian. Lin Yun squinted his eyes when he heard that. The sword cocoon has to break 9 times for the Divine Firmament Sword intent to appear. You've only broken it 3 times. If you let time do the work, there's no way you can grasp the Divine Firmament Sword intent before the profound Wither Island opens, said Jian Jingtian. Truth be told, this is the reason why I'm here. I'd like to hear your advice, said Lin Yun as what Jian Jingtian said was like a huge blow to his heart. Come with me, said Jian Jingtian while leaping down the mountain. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun followed behind him. The two were like 2 sharp swords streaking through the clouds. Not long later, they both landed before an altar filled with a deathly aura. The altar was surrounded by mountains, and each mountain had an ancient drum made of beast skin. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, he immediately saw that the mountains were like stone pillars that surrounded the altar like a cage. Without any hesitation, Jian Jingtian waved his hand and a fire lit up the surroundings while a killing aura swept out from the altar. Landing on the altar, Jian Jingtian looked at Lin Yun from afar. This is an altar from an ancient battlefield. It was already here when the fleeting Cloud Sword sect was founded. The 9 war drums on the mountains are all forged with the skin of ancient beasts, containing their soul and blood. Lin Yun looked at Jian Jingtian in confusion because he had no idea how this was connected to the Divine Firmament Sword intent. There's no shortcut in cultivating sword intent. If you want to obtain the Divine Firmament Sword intent smoothly, you'll have to wait half a year. So if you want to grasp it beforehand, you naturally have to pay the price, said Jian Jingtian. If you can't make a breakthrough in life and death, you need to go about it in a different way. You might have grasped the Divine Firmament Sword intent, but it's not like the other martial intents. The best way is to temper your sword intent through fighting. After all, swords are meant to kill. Lin Yun instantly understood why this place was used to temper sword intent. Since there's such a good place in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, why didn't you let Yi Xiling and the others use it? This place is too dangerous. Their sword intent isn't strong enough. In fact, you might not even be able to last through it. If you're careless, you might fail, said Jian Jingtian. That strong? Lin Yun was baffled. After all, he had completed the 3 challenges on the sword assembly, which was a shocking feat already. His sword intent was tempered through life and death. You don't believe me? Come over here then, said Jian Jingtian with a disdainful smirk. Lin Yun was full of doubt, but he still landed on the altar. The altar was huge, and he could see countless bones piled on top of it. The inside of the altar was actually a bottomless pit filled with piles of bones. The majority of them were human skeletons, but there were also skeletons that belonged to demonic beasts, whose ominous aura fused together into a terrifying monster. This scene instantly made Lin Yun's mind hurt as cracks appeared on his sword heart. Furthermore, he actually sensed that he couldn't release his quasi-divine firmament sword intent. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder that pulled Lin Yun out of the ominous aura that was about to devour him whole. Lin Yun's face was pale because he could sense the terror in that split moment. How was it? Jian Jingtian asked. I don't know, said Lin Yun in a trembling voice with his face pale. He couldn't believe that such a simple altar would be so terrifying. Jian Jingtian looked at Lin Yun and continued. You have to remember that you're nothing. Don't think that you're formidable just because you made it through the 3 challenges. There are many people stronger than you. Plus, you can't even defeat someone in the top 100 on the Empyrean ranking with your current strength. As for those in the top 10, they could easily crush you if they wanted. Lin Yun locked his brows together because he thought the assessment was a little harsh. After all, he had been in Kunlun realm for less than a year. Right at this moment, Jian Jingtian sneered. Unconvinced? Were you thinking that it's unfair because you just arrived in Kunlun realm? Stop joking. Your opponents won't care what you say, and whatever you say after your loss will just be an excuse. Everyone is only concerned with the outcome. Jian Jingtian was right. Lin Yun pondered briefly and asked, whose corpses are those? Most of those belong to sinful people. Swords are meant for killing. A swordsman isn't soft, but they also won't swing their swords on the weak. If we commit meaningless massacres, we would be no different from monsters and those people on the altar. Jian Jingtian said. He then led Lin Yun to a notch at the border of the altar. Take out the lightning shadow sword. Lin Yun took out the lightning shadow sword without any hesitation and inserted it in the notch. When he pushed the sword 3 inches into the notch, Lin Yun could sense the entire altar trembling with bloodlust from the lightning shadow sword. At the same time, he could hear chilling roars coming from the skeletons on the altar. Lin Yun was surprised because the bloodlust from the lightning shadow sword was a lot stronger than he had imagined. Judging from this bloodlust, this sword was used to kill countless people. They all died by my sword. Jian Jingtian said. 1,000 divine astral pellets can activate the altar for 30 minutes. 5,000 can activate it for half an incense of time, and 10,000 can activate it for 4 hours. I recommend you to start with 1,000. Additionally, the corpses have to be drenched with blood for the sacred fire to burn on the altar. The blood of ordinary demonic beasts will do, but it'll be better if you do it with your own blood. The bloodlust in your blood will be better than overlord demonic beasts. I give you permission to stay here and cultivate in the future. Aside from tempering your sword intent, you can also use this place to temper your physique, sword technique, martial intents, and flute. Lin Yun nodded his head when he heard that. But after Jian Jingtian left, he instantly felt that something wasn't right, because he came to look for Jian Jingtian to borrow divine astral pellets. Lin Yun failed to borrow divine astral pellets and had to spend divine astral pellets instead. Jian Jingtian might be old, but he was too wise to deal with Lin Yun. In the clouds outside the 9 Li war drum array, Jian Jingtian was standing together with someone in the clouds. Both of them were looking at Lin Yun, who was on the altar. If Lin Yun was here, he would recognize that it was Feng Zhu, who brought him to Kunlun realm, standing beside Jian Jingtian. Feng Zhu had a smile plastered on his face and said, I knew that having Lin Yun in your care was the best choice. It's only been half a year, and he's grasped the quasi-divine firmament sword intent. Holy shit, he's even gonna catch up to me. I heard that he even made it through the 3 challenges in the sword assembly. Oh yeah, he even slapped the Skysolid city in the face, right? TSK, Junior Brother's growth is really shocking. Jian Jingtian's face was calm throughout as though it had nothing to do with him. However, Feng Zhu wasn't bothered that Jian Jingtian didn't give him a reply. He was used to Jian Jingtian's temperament, and Jian Jingtian had never smiled at anyone aside from Lin Yun. Why are you here? Jian Jingtian asked. Naturally, for the Profound Wither Great Saint. Now that there's turbulence in the Profound Wither Island, it has alarmed all the powerful sects in the ancient barren domain. The sword sect naturally had to send someone over, which is why I'm here, smiled Feng Zhu. Oh! Jian Jingtian took a glance at Feng Zhu before he turned his head away. So you've reached the Samsara Edict realm. No wonder you have a smug look on your face. How could I dare to show off before you? Feng Zhu said with a smile, but Jian Jingtian couldn't be bothered with him. Feng Zhu knew that Jian Jingtian was still stuck in the Dragon Pulse realm, and he would stay in the Dragon Pulse realm for a long time. Hehe. Speaking of which, aren't you a little too harsh with our junior brother? He has only been in Kunlun realm for half a year, and you already want him to compete with those ranked in the top 100 on the Empyrean ranking? Can he even do that? Feng Zhu asked unhappily. After all, it wasn't exactly good to keep striking a blow to Lin Yun's confidence. Lin Yun's current achievements befitted the champion of the ninth heavenly path. If he had enough time, Feng Zhu was confident that Lin Yun could become a saint. "It's none of your business," said Jian Jingtian. His words instantly left Feng Zhu silent. But when Feng Zhu looked at Jian Jingtian, he could notice that there was something unusual with Jian Jingtian. It seemed like something inside Jian Jingtian had changed. With surprise on his face, Feng Zhu asked, "You seem to have changed." It was surprising for Feng Zhu. In fact, he began to wonder if the genius who was ranked number 1 on the 3 rankings was about to come back. If Jian Jingtian could walk out of his shadow, it would be good for the sword sect. This thought started to make Feng Zhu feel emotional. When Jian Jingtian heard what Feng Zhu said, he was surprised and wondered if his heart was really reignited by Lin Yun. But he naturally wouldn't show it on his face and replied with disdain on his face, "You talk a lot." Feng Zhu's face was thick, so he wasn't bothered by Jian Jingtian's disdainful attitude. Instead, he smiled and said, "Senior brother, you really have a knack for guiding others. But it's not good to lie. The 9 Li Wardrum array won't kill him, right?" "I wasn't lying. He might really lose his life," replied Jian Jingtian. "You monster!" Feng Zhu was briefly stunned as the smile on his face froze. At this moment, he wanted to head into the 9 Li Wardrum array. It wouldn't matter if Lin Yun died outside in the hands of others because that would mean that Lin Yun was weak. But if Lin Yun died in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, then it would be troublesome because Lin Yun was someone that his master wanted. But the moment Feng Zhu made a move, a hand grabbed his shoulder and immobilized him. Feng Zhu could only turn around furiously as he released his aura in the Samsara Edict realm. "Jian Jingtian, you bastard! If Lin Yun really dies, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. I advise you to be kinder to yourself. Don't try and fight me," said Jian Jingtian coldly. Although he was only in the Dragon Pulse realm, when his gaze fell onto Feng Zhu, his aura instantly suffocated Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu's face turned ugly because Jian Jingtian wasn't giving him any other options. A brief moment later, Feng Zhu spoke with a red face. "Let go. Do you really have to be so ruthless to me?" But Jian Jingtian merely glanced at Feng Zhu with a mocking gaze. After being subdued by Jian Jingtian with a single move, Feng Zhu's aura immediately dropped, and he no longer dared to show off. Jian Jingtian had used his strength to show him why Jian Jingtian was the senior brother. Even if he had reached the Samsara Edict realm, he still had to behave himself. Jian Jingtian suddenly felt like he had taken it a little too far. He won't die so easily. Plus, I'm here watching over him. Once Feng Zhu heard that, he let out a sigh of relief. A smile filled his face as she said, "That sounds more like it. But if he's going to die, I might not be able to make it in time," added Jian Jingtian after a brief pause. Hearing that, Feng Zhu's face instantly turned black. "Forget what I just said." On the altar, Lin Yun took out 1,000 divine astral pellets and threw them into the bottomless pit. In the next moment, the sounds of bone cracking like firewood filled the air. Shortly after, sparks began to light up from the bottom of the altar. "Blood?" Lin Yun took a deep breath before he took out a dagger and gently swiped it on his palm. When his blood dripped onto the altar, the cracking noises from the bottom of the pit suddenly stopped. No reaction? Lin Yun was baffled when he saw this situation. But in the next second, blazing flames burst out on the altar along with the beating of drums that shook Lin Yun. At this moment, he could feel that his heart was on the verge of jumping out. What's going on? Lin Yun turned to look at the war drums on the mountains. As the drums became even more rushed, the scenery before his eyes changed while he fell unconscious. When he regained his consciousness, Lin Yun found himself in a barren land with 2 armies facing off. There was a distinguishing difference between the 2 armies. One side was dressed in black while the other was dressed in white. When Lin Yun looked down at his own clothes, he noticed that he was also wearing white and had become an insignificant soldier in front of the massive armies. This made Lin Yun begin to wonder if he was dreaming, but it was a little too realistic for a dream. After all, He could feel the breeze caressing his face and the killing aura in the atmosphere. Furthermore, he could even feel the astral energy within his body along with the sword cocoon on his forehead. Everything felt realistic except for the fact that his flower burial sword was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, Lin Yun squinted his eyes because he could sense that he was in a unique environment. He practically had all of his strength except for his broken sword physique. If he was in the real world, the sword in his hand would have snapped a long time ago. The soldier standing beside Lin Yun had a solemn expression and a sharp aura. But his cultivation wasn't high and he had only barely reached the heavenly soul realm. This place doesn't seem too dangerous, Lin Yun muttered to himself. In reality, he could easily scare off heavenly soul realm cultivators with just a glance. So much so that he didn't even have to make a move and could just use his sword intent to deter them. So Lin Yun decided to wait and see how things would play out. Suddenly, an earth-shattering drum sounded out and Lin Yun could see that there was a row of war drums at the base camp of his army. Kill! War drums sounded from both armies as they unleashed their bloodlust. Standing within their killing aura, Lin Yun felt like a small raft in a violent ocean. When he circulated his astral energy and released his sword intent, his quasi-divine firmament sword intent swiftly disappeared into the killing aura. He couldn't even cause a ripple. At the same time, Lin Yun had difficulty focusing because of the noise from the surroundings. This meant that 90% of his strength had been restricted. When the black and white wave collided, Lin Yun was instantly trapped. He tried to escape from there, but he was pulled into the battle. Countless people began to hit the ground, and the bloody scene was imprinted into Lin Yun's mind. He never expected a real war to be so brutal that even heavenly soul realm cultivators were nothing. All the soldiers fought until their origin energy disappeared. Then, when they had no more energy, they would rely on their teeth to kill an enemy. Watch out! Lin Yun quickly made his move when he saw the white-clothed soldier beside him was in danger. Thank you. That person wiped the blood off his lips and thanked him before he jumped back into the fight. But the moment he turned around, his head went flying and blood splattered all over Lin Yun's face. Then, Lin Yun saw a black-clothed figure with a cross-shaped scar on his face. Lin Yun was briefly stunned and blood splashed out from his neck just when he was about to raise the sword in his hand. His consciousness slowly became blurred after he was killed. At the same time, Lin Yun was wondering if he was really killed by a small pawn. As the drums continued to boom, Lin Yun felt like his eardrums were about to burst. At the same time, cracks began to appear on the purple golden dragon runes on the surface of his body. Although the drums couldn't harm the outside of his body, it was able to deal injuries to his insides. In shock, Lin Yun woke up and threw up a mouthful of blood. Right now, his face was terrifyingly pale. At the same time, Jian Jingtian and Feng Zhu also landed on the altar. Junior brother, are you all right? Feng Zhu asked anxiously as he helped Lin Yun up to his feet while Jian Jingtian maintained his silence. It hurts, said Lin Yun as he clutched his chest. That's serious? Feng Zhu was startled, but he couldn't see any serious injuries on Lin Yun. Just like that, 1,000 divine astral pellets are gone, sighed Lin Yun. Hearing that, Feng Zhu let out a breath of relief and smiled. I thought you really hurt your foundation. It's nothing because it was just some divine astral pellets. Lin Yun heard that, his eyes lit up. When he took a closer look at Feng Zhu, he smiled. Senior brother Feng, why are you here? You came at the right time. Lend me some divine astral pellets. This is nothing. How much do you need? Feng Zhu smiled. Lin Yun pondered and felt that Feng Zhu might not be able to help out if he asked for too much. So he said, about 200,000? When Feng Zhu heard that, his smile froze and he awkwardly replied, Junior brother, I just reached the Samsara Edict realm and spent a lot of divine astral pellets in the process. I don't have many divine astral pellets on me. Lin Yun, I think you can give up on such a petty senior brother, said Jian Jingtian with disdain flashing through his pupils. Senior brother, you're not really that broke, right? Sorry about that then, Lin Yun said. Feng Zhu immediately wanted to cry because he wasn't lying when he said that. He didn't have many divine astral pellets and only had about 200,000. After all, he had spent a lot to reach the Samsara Edict realm. But now, he was actually placed on the hot seat by Lin Yun and Jian Jingtian. Don't listen to that old thing. I have that many divine astral pellets. You can use them first. There's no need to return them to me in a hurry. Feng Zhu squeezed out a smile and took out an interspatial pouch before handing it to Lin Yun with his trembling hand. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Yun smiled and took the interspatial pouch. See what I said about this guy being a miser? Jian Jingtian said. Hearing that instantly made Feng Zhu want to throw up a mouthful of blood. He really felt like he couldn't stay in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect because he would lose something every time he came. The first time he came, he lost the Silver Moon Mask as a meeting gift. This time he was seriously broke. This much should be enough. The 9 Li Illusion Realm has a total of 9 levels, and you didn't even make it through the first level. How surprising, said Jian Jingtian as he looked at Lin Yun. Feng Zhu became baffled when he heard that. The altar needed divine astral pellets? Why did it sound like he was being used? Let's go. Your junior brother needs to go into seclusion. We shouldn't bother him. Jian Jingtian dragged Feng Zhu away before he could even think more about it. The 9 Li Illusion Realm? Lin Yun muttered gently. His expression became depressed because it looked like he was really weak. But when he looked at the interspatial pouch, he immediately smiled because he managed to borrow some divine astral pellets. Entering the 9 Li Illusion Realm once more, Lin Yun stood between the black and white armies again. It's here. When the war drums echoed out, the battle took place once more with thousands of people losing their lives every second. Everyone's vitality was burning up in a crimson mist while cold killing aura was flashing in everyone's eyes. With the shouts from the battlefield, the ground began to shake. In this ocean of killing aura, Lin Yun wasn't able to connect his sword aura, and he couldn't even circulate his astral energy properly, so he could barely bring out 10% of his strength. Even if he had already experienced the first level once, it was still shocking. But no matter how shocked Lin Yun felt, he had to survive. With his prior experience, Lin Yun wasn't as careless. He knew that he had to forget about his sword intent and identity now because his sole priority should be on survival. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun charged toward the army in black while his eyes turned bloodshot. Aside from his companions who were also donned in white, everyone else could be killed in his eyes. He would occasionally save people, but he would also leave them without any hesitation. This time he lasted for a long time, so his clothes ended up turning red from blood. He could clearly sense that the longer he survived, the harder the enemies would become. Although he was completely exhausted at this point, he didn't dare to relax. Because of this heightened state of focus, his mind was becoming numb. Lin Yun killed so many people that the ground was littered with corpses as if a violent storm had swept through. Suddenly, Lin Yun's eyes lit up as he saw the flag of the Black Army's general. The general stood underneath the flag holding a spear in his hand. He sat on his demonic beast as he stared at Lin Yun. Lin Yun felt a chill run down his spine from the dense killing aura in the general's pupils. Lin Yun instantly knew that he was being targeted. But before he could do anything, a black blur flashed over and blood splattered out of Lin Yun's throat. Then, his vision gradually got blurry. But before his vision disappeared, he saw an indifferent face with a cross-shaped scar staring at him. Lin Yun spit up a mouthful of blood as he regained his consciousness on the altar. The flames of the altar were extinguished as Lin Yun took a pellet before wiping the blood off his lips. Then, he stood up on the altar. He didn't notice that when he stood up, he was shrouded in a boundless killing aura. He didn't have any emotions on his face as he calmly analyzed his experience. To make it through the first level, I have to defeat the general. War drums. I should be able to use my flute since I'm facing music. Lin Yun wasn't anxious about his second failure. He also wasn't in a rush to enter the illusion realm once more. The killing aura was already so dense on the first level, so he couldn't imagine how terrifying the next few levels would be. At least the killing aura was tempering his sword intent. The old geezer was right about the altar tempering his sword intent, willpower, and physique. If he could bring out his sword intent in the Ninely Illusion realm, his sword intent wouldn't collapse anymore if he faced Dragon Pulse realm experts in the future. When Lin Yun thought about it, his eyes lit up. This is truly a good place. Since he had plenty of divine astral pellets, the altar was the best place for him to temper himself. When flames blazed on the altar once more, Lin Yun also sank into the illusion realm. Appearing on the battlefield once more, Lin Yun had no fluctuation on his face as his vitality and killing aura had perfectly merged with the army. He was like a droplet of water in the ocean while also being an individual. It was a bizarre feeling. When Lin Yun saw the general's flag of the Black Army, he felt the killing intent of the general once more. However, Lin Yun didn't have any fear and looked at the general. Suddenly, Lin Yun grabbed onto a sword with his right hand. The edge of the sword dug into his palm, but Lin Yun's face didn't change despite the intense pain. The man with the cross-shaped scar on his face was back. He had a shock in his eyes because he clearly didn't expect that Lin Yun would grab his sword. But before he could have any time to think, Lin Yun already swung his sword out and decapitated the man. "I won't make the same mistake again," said Lin Yun indifferently. Then, he submerged himself in the massacre once more. Before he knew it, the sky was black. When Lin Yun looked around, he couldn't see any of his companions. The only thing he could see were corpses, leaving him all alone. As for the Black Army, they were a few thousand meters away and staring at him. "Charge!" The army roared with their eyes turning bloodshot as creatures more terrifying than demons. As war drums sounded out once more, the roar became even louder. Facing this, Lin Yun began to wonder if this is why the old geezer said he could lose his life. Since he was all alone now, he had to face an entire army on his own. If he couldn't manifest his sword aura, he would be killed the moment they clashed. At that time, he might never wake up. Thinking about it, Lin Yun tightened his grip on his sword because it was really troublesome that the flower burial sword wasn't here. "Well, you're basically my companion too. I'll put my life in your hands." Lin Yun smiled, looking at the sword in his hand before he shut his eyes. "Kill!" The general gave an order as he pointed his spear. In the next second, the ground began to tremble violently as a black wave charged over at Lin Yun. The collective sword aura of the Black Army began to clash with Lin Yun's sword aura. Although the Azure Dragon's sword aura had faintly manifested behind him, it was constantly under impact from the killing aura. But no matter how the killing aura swept through him, Lin Yun didn't take a single step back. Instead, he persevered by relying on his willpower. When Lin Yun opened his eyes again, his sword aura manifested into an Azure Dragon. When his Azure Dragon sword aura was finally formed, the surging Black Army looked like it had collided with an iron wall. Many were sent flying away while others burst into a mist of blood, and it didn't take long for blood to start raining from the sky. "Die!" Seeing that he had successfully manifested his sword aura, Lin Yun's pent-up anger finally exploded. Previously, 90% of his strength had been restricted, and he could only fight as a small pawn on the battlefield. But now he could finally unleash his strength. He could let loose on the battlefield. Just like that, Lin Yun fended off an entire army all by himself. Although the Black Army was charging over, they were nothing before Lin Yun, who had released his Azure Dragon sword aura. Very quickly, the Black Armored General also charged over while riding on a demonic beast before stabbing his spear at Lin Yun. When he stabbed his spear out, the war drums reached a limit and Lin Yun's eardrums nearly exploded. Even his heart nearly blew out of his chest. On the other hand, the Black Armored General's aura and killing aura had reached a terrifying height empowered by the war drums. The general's spear destroyed Lin Yun's sword and Azure Dragon's sword aura. Then, it hit his chest. At this moment, Lin Yun was grabbing onto the spear with both hands. Blood dripped from his lips as he ferociously stood his ground. When the drums sounded out once more, the Black Armored General's armor continued to surge violently. It felt like the entire world was against him. With the entire world against him, would he still have the courage to swing his sword? Others might fear death, but Lin Yun only had 2 words for it. "Get lost!" Lin Yun's face twisted as he roared and got closer to the general. Under his mask, The general's face changed as his aura was completely suppressed by Lin Yun. At the same time, another crack appeared on the sword cocoon in Lin Yun's forehead. Lin Yun then chopped the spear in half and took this opportunity to swipe his fingers across the general's neck like a sword. Just like that, the general's head fell off. Right at this moment, another crack appeared on the sword cocoon. As long as 9 cracks appear on the sword cocoon, the divine firmament sword intent would emerge. Fortunately, Lin Yun's sword cocoon actually cracked twice on the first level of the 9-Li illusion realm. It had now cracked 5 different times. Outside of the illusion, a boundless sword aura exploded out of Lin Yun's body, and the purple mark on his forehead also emitted an unprecedented bewitching light. Looking at this scene, Fengju was dumbfounded as he asked in a trembling voice, How long did you spend to get through the first level back then? 7 days, but I was at the Elysium core realm, said Jian Jingtian. You only dared to give this a try when you're in the Elysium core realm, but you brought Lin Yun here when he's only in the Empyrean realm. You're really ballsy. I'm curious if you've gone through all 9 levels of the 9-Li illusion realm, said Fengju. I didn't. I only made it through the 3rd level. The 9-Li illusion realm didn't help me anymore after I reached the Dragon Pulse realm. So I didn't bother continuing, replied Jian Jingtian. Hearing that made Fengju widen his mouth and his face also turned black. Seeing this scene, Jian Jingtian smiled. See? Isn't that pretty effective? The corner of Fengju's lips twitched when he heard that, because he didn't know what to say. Jian Jingtian was really good at lying and tricking Lin Yun. Lin Yun probably felt terrible after getting through the first level. After all, Jian Jingtian only made the attempt after reaching the Elysium core realm. Lin Yun was enveloped in a bright sword ray for a long time before it dissipated. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, his pupils were shining brightly, while his sword intent retracted into his body. At this moment, his body felt like it was in great condition. For more times left until the divine firmament sword intent is born, said Lin Yun. He had barely gotten used to the rules in the 9-Li illusion realm, and the first level nearly took his life. Lin Yun couldn't imagine how terrifying the next few levels would be. Could it be that there was a huge difference between him and the old geezer? Lin Yun was baffled as he recalled the disdainful gaze the old geezer gave him. The next few levels should be easier. The 9-Li illusion realm might be dangerous, but the effects are also huge. I might not even need to reach the 9th level to unlock my divine firmament sword intent. Lin Yun speculated and slowly stood up. This time, Lin Yun placed 10,000 divine astral pellets on the altar and activated the altar with his blood. When war drums sounded out, Lin Yun's consciousness sank into the 9-Li illusion realm once more. But the only difference was that he went into the 2nd level this time. Compared to the 1st level, the environment in the 2nd level was even more disastrous. It was a sea of flames and demons could be seen everywhere. Lin Yun was now a demon shrouded in demonic aura and wielding a demonic sword. In the 2nd round, not only did he have to kill all the demons, but he also needed the willpower not to lose himself. After all, the demon in the heart was always a lot stronger than the demons themselves. So Lin Yun needed to protect his heart from being corrupted. But the moment he went in, he was expelled from the 9-Li illusion realm. Throwing up a mouthful of blood, Lin Yun was baffled. Is this an illusion realm that someone in the Empyrean realm could stay in? But recalling what the old geezer said to him, Lin Yun gritted his teeth and entered the illusion realm once more. 7 days later, Lin Yun finally succeeded in making it through the 2nd level, killing all the demons. The illusion realm had tempered his heart like jade and also made his sword cocoon crack one more time. With the increase in strength and sword intent, Lin Yun entered the illusion realm with renewed passion. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Now Lin Yun completed the 4th level. When the illusion disappeared before his eyes, Lin Yun could sense his aura exploding like a volcano. As his sword aura began to burst out at a visible speed, the purple mark on his forehead emitted a blazing radiance that made his forehead feel hot. When his sword aura reached its limit, the sword cocoon in his forehead exploded and countless golden aura poured out. It didn't take long for the golden aura to spread out into a golden ocean of sword aura. Listening to the sword cocoon cracking for the 9th time, Lin Yun let out a long sigh because the day had finally come. Although he knew that the 9 Li illusion realm could temper his sword intent, he still couldn't contain the joy in his heart when this moment finally arrived. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. When the sword cocoon broke, a dragon roar echoed out from the ocean of sword intent. It was followed by countless lightning blasts. Then, a golden azure dragon enveloped in a thunderstorm flew out of the cocoon. Azure dragon? Lin Yun was baffled. Was the dragon his divine firmament sword intent? Lin Yun quickly figured out that it was his azure dragon sword aura. After reaching the divine firmament sword intent, it wasn't a problem for his azure dragon sword aura to manifest a physical body. The azure dragon coiled around the space before it dove into the ocean. But that wasn't the end. After the golden mist fully dissipated, Lin Yun could see a golden human sitting on a piece of the broken cocoon. This golden human was emitting a dazzling brilliance like a miniature sun. Lin Yun could sense that this golden human was another him, and that he could control it as he wished. With a single thought, the golden human clasped his hands together and emitted a dazzling brilliance. When the radiance reached 100 feet, the entire ocean began to boil, and then the golden human left the space. When it left Lin Yun's body, it manifested into a golden sword aura that enveloped Lin Yun, forming a beaming golden pillar that soared into the sky. In the next second, the sound of heaven shattering could be heard. Feng Zhu, who was playing chess with Jian Jingtian, couldn't believe what he was hearing. He trembled before he stuttered, "That's the sound of heaven shattering. It's from Lin Yun's direction." "You lost," said Jian Jingtian as he moved a chess piece. After looking at the chessboard, Feng Zhu pointed at Jian Jingtian and asked, Did you cheat in the game? Did you see me cheat?" Jian Jingtian smiled, which made Feng Zhu shiver. "Hand it over. 1 round for 1 dragon origin pellet." "You lost 7 rounds today," smiled Jian Jingtian. Feng Zhu cursed inwardly because Jian Jingtian was clearly being unreasonable. "What's wrong? You're not going to admit your loss." Jian Jingtian glared at Feng Zhu. "Take it." Feng Zhu ultimately gave 7 dragon origin pellets and asked, "Speaking of which, what's with the sound of heaven shattering?" "What else?" "He probably reached the divine firmament sword intent," said Jian Jingtian. But when Feng Zhu heard that, he had joy written on his face and smiled. Grasping the divine firmament sword intent in the Empyrean realm, Jian Jingtian, "I don't know what to say. You think everyone's stupid like you?" Jian Jingtian sneered while glaring at Feng Zhu. "Let's go and take a look?" Feng Zhu scratched his head. Among all the disciples that their master took in, he was the stupidest and only grasped the divine firmament sword intent after reaching the Dragon Pulse realm. There was naturally no way he could be compared to Jian Jingtian or Lin Yun. Jian Jingtian stood up and replied, "Let's go then." It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at where the altars were. The scene of the golden pillar soaring into the sky had formed a terrifying phenomenon with half the sky dyed gold from an unimaginable sword aura. But it was fortunate that this place was secluded, or else this terrifying phenomenon would be seen in the entire profound Azure Prefecture. "It's really the divine firmament sword intent," Feng Zhu muttered and was filled with emotions while looking at the golden pillar. He also didn't expect that the youth from the 9th heavenly path would grasp the divine firmament sword intent in less than a year after arriving in Kunlun realm. Suddenly, the golden brilliance disappeared along with the phenomenon. The boundless sword intent returned to Lin Yun's forehead, and he slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he could see Jian Jingtian and Feng Zhu descending from the sky. Feng Zhu had joy written all over his face while Jian Jingtian had a faint smile. "Greetings, sect master and senior brother." Lin Yun bowed. "Lin Yun, is the scenery up here nice?" Jian Jingtian smiled. "I finally know what it means to manifest the sky with my sword. Everyone beneath the sky are ants." Lin Yun wore a grave expression and looked at Jian Jingtian especially deeply when he said ants. With his sword intent reaching this height, he could finally see a piece of Jian Jingtian's strength, which made his heart beat even wilder. "Junior brother, how big is your sword ocean, and what was born from your sword cocoon?" Feng Zhu asked anxiously. The sword ocean is roughly 1,000 feet wide. As for the sword cocoon, an azure dragon and a golden human appeared, replied Lin Yun honestly. Dual sword souls. Feng Zhu was shocked. Ordinary people would only get a golden human from their sword cocoon, and those with dual sword souls were extremely rare. Is that surprising? Jian Jingtian asked faintly. He has a high attainment in his azure dragon sword aura, so it's reasonable that it would reach the height of a sword soul. What about 1,000-wide sword ocean? Feng Zhu asked again. Is 1,000-foot-wide sword ocean impressive? Lin Yun, what do you think? Looking at the playful gaze from Jian Jingtian, Lin Yun shook his head. It's nothing compared to you, sect master. Jian Jingtian's sword ocean was even bigger than 10,000 feet. But what Lin Yun said made Feng Zhu speechless because Jian Jingtian was a little too much. It was like he was saying that it was nothing for Lin Yun to grasp the divine firmament sword intent while he was in the Empyrean realm. What level did you reach in the 9-li illusion realm? Jian Jingtian asked. The 4th level, said Lin Yun in a depressed tone. Not bad, replied Jian Jingtian. But when Feng Zhu heard that, he felt pity for Lin Yun who was getting played by Jian Jingtian, who had only reached the 3rd level in the Elysium core realm. Just when he was thinking about it, Lin Yun looked at Feng Zhu with a smile. Senior brother, do you have any more divine astral pellets? I still want to give the 9-li illusion realm a try and see what the 9th level looks like. His sword intent had just reached the divine firmament sword intent, and he could use the 9-li illusion realm to temper it so that he could reach lesser mastery as early as possible. He had run out of divine astral pellets, using up all the 200,000 divine astral pellets and his own fortune on the altar. Junior brother, I'm really not keeping any from you. I really don't have any divine astral pellets left. Feng Zhu smiled bitterly. But right at this moment, Jian Jingtian chuckled. He doesn't have any divine astral pellets left, but he has dragon origin pellets. A dragon origin pellet can keep the altar running for half a month. Hearing that made Lin Yun's eyes light up as he turned to look at Feng Zhu. Sensing Lin Yun's gaze, Feng Zhu felt a chill down his spine. It felt like these two were working together to cheat him of his wealth. Feng Zhu's expression became uneasy and awkward because he had seen a similar scene not too long ago. He began to wonder who he offended. He just made a breakthrough to the Samsara Edict realm with great difficulty and wanted to show off to Jian Jingtian, only to suffer a few times instead. In the end, he was still the junior brother who couldn't do a thing to Jian Jingtian even if he had reached the Samsara Edict realm. He first let Lin Yu borrow 200,000 divine astral pellets. Then, he lost 7 dragon origin pellets to Jian Jingtian through chess. He only had 9 dragon origin pellets to begin with that his master gave to him after making a breakthrough. He couldn't even bear to use them. But somehow, Jian Jingtian managed to swindle him and take 7. Now he only had 2 left. The dragon origin pellets should be extremely precious, right? Lin Yun asked. Of course. Only saints can refine them and it's not easy for them. They have to capture the divine dragon era's origin aura beyond the 36 layers of heavens and refine them. A single dragon origin pellet is equivalent to roughly 100,000 divine astral pellets. Then again, the dragon origin pellets are a lot more precious because of the origin aura contained within them, smiled Jian Jingtian. Lin Yun felt his scalp tingle when he heard that. It turned out that they were a lot more impressive than he had imagined. It was something that only saints could refine. This also meant that dragon origin pellets were rare, and every single one of them was extremely precious. Yeah, I only have 2 left now. Feng Zhu nodded his head. In reality, refining the dragon origin pellet wasn't as simple as Jian Jingtian had imagined. It was true that only saints could refine them, but not every saint could do so. Hearing that Feng Zhu had 2 dragon origin pellets left, Lin Yun's eyes lit up, and he spoke with an embarrassed smile. Senior brother, can you lend me 2? Feng Zhu almost threw up a mouthful of blood when he heard that. How could dragon origin pellets be loaned out? Haha. Looks like this senior brother of yours isn't so impressive after all. I'll lend it to you instead. In the future, when you're in the sword sect, remember to speak good words for me. Jian Jingtian smiled and started to reach out to his interspatial pouch. Feng Zhu's brow twitched as flames blazed in his pupils. After all, he couldn't accept someone speaking poorly of him when he was standing right there. So Feng Zhu immediately stopped Jian Jingtian. Wait, junior brother, I didn't say that I won't lend any to you. Don't be fooled by this old geezer. You have no idea how he'll con you. Here, take these 2 dragon origin pellets. As he spoke, he took out the dragon origin pellets. Senior brother. Lin Yun held onto the jade bottle containing the dragon origin pellets, and the corner of his lips twitched. He realized that this senior brother of his was a little naive. Couldn't he see that the old geezer was provoking him on purpose? No need to talk. I know that your heart is touched, so just take it. Feng Zhu smiled before he looked at Jian Jingtian coldly with a smug face. Seeing this, Jian Jingtian merely smiled. Lin Yun took the dragon origin pellets and was about to throw one onto the altar without inspecting them. But right at this moment, Jian Jingtian stopped Lin Yun and handed him an interspatial pouch. It's too much of a waste to use dragon origin pellets on the altar. Here are 100,000 divine astral pellets. You can use them instead. Hearing that, the smug look on Feng Zhu's face disappeared as he glared at the interspatial pouch and roared. You old geezer. Why didn't you take it out earlier? I'm not like you. I'm not lending these to him. I'm giving them to him, Jian Jingtian said in disdain. Feng Zhu's pride instantly died down as his entire aura was suppressed by Jian Jingtian. He said, Junior brother, you don't have to pay me back anymore for the divine astral pellets. Lin Yun was dumbfounded when he heard that because fortune came too quickly. This immediately caused a smile to appear on his face. Looking at Feng Zhu again, he realized that his senior brother was so adorable. The divine firmament sword intent is profound, so comprehend it well. As for the profound Wither Island, you don't have to be in such a hurry. I'll inform you if there are any changes, said Jian Jingtian with a grave expression. Lin Yun nodded his head when he heard that. He had only just grasped the divine firmament sword intent, so he needed time to comprehend it. Junior brother, cultivate well, Feng Zhu said before leaving with Jian Jingtian. When they returned to the clouds, Feng Zhu couldn't help asking, Speaking of which, since when are you so generous to give out 100,000 divine astral pellets? That's so unlike you. Jian Jingtian glanced at Lin Yun and said, Lin Yun didn't tell you about it? He plans on leaving behind the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sutra and Fleeting Cloud 13 swords before leaving for the Sword Sect. Feng Zhu was completely dumbfounded when he heard that. After all, those 2 weren't something you can simply buy with 100,000 divine astral pellets. Clearly, Jian Jingtian had gotten a huge bargain. He also instantly realized that Jian Jingtian was conning him again because he was now broke. Back on the altar, Lin Yun looked calm, but he was filled with excitement in his heart. The divine firmament sword intent had far exceeded his expectations. Plus, he got even more wealthy because of the divine astral pellets and the dragon origin pellets. Lin Yun's purple forehead mark started to shine, and a golden sword ray exploded from his pupils. At this moment, he looked like the sun. Then, Lin Yun spread his hands out before folding them over his chest. The golden human in his sword ocean also made the same gesture and emitted a dazzling brilliance in the next moment. This caused Lin Yun's sword ocean to surge with waves as an azure dragon broke out of the surface of the ocean and coiled around the golden human. Then, the azure dragon flew out and manifested into sword rays that spread everywhere. Under the sword rays, everything was reduced to dust. Even the remnant spiritual energy in the atmosphere was swiftly disappearing, turning the surroundings into a void. This scene greatly shocked Lin Yun because the power was too terrifying. If anyone was enveloped by the light from his azure dragon sword soul, they would be instantly restricted and unable to absorb the spiritual energy from the surroundings. If they lost the support of their origin energy, this would strike a great blow to their martial intent. If his enemies were slightly weaker, the sword ray would instantly reduce them to ashes. After all, even the spiritual energy in the surroundings had been reduced to nothing, so how could anything be left of his enemies? Even if his enemy was strong, They would be restricted when they realized that they were in a region without any spiritual energy. Just thinking about it made Lin Yun full of awe. What if the sword ray didn't spread out? Lin Yun began to think. The sword ray enveloping him slowly dissipated and returned to his forehead, manifesting into the golden azure dragon in the sword ocean. But compared to before, the radiance of the azure dragon was a lot dimmer. Taking a cold breath, Lin Yun didn't let his sword soul recover and gave it another try. But his next few attempts were futile. Whenever he released the azure dragon sword soul, his control would get weaker. In fact, it couldn't maintain its shape and turned into a few streaks of light. When those streaks of light collided with the war drums, it made Lin Yun throw up a few mouthfuls of blood. The power of the war drums was a lot more terrifying than in the illusion realm, and not even his divine firmament sword intent could bear it. Weird. So why did I succeed on the first try? Was it purely a coincidence? Lin Yun's expression became depressed. After all, if his trump card couldn't be controlled, it would greatly decrease the value. If he couldn't attack his opponent, then he would only exhaust his sword soul like an idiot. So, is it impossible? The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched. He initially thought that he would have a few more trump cards and was wondering what he should name his powerful attack. But it seemed like he jumped the gun. Lin Yun knew that he missed the crucial part. As he locked his brows together, he began to walk around the altar and his emotions gradually became agitated. He couldn't figure it out even though a lot of time had passed. How good would it be if Lil Purple was here? She would definitely know something about this. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun took out the divine indigo jade bamboo flute and started blowing on it. Not long later, the flute music began to spread over this mountain range, and his heart gradually calmed down after one song. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Lin Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly recalled what Feng Ju said earlier, dual sword souls. Feng Ju was greatly shocked when he heard that Lin Yun had dual sword souls. Could it be that the golden human was also controlling the azure dragon sword soul? It was mimicking me. If this is true, I can use a sword soul to control another sword soul. As Lin Yun's thoughts cleared up, a smile appeared on his face once more because he had a feeling that he was right. I think this is it. Lin Yun had a feeling that he was right. He immediately closed his eyes. But he wasn't in a hurry because he wanted his sword aura and origin energy to recover. Unfortunately, the recovery speed of his sword soul was a lot slower than he had estimated. It took an entire day and night for his azure dragon sword soul to get back to normal. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he took a deep breath on the altar and clasped his hands in front of his chest. At the same time, the golden human in his forehead made the same movements. Then, the golden human began to blaze with flames that radiated like a bright sun. This bizarre sensation made Lin Yun feel like the golden human was connected to him. Felt like he had a clone. Lightning and wind surged violently in the sword ocean, and the azure dragon burst out of the ocean under the golden human's control. Break! Lin Yun roared inwardly and the azure dragon flew out of his forehead. He could sense that the moment the azure dragon flew out of his forehead, it went beyond his control. When the dragon's head flew out of his forehead, it immediately showed signs of dissipating like his previous attempts. Condense! Lin Yun was experienced now, so he was ready. The golden human in his sword ocean exploded with dazzling golden brilliance as the boundless sword intent empowered the azure dragon. Then the azure dragon was forced to condense. When the entire dragon flew out of his forehead, it manifested into a sword ray dozens of feet long. It instantly tore apart the space in front of Lin Yun. When the sword ray dissipated, the remnant power was like a huge wave that rippled into the surroundings. When Lin Yun raised his head, the space before him began to distort and the surrounding scenery turned blurry. Then, the space in front of Lin Yun cracked like a mirror. The terrifying phenomenon only lasted for a brief moment before it repaired itself. Lin Yun took a deep breath because the power was even more terrifying than before. If there was a lesser Elysium Core realm expert standing before him, they would be torn to pieces under his attack. Suddenly, Lin Yun was overcome with exhaustion and he nearly collapsed onto the ground. He had exhausted the majority of the Azure Dragon Sword Soul and the Golden Human. He was certain that others had considered this move before, but it was impossible for them to execute such an attack if they didn't have dual Sword Souls. "I'm going to call this move the Divine Azure Annihilation," Lin Yun muttered. Since it was a combination of the Azure Dragon and the Divine Firmament, he would name it so. Plus, it annihilated everything in his path. Next up, Lin Yun continued to examine the profundity of the Divine Firmament Sword intent. When the Golden Human turned into a golden beam and was released from his body, it instantly merged with the sea of clouds and manifested a sky. When the sky descended, space constantly exploded under the compression and a faraway mountain peak instantly collapsed. The Divine Firmament Sword intent filled his meridians before they exited through his pores, allowing him to emit a dazzling brilliance. With sword aura empowering him, Lin Yun's aura reached an unbelievable height. "I think it's time to look at the next level of the 9-Li illusion realm." Lin Yun took out the jade flute as he planned on using his Divine Firmament Sword intent to wield the flute and make it through the next 5 levels. Previously, his music was lacking and he couldn't bring out its full power. But now that he had the Divine Firmament Sword intent, he should be able to fill in the blanks. With the Divine Firmament Sword intent, Lin Yun started to feel confident about his upcoming trip to the Profound Wither Island. Even if he didn't get any stronger, he still had to go to the Profound Wither Island. After all, Lin Yun wouldn't let anyone have something that was connected to the Profound Wither Great Saint, the painting, or the Flower Burial Sword. If his plans didn't change, his trip to the Profound Wither Island would be his last fight in the Profound Azure Prefecture. After that, he would leave for the Sword Sect. So Lin Yun didn't want to leave behind any regrets no matter what. Lin Yun's gaze gradually became firm as he took out more divine astral pellets. When flames blazed on the altar, Lin Yun held onto the jade flute and kept his eyes open while sensing the war drums. Now that he was familiar with the illusion realm, he could bring a few items in. While Lin Yun was in seclusion, news of the Profound Wither Island spread out swiftly. Various powerful sects were sending out Samsara Edict Realm experts to see what was happening. As more and more experts arrived in the Profound Azure Prefecture, the local forces were full of shock. Samsara Edict Realm experts who were rarely seen were appearing out of nowhere. Samsara Edict Realm experts were rare even in the ancient barren domain. As long as saints didn't show up, Samsara Edict Realm experts were the strongest group of experts from a powerful sect. In fact, every single Samsara Edict Realm expert was a heavyweight in their own sect. Experts like them wouldn't show up for something trivial. After all, the stronger one was, the more precious their time was. Clearly, news of the Profound Wither Island's opening was worthy of their time. The 9 emperors stood out in the darkest era and established the Divine Dragon Empire, so anything related to them would definitely draw the attention of others. As one of the 9 emperors who was confirmed to have died, there were many legends shrouding the Southern Emperor. His death was strange and had become one of the best-kept secrets in Kunlun realm. So as the sole heir of the Southern Emperor, there was a possibility that the Profound Wither Island had clues about the Southern Emperor. Even if there weren't any secrets about the Southern Emperor, the Profound Wither Great Saint's inheritance alone was tempting. 10 days later, a bit of news began to spread. The storm that enveloped the Profound Wither Island would weaken 10 days from now. According to the Profound Wither Great Saint's will, only Empyrean realm geniuses could reach the island. Just like that, news spread out rapidly in the ancient barren domain, giving powerful sects and saint clans shock. Many geniuses on the Empyrean ranking began to head over to try their luck. After all, no one could say that they weren't interested in the Profound Wither Great Saint's inheritance. In the Saint Zhao clan, Zhao Yan was in seclusion when he received the news from an elder from the clan. As the leader of his generation, Zhao Yan had a high rank on the Empyrean realm. "The Patriarch has made the decision to let you go to the Profound Wither Island," the black-clothed elder said to Zhao Yan and wore a complicated gaze. Ever since Zhao Yan came back from the Sword Assembly, he started working 10 times harder on his cultivation. He practiced his sword every single moment of the day and was swiftly becoming stronger. Even lesser Elysium Core realm experts of his sect were no longer his opponent. They couldn't even last 10 moves against him anymore. It made the elders happy and afraid. They were happy that Zhao Yan was hardworking, but they were afraid that he might run amok due to his obsession. So it was good news that the Profound Wither Island was opening. The Profound Wither Island? Is it located in the Profound Azure Prefecture? Zhao Yan suddenly asked. That's right, said the black-clothed elder. Zhao Yan's eyes began to flicker. Isn't that where the fleeting Cloud Sword sect was located? Lin Yun should have reached the Empyrean realm by now so we can fight for real. Zhao Yan was confident that he could make it into the top 1,000 on the Empyrean ranking with his current strength. He had a huge harvest in his last battle with Lin Yun, which made his strength drastically transform. After all, he wasn't willing to accept his loss to Lin Yun because he had to restrict his cultivation in the Heavenly Soul realm. Simultaneously, Gongsun Yen, who also lost to Lin Yun at the Sword Assembly, also received the news about the Profound Wither Island. The Profound Wither Island? Gongsun Yen was briefly stunned and surprised by the opening of the Profound Wither Great Saint's inheritance. But he immediately thought of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect because it was also located in the Profound Azure Prefecture. He knew that it was practically impossible for him to obtain the Profound Wither Great Saint's inheritance. After all, this was something only those in the top 100 were qualified to compete for. Or rather, only those in the top 10 had a high chance to obtain the inheritance. Gongsun Yen naturally knew of the gap he had with those people since he had seen how strong they were. They were unbelievably strong monsters. But that didn't mean that he had no chance at the Great Saint's inheritance. If he was fortunate enough, it might be possible for him to obtain the inheritance. Gongsun Yen paced around and his eyes gradually grew brighter. He knew that Lin Yun would also be there since it was the Profound Wither Island. Thinking about it, Gongsun Yan's gaze became firm because he told Lin Yun that he would show Lin Yun how strong he was in their next meeting. On the altar, Lin Yun's face was pale because he had failed again. 3 days ago he had reached the 9th level, but he had failed over 30 times to beat it. Every time he failed, he was left with heavy injuries that gave him great pain. The drums were so powerful that his divine firmament sword intent couldn't last for long. It was unbelievable. Even if his divine firmament sword intent manifested into the sky, the drums would still be able to tear the sky apart. Color returned to Lin Yun's face after a long time, and then he quietly opened his eyes. I'll try this again after I master the Song of the Phoenix. It's hard to face the war drums with my sword intent alone, and wielding the flute as a sword doesn't help right now. The multiple failures had sparked Lin Yun's fighting spirit, and he was determined to make it through the 9th level. Standing back up, Lin Yun placed the divine indigo jade bamboo flute by his lips. Not long later, a majestic song sounded out. As he closed his eyes, the purple mark on his forehead shone, and the music was empowered by his divine firmament sword intent. Boundless sword aura began to accumulate behind him while he radiated with sword rays. This caused the entire world and the altar beneath him to tremble. Shortly after, a phoenix tree began to rise from the ground due to the music and sword intent. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix tree had grown to over 1,000 feet tall. The Song of the Phoenix had 5 verses. The first was about the story of a phoenix tree on the mountain, and the tree covering the entire sky. The second verse was about flowers filling up the entire sky and a fragrance could be smelled myriad miles away. When Lin Yun played the second part, the flowers began to cover the entire tree. When the entire tree was filled with flowers, a dense flower fragrance spread out along with sword intent that spread out for miles. When Lin Yun reached the third verse, his divine firmament sword intent manifested a golden bridge that stretched towards the top of the phoenix tree. As his flute music changed, his divine firmament sword intent turned into clouds drifting down like snow. When he reached the fourth verse, 2 gorgeous birds flew over the golden bridge and landed on the phoenix tree. When the 2 birds landed on the phoenix tree, a shocking voice sounded out and countless birds flew over from different directions to bow before the phoenix tree. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, a light flashed through his pupils, and he emitted a domineering aura. Success! Lin Yun placed the divine indigo jade bamboo flute down with beads of sweat covering his forehead. But even the exhaustion couldn't conceal the smile on his lips and the excitement flashing in his pupils. After coming this far, he finally had the confidence to compete with geniuses ranked in the top 100 on the Empyrean ranking. The top 100 could make a breakthrough to the Elysium core realm anytime they wanted. They merely wanted their constellation to reach the supreme stage before making a breakthrough. There were also others who wanted to get the highest rank before making a breakthrough. All of the top 100 were proud people. So how could they be willing to enter the Elysium core realm and get ranked low once again? Everyone in the top 100 wouldn't make a breakthrough until they were confident that they could reach a high ranking on the next ranking system. Lin Yun had been in Kunlun realm for less than a year, and it was too unfair for him to be compared to those people. But what Jian Jingtian said was right. No one would care about his hard work because the result was the only thing that mattered. Only those who stayed at the top of the mountain could see the pile of corpses down on the foot of the mountain. This Song of the Phoenix really isn't simple. The intent is divided into 5 stages, and it's strong enough for me to suppress Elysium core realm experts. Lin Yun muttered to himself with flickering eyes. This meant that he could compete with the geniuses on the Empyrean ranking. After all, Lin Yun had yet to form his own constellation. Having a constellation and not having one made a huge difference to one's strength. Lin Yun had never fought with the disciples from the powerful sects, so he had no idea how strong they were if they fought him at full force. Then again, he was just speculating and he wouldn't know the difference if they didn't fight for real. So it was best for him to maintain a low profile before reaching the astral stage. I want to see how strong the Song of the Phoenix is. Lin Yun collected his thoughts and threw the remaining divine astral pellets into the altar without any hesitation, allowing flames to blaze on the altar. I should be able to make it through the 9th level now, said Lin Yun while he entered the illusion realm holding onto the jade flute. In the 9th level, Lin Yun appeared on a huge rock and was surrounded by blazing magma. Around the magma were 9 war drums, and each war drum was 100 feet away from him. They surrounded him and practically locked him in a cage. When the war drums sounded out, fear flashed through Lin Yun's pupils. He didn't dare to be careless right now. When the golden human in his forehead clasped his hands together, flames ignited on the sword ocean, while divine firmament sword intent filled his body. When the boundless sword intent began to fluctuate, it didn't take long for divine firmament sword intent to escape through his pores. Lin Yun was enveloped in a golden light that shined like a bright sun. Aside from him, everything else was dark. But even if he was radiating brightly with sword ray, it was like a dim flame that could be extinguished at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun placed the flute by his lips and his gaze changed. The flute was competing with the warm drums, which caused a massive fluctuation while the phoenix tree slowly rose into the sky. As the drums became slower, each drum rumbled like lightning, and Lin Yun's heart would have burst apart if he didn't have enough sword intent to protect himself. When the war drums echoed, a ferocious beast emitting a desolate aura flew out from the war drums. As the drums continued, 9 ferocious beasts charged over in the blink of an eye. However, they were sent flying by a tree branch of the phoenix tree. The ferocious beasts howled as the tree branches lashed out like whips. Crimson flames blazed in the eyes of those ferocious beasts as they disregarded their injuries and charged forward. The tree branches were controlled by Lin Yun's music and sword intent as they tore the ferocious beasts apart. As a cold light flashed across Lin Yun's pupils, the flute music became sharp. Flowers covered the entire tree before they bloomed. When the flowers bloomed and filled the entire phoenix tree, the 9 ferocious beasts were all sent flying away. The sound of cracking bones could be heard as they were sent flying. But the flute music became solemn and majestic with light shining from Lin Yun's pupils. The drum sounds also became urgent and emitted a heaven-shattering sound. This instantly left cracks on the golden bridge Lin Yun had manifested and also created huge waves in his sword ocean. Even the golden human and azure dragon sword soul were having a difficult time bearing it. In the next second, a divine light shone from his flute as the purple mark on his forehead radiated. Lin Yun roared inwardly and the 2 birds landed on the phoenix tree. At this moment, Lin Yun was shining brightly like a bright sun, as if he was standing at the top of the clouds looking down. When the light grew even brighter and the music reached a limit, the 9 war drums broke apart and the 9 Li illusion realm broke down. Standing on the altar, the flames soared into the sky and crimson light descended from the flames before entering Lin Yun's body. The crimson light was brimming with vitality, causing Lin Yun's azure dragon, saint physique to circulate. As crimson light entered his body, the number of dragon runes on the surface of his body began to increase. At this moment, he was making swift progress in the azure dragon saint physique. Crimson light flew out of the flames burning on the altar and were absorbed by Lin Yun's azure dragon saint physique. It was a similar sight to when he absorbed the divine dragon aura. With a dragon roar echoing from his body, lightning covered Lin Yun. Then, a violent wind gathered at Lin Yun's forehead. At the same time, a terrifying aura swept out from Lin Yun as his azure dragon aura began to grow along with the number of dragon runes. This terrifying phenomenon lasted for 4 hours before it finally died down. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, dragons could be seen in his pupils. Meanwhile, his gaze emitted a terrifying dragon aura. A brief moment later, Lin Yun let out a long sigh. 700? Lin Yun checked the amount of dragon runes he had and was shocked. But when he turned around, his face changed drastically. He couldn't help wondering why the crimson lights appeared after making it through the 9 Li illusion realm. It was especially strange since the light contained ancient and divine vitality that was similar to the divine dragon aura. After a long time of thinking, Lin Yun felt tempted to examine the altar closely. Even after passing all 9 levels, it felt as though he was barely touching the surface of the altar. It was like there were boundless secrets waiting to be excavated still. Shaking his head, Lin Yun collected his thoughts. He didn't expect that the number of dragon runes would reach 700. He initially thought that it would be hard to take another step after attaining 500 dragon runes from the divine dragon aura. After all, the divine dragon aura wasn't something that he could encounter often. At this moment, Lin Yun activated the dragon runes on his arm. Then, a violent power filled his body and his muscles began to swell up from the power harbored within his body. When all 700 dragon runes reached his palm, Lin Yun raised his hand. Azure Dragon Grab. Lin Yun roared as the dragon runes formed a terrifying vortex in his palm. The vortex was a combination of gold and purple that represented wind and lightning. As the terrifying thunderstorm energy spiraled, cracks began to appear in the surrounding space. When Lin Yun clenched his fist, the surrounding space shattered. But the space he shattered was only the beginning of the attack. The vortex continued to spiral in Lin Yun's palm and thunderstorms began to spread out. When lightning flew out from his fingertips, the entire sky turned dark. So this is the true power of the Azure Dragon Grab? Lin Yun smiled as he recalled how powerful it was when the Azure Dragon Lord used this move back then. Disperse. Lin Yun spread his hand apart and the vortex dissipated. This was a secret technique that allowed him to use this move as he wished. It was just as he had expected. Everything was futile compared to absolute strength. In the past, it was a pipe dream for him to control this move as he wished. But it was easy now that the number of dragon runes reached 700. If it was this terrifying with 700 runes, how strong would it be when it reaches 1,000? Lin Yun's eyes began to flicker as he sorted out his newly obtained trump cards, the Azure Dragon Battle Armor and Azure Dragon Grasp. There was also the Divine Firmament Sword Intent and the Song of the Phoenix. Finally, there was also the Divine Solar Lunar Fist. However, it was still greatly restricted due to his cultivation and he could only give it a try after reaching the Astral Stage or the Elysium Core Realm. Right at this moment, a bolt of lightning descended down from the sky. This newcomer was Jian Jingtian, but Lin Yun wasn't surprised by his arrival, because the latter probably knew that he came out of the 9 Li illusion realm. Where's senior brother Feng? Lin Yun asked when he didn't see Feng Zhu around. Jian Jingtian looked at Lin Yun deeply and smiled. Don't bother. Your senior brother is broke thanks to you, and he's feeling pretty pitiful. Lin Yun's lips twitched when he heard that, because Jian Jingtian was even more ruthless. After all, didn't Jian Jingtian con Feng Zhu? I'm only concerned about him. What the hell are you thinking? Lin Yun asked. Haha. I feel that he doesn't need your concern. I also know that your silver moon mask came from him as well. You're even more ruthless than me. Jian Jingtian sneered. I didn't. Don't accuse me of something I've not done, Lin Yun said. Jian Jingtian smiled. The sword sect's disciples have come. So your senior brother went over to take a look. Lin Yun was stunned when he heard that. The sword sect? Looks like the profound Wither Island was pretty tempting that even the disciples of the sword sect came. This also meant that the other powerful sects must have come. As the overlord of the ancient barren domain, the disciples of the profound sky sect should be here too. Why aren't you going? Lin Yun asked. As a subsidiary force of the sword sect, it made no sense that Jian Jingtian didn't go over to meet them as the sect master of the fleeting cloud sword sect. They're all from the Scarlet Firmament Peak. I can never like them, said Jian Jingtian with disdain before his eyes turned dim. Seeing that Jian Jingtian had such a personality, Lin Yun asked, which peak were you from back in the day? The Divine Firmament Peak, said Jian Jingtian. When he looked at the doubt on Lin Yun's face, he explained, there are 9 peaks in the sword sect, named after the 9 heavens. The Divine Firmament, Scarlet Firmament, Emerald Firmament, Azure Firmament, Profound Firmament, Indigo Firmament, and Golden Firmament. The Scarlet Firmament Peak belongs to the sect master, and the master of the peak is the sect master. Many disciples from various clans end up on that peak. When Lin Yun counted, he realized that Jian Jingtian had only mentioned 7 peaks. He then asked, what about the 2 other peaks? They were leveled to the ground 3,000 years ago. Jian Jingtian sighed. It's the humiliation of the sword sect. The disciples today only know about the existence of the 7 sects. They don't know that the sword sect had 9 sects back then. Why are you telling me this? Lin Yun squinted his eyes and felt that it was a secret of the sword sect. Perhaps he shouldn't know about the secret. Taking a deep glance at Lin Yun, Jian Jingtian said, you'll know about it sooner or later. This is the humiliation of the sword sect. The sword sect lost their title as the strongest sword-related sect since then and fell from being a holy land. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that because this humiliation was a little too great. Such a powerful sect had 2 peaks leveled to the ground and was denied their status as a holy land. This was no longer a single person annihilating a sect but subduing a holy land. Who did that? Lin Yun asked. Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng, said Jian Jingtian. Shock filled Lin Yun's heart. The 9 emperors were so strong that a single emperor could subdue an entire holy land. What was that era like? Seeing that Jian Jingtian wasn't willing to talk more about it, Lin Yun changed the topic. How much longer until the profound Wither Island opens? How much do you know about it? Half a month, said Jian Jingtian. The profound Wither Great Saint was a disciple of the Southern Emperor, and many people suspect that the 3 treasures of the Southern Emperor were on him. But that's bullshit because none of the other emperors would have let him live if he had them. The profound Wither Island is an ancient ruin. Aside from the inheritance left behind by the profound Wither Great Saint, there are still many other treasures that can be found there. The strongest treasure in the profound Wither Island is the Great Saint Origin. But I heard that only the one with the profound Wither Key can obtain the Great Saint Origin. Lin Yun's heart trembled when he heard that. It looked like the profound Wither Key was crucial. Looking at Lin Yun, Jian Jingtian could instantly tell that Lin Yun was interested in the Great Saint Origin and smiled. Only saints can refine the Great Saint Origin. Well, you have to be at least in the Samsara Edict realm. But even if you get it, it won't benefit you. It will only benefit the sword sect. Lin Yun smiled and didn't say anything else. After reaching the saint realm, one would become a saint and their body wouldn't rot. As time passed, their cultivation would manifest into the saint origin. Since the profound Wither Great Saint was in the greater saint stage, he naturally had the Great Saint Origin. If one didn't have enough talent, they would have a high chance of becoming a saint if they accepted the test of the saint origin. Even if they failed, it would greatly boost their lifespan and cultivation. If it was someone who was talented enough, there was a high chance that they could be promoted to a saint after refining the saint origin. As a disciple of the Southern Emperor, The saint origin left behind by the profound wither great saint was naturally a lot more precious than other saints. Even if he couldn't refine it for now, it didn't mean that he couldn't refine it in the future. But he also knew that he would be pursued if he obtained it, which would be troublesome. So it was just as Jian Jingtian had said, he would have to hand it over to the sword sect if he managed to obtain it. Forget about the great saint origin, it's more practical to think about how you're going to get 5 million divine astral pellets. You can find them in the profound wither island. Don't rely on stealing them from your senior brother. Even if you take all his wealth, he doesn't have 5 million divine astral pellets, smiled Jian Jingtian. Lin Yun was really speechless by Jian Jingtian's shamelessness when he heard that. If he didn't take away 7 dragon origin pellets from Fengju might be able to exchange them for 5 million divine astral pellets. Fengju was in an extremely pitiful situation, and Lin Yun wouldn't look for him even if Fengju had 5 million divine astral pellets. But 5 million divine astral pellets was a huge problem to him, and he would basically be crippled if he wasn't at the astral stage against the top-tier geniuses. You're right. I have to find a way to get 5 million divine astral pellets on the profound wither island. Lin Yun sighed, but he soon tossed it to the back of his mind because he had already made so many preparations. It was just a matter of time for him to face those monstrous geniuses on the Empyrean ranking. As he chatted with Jian Jingtian, Lin Yun began to ask about the secrets of the altar. It turned out that there were more secrets to the altar than he had imagined, and not even Jian Jingtian knew what was inside the altar. When are you planning to retrieve the thing in the Sword Saint Mountain? Jian Jingtian asked. Now that Lin Yun had grasped the divine firmament sword intent, Lin Yun could retrieve the sovereign divine rune on the Sword Saint Mountain anytime he wanted according to their agreement. After the profound wither island, said Lin Yun. He would need Lil Purple's help to retrieve the sovereign divine rune, so he planned on retrieving it after the profound wither island to avoid any trouble. After leaving the altar, Lin Yun planned on taking a look at the Sword Saint Mountain. There were many fleeting Cloud Sword Sect's disciples on the stage cultivating. Ever since Lin Yun rang the bell on the Sword Saint Mountain, the stage had practically become a holy land in the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. Everyone could still sense the remnant Tao sound under the Sword Saint Mountain. When the disciples saw Lin Yun's arrival, all of them had respect and admiration in their eyes. Lin Yun's current fame had far surpassed Yi Xiling because of his unrivaled talent in the sword. As Lin Yun walked on the stage, he nodded his head to those who came up to greet him. He even helped those who asked him for guidance about the difficulties they were facing. Lin Yun patiently clarified the confusion for everyone. Now that he had grasped the divine firmament sword intent, his attainment in the sword had even surpassed some elders. So it naturally wasn't an issue for him to answer the questions of the disciples. Right at this moment, there were some arguments coming from the entrance of the Sword Saint Mountain. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw Zhang Liken arguing with several youths. Lin Yun looked at them and noticed that they were all dressed in white. They also had a sword enveloped in white clouds embedded on their clothes. In the mist, the sword could be faintly seen and Lin Yun could sense the existence of spiritual runes. This meant that those swords weren't ordinary Tao artifacts. What's going on? Lin Yun asked. They're disciples of the Sword Sect who want to visit the Sword Saint Mountain. The other senior brothers couldn't stop them, so they called senior brother Zhang over. The Sword Saint Mountain is a restricted area, and they're being too unreasonable even for disciples of the Sword Sect. Without the sect master, who will dare to let them in? Furthermore, there's no way they can climb the mountain without the sect master unlocking the mountain for them. The other disciples spoke out. So they're disciples of the Sword Sect. No wonder their clothes aren't ordinary. Lin Yun squinted his eyes because this was the first time he had seen a disciple of the Sword Sect. Were these people also here for the profound Wither Island? Relax. The elders have already gone to seek the sect master. As long as the sect master allows it, we won't stop you guys. Zhang Liken said in a heavy tone, and everyone could tell that he had been getting frustrated for a long time. Your elders are taking too long, a Sword Sect's disciple said with his brows locked together. As disciples of the Sword Sect, we have the qualification to climb the 13 trials. Don't forget that the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect is only a subsidiary force of the Sword Sect. Without the Sword Sect, it'll be a problem for you guys to even maintain a footing in the profound Azure Prefecture. Everything in the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect is given by the Sword Sect. There's nowhere we can't go, said another Sword Sect's disciple coldly. It's not easy to open the Sword Saint Mountain, and even disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect only have one attempt. Even if you guys try to enter, it's impossible for you guys to enter without the sect master around, said Xianxia while maintaining his manners. Thank you for your goodwill, but you have to remember something. Since when are disciples of a branch sect qualified to compete with those from the main sect? The one who spoke was a short-haired youth full of pride. When he spoke up, the other Sword Sect's disciples became silent. They were only here for the profound Wither Island and were temporarily staying in the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. Additionally, the sect told them they weren't allowed to rely on their identity as main sect disciples. Essentially, they had to maintain a low profile, but it seemed like they had already forgotten about this. What do you mean? Xianxia questioned coldly. The one who spoke was briefly stunned because he also realized that he was a little too much. But he couldn't be bothered to explain himself and said, "What do I mean? Think about it for yourself. Just get lost. We're going to visit the Sword Saint Mountain. Tell your sect master not to delay and unlock the mountain quickly." What impudence! Xianxia became enraged seeing that they were so rude to Zhen Jingtian. Impudence? Brat, don't you dare think that you can talk back just because you're the chief disciple of the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect. Senior brother Qin Tian, is it okay if I teach him a lesson? One of the 7 disciples from the Sword Sect spoke out. The youth named Qin Tian replied, I'm also annoyed with waiting. If you can stop my junior brother in 10 moves, we'll stop. What do you think? 10 moves? Are you guys looking down on me? Xianxia smiled from his pent-up anger and said, Sure. 10 moves. Let me experience the skills of a main sect disciple. As soon as he was finished speaking, he pushed out his palm that surged with astral energy. So when Zhang Ting sensed the aura coming from Xianxia, he was somewhat surprised. Not bad, but compared to me? Zhang Ting wore a disdainful smile and returned with another palm. It only took a single attack from him to send Xianxia flying. Clearly, there was a huge difference between them. You're still lacking. Zhang Ting laughed and left behind several afterimages. As he traveled in midair, he pushed both his palms out like claws. Instantly, he tore space apart and forced Xianxia into a terrible state. 10 moves are up. Zhang Ting smiled. A powerful storm of astral energy exploded as he pushed his palm out. Facing his attack, Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. Luckily, he wasn't the same person as before, and it was all thanks to refining the Divine Dragon aura. At this moment, he didn't hold back. When the 2 palms collided in midair, Xianxia threw out a little blood and took 10 steps back. However, he wasn't injured and his aura was growing stronger. As for Zhang Ting, he was forced to take 3 steps back despite having the upper hand. Although neither of them were using swords or constellations, it was hardly a fair matchup. Zhang Ting, you want to teach others a lesson with that strength of yours? Qin Tian said coldly. When Zhang Ting heard what Qin Tian said, his face became ugly. Although he held the advantage in the battle, it still wasn't enough for him to deal with his opponent. In the end, he merely embarrassed himself. A ruthless light suddenly flashed through his pupils as he disappeared from his spot. Xianxia squinted his eyes because Zhang Ting was coming at him again even after the 10th move. He would suffer a loss if he had to take this move head-on. But if he drew his sword, the situation would get much worse. Just as Xianxia was debating what to do, a figure appeared before him and pushed out a palm towards Zhang Ting's attack. From the huge collision, Zhang Ting was sent flying away. Suddenly, a hand landed on Zhang Ting's shoulder and negated all the force. Qin Tian ended up helping Zhang Ting out. Then, he looked at the youth in front of Xianxia and said, Are you also a disciple of the Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect? Fleeting Cloud Sword Sect, Lin Yun, smiled Lin Yun. Upon hearing his name, all the disciples from the Sword Sect were surprised. That's Lin Yun? He's the genius we've been hearing about? Before they arrived, they had heard that there was a monstrous genius in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect who completed the 3 challenges in the Azurok Hidden Sword Pavilion and even became the champion. But their gazes soon became uncertain because this person before them was too young. He seemed to only be in the galaxy stage, since they couldn't sense the aura of a constellation coming from Lin Yun. Junior brother Lin. Zhang Liken let out a breath of relief when he saw Lin Yun, since he was on the verge of not being able to hold himself back. If it wasn't for Lin Yun, he would probably be humiliated. Lin Yun nodded his head and glanced at Zhang Ting. Although you guys are from the main sect, don't forget that you guys are merely guests here. So remember your identity and don't think that you guys are the owners here. If you guys take it too far, then don't blame the fleeting Cloud Sword sect for being unreasonable. His words instantly made the faces of Sword sect's disciples ugly. Compared to Zhang Liken, Lin Yun's words were even uglier. A mere disciple of a branch sect dares to be so arrogant? Are you rebelling against the main sect? Zhang Ting said with his face darkening after he was sent flying back. Seeing that the disciples of the Scarlet Firmament Peak were being so overbearing, Lin Yun now knew why Jian Jingtian didn't like them. He looked at Zhang Ting and said, I have no intentions of rebelling, but you're in no position to teach the chief disciple of my fleeting Cloud Sword sect a lesson. As for the Sword Saint Mountain, go on if you guys want to see it. If you want to climb it, then look for the sect master yourself. Now you guys can get lost. Who did you say to get lost? Repeat what you said. Who are you to care who we're teaching a lesson to? Not only Zhang Ting, but even the other disciples also had rage flashing across their pupils. It was so much so that even Qin Tian's face had become colder. After all, they felt that they were already polite to the fleeting Cloud Sword sect as disciples of the Sword sect. If the elders of the Scarlet Firmament Peak didn't warn them before they came here, they would have already flared up by now. Junior brother, let's forget about it. They're from the main sect, and I'm fine. Let's wait for the sect master with regards to the Sword Saint Mountain. Zhang Liken muttered because he didn't want to blow the matter up. Who the hell do you think you are to talk to? Zhang Ting coldly glared at Zhang Liken. If he doesn't make it clear today, there's no way we'll let this matter rest. A mere disciple of a branch sect dares to be so impudent before us. Am I not clear enough? Lin Yun smirked with mockery flashing across his pupils. Then I'll make myself clear again. I said you, and you, get lost from here and don't show yourselves before me. I don't have a good temper. He didn't have a good temper and was only concerned with those close to him. When he didn't like someone, Lin Yun would never have the habit of keeping them around. Although Zhang Liken was weak, he was still the face of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. Since he had witnessed this scene, he naturally had to stand out. Qin Tian was included in the group that Lin Yun pointed out. He wasn't just targeting Zhang Ting alone, but all the disciples of the Sword sect. Lin Yun then winked and smiled. Didn't you guys listen correctly? I'm not targeting you but everyone else here. Even if our senior brother is weak, you guys are in no position to teach him a lesson. Understood. Zhang Liken was briefly stunned before he smiled. Lin Yun was as arrogant as before, but he was still ultimately someone on his side. Even we haven't climbed the Sword Saint Mountain. So, who the hell do you guys think you are? Well said, junior brother Lin. Even if our senior brother is weak, he's still not someone you guys can humiliate. Get lost. That's right. He's still our senior brother. No matter what. Lin Yun's words instantly attracted the attention of others. They were long unhappy with the disciples of the Sword sect, so they immediately gathered behind Lin Yun the moment he spoke out. Zhang Liken's lips twitched and finally knew what was wrong. He had no idea if Lin Yun was helping him or humiliating him even further. When Lin Yun heard the echoes from the fellow disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, Zhang Liken smiled. My bad. My bad. Zhang Liken glared at him when he heard that. But Lin Yun didn't end it there and looked at Zhang Ting's party. Anyhow, our senior brother isn't someone the likes of you can touch. Your senior brother is nothing and I even dare to touch you. I'll see who dares to talk. Zhang Ting charged toward Lin Yun before Qin Tian spoke up. But Lin Yun maintained the smile on his face and took a step forth. unleashing his sword aura that came crashing down like a colossal mountain. Furthermore, his sword aura also soared into the sky. The immense pressure immediately dropped Zhang Ting from midair. The sword aura that was crashing down on Zhang Ting made his face change. He wanted to circulate his sword intent, but he was deeply shocked when he realized that his sword intent was being restricted by Lin Yun's sword aura. Sky sword intent. Zhang Ting's eyes flashed with disbelief. After all, sky sword intent was rarely seen from the Empyrean realm even in the ancient Baron domain. Even in the sword sect, those who could grasp the sky sword intent in the Empyrean realm were monstrous geniuses. But Zhang Ting was in even greater disbelief at the fact that Lin Yun's sky sword intent was a little too strong. Just when he was feeling uneasy, Lin Yun's sword aura grew even more terrifying and he fell to the ground, landing on one knee. Lin Yun's sword intent also made all the disciples of the sword sect's faces change. When they looked at Lin Yun, their gazes became grave. They already knew that Lin Yun was a monstrous genius, but they never imagined that Lin Yun would be so terrifying when he was only at the galaxy stage. This filled Zhang Ting's eyes with shock as he circulated all his astral energy. But he still couldn't judge the sword aura that Lin Yun was giving off. It was so much so that even he began to feel like he was suffocating and his face was turning pale. How is he so strong? He's only a disciple of a branch sect. Even if he's a genius, how can he possibly compete with us? Zhang Ting was deeply shocked. He was no genius in the Scarlet Firmament Peak, but he wasn't a pushover either. Even the fleeting Cloud Sword sect's chief disciple was just a joke in his eyes. But Lin Yun was a little too unreasonably strong. Stop! Seeing that Zhang Ting couldn't stand up no matter how he tried, two disciples who had a close relationship with Zhang Ting charged forth. In the blink of an eye, the two had already come before Lin Yun with their palms aimed at his left and right shoulders. Their palms weren't aimed at Lin Yun's fatal spots because even an astral stage expert would be heavily injured after taking their attacks head-on. But when their palms landed on Lin Yun, they produced a metallic collision sound. Not only did they fail to budge Lin Yun, but they could even feel their arms going numb, and this brought shock to their eyes. Their hearts instantly sank and they wanted to retreat, but Lin Yun grabbed onto their wrists the moment they wanted to retreat. The two hands were like dragon claws tightly gripping onto their wrists with a powerful strength that quickly shattered the astral energy on the surface of their bodies. Go back! Lin Yun raised the two disciples up and slammed them against one another. When the two disciples came in contact with each other, their bones began to crack. After he was done, Lin Yun casually threw the two disciples away like ragdolls. When the two disciples fell to the ground, they bounced off the ground and flew a few hundred meters away. At this moment, Zhang Ting, who was down on one knee, finally couldn't bear the pressure anymore and his other knee also fell onto the ground. Looking at Zhang Ting, Lin Yun asked, "Such a huge greeting? Sorry, but I can't accept that." Waving his hand, an invisible force slammed against Zhang Ting's chest and he was sent flying away, while throwing out a mouthful of blood. When he fell onto the ground, he left several terrifying cracks on the ground. This scene made all the disciples of the fleeting Cloud Sword sect take in a cold breath. They didn't expect Lin Yun to be so ruthless. Clapping his hands, Lin Yun smiled. "You guys want to teach others a lesson with that strength? Aren't you guys joking around?" Senior Brother Qin. The faces of the Sword Sect's disciples changed as they turned to look at Qin Tian. Qin Tian didn't have any change on his face and merely looked at Lin Yun. They didn't use their constellation, nor did they draw their swords. "Weren't you a little too ruthless to them?" Lin Yun snickered when he heard that because Qin Tian made it sound as if he had drawn his sword or used his constellation. With disdain flashing through his pupils, Lin Yun said, "If they drew their swords, they'd know the true meaning of being ruthless." After all, Zhang Liken was injured to the point that he threw out blood and Zhang Ting still showed no signs of stopping back then. Qin Tian smirked and was enveloped in arrogance as he continued. "Before coming, the sect master told us that we're not allowed to trigger disciples of the branch sects because of their lowly origins. But it looks like there's no need for that with such an arrogant person like you here. Looks like you have no idea of the difference between main and branch if you're not taught a lesson." This made all the sword sect's disciples rejoice and wonder if Qin Tian was finally going to make a move. Especially Zhang Ting, who yelled out, "Brat, senior brother Qin is already at 900.5 a year ago on the Empyrean ranking. That's a height that someone like you can never achieve. You should rejoice that senior brother is willing to fight you."